I am clearly graceful and refined, yet everyone trembles at the sight of me. All because I have no bottom line, utterly unscrupulous. While others honor their ancestors, I smash my head against a tombstone and loudly declare, from now on, your offerings include me too. While others cultivate and temper their bodies in spirit pools, I dump chili peppers into the water. While others engage in dual cultivation, I charge a safety fee or else face the consequences of recorded evidence. Originally, I was T from this world. Just a few days ago, I transmigrated into the body of a beggar. And all because, as a newcomer, I failed to bow and greet a local young master when I encountered him on the street. So he was retaliated against. He was dragged outside the city, not only beaten severely but also set upon by dogs. Feng couldn't help but wonder if this Hong guy had something wrong with his head, going to such lengths over a mere beggar like himself. If possible, Feng would have gladly killed him, even if it meant mutual destruction. But unfortunately, looking at the burly man beside him, Feng realized he didn't have this opportunity. He could only endure the pain, flee in disgrace, and etch the hatred deep in his heart. He didn't mock the other party with words, knowing that only by staying alive would he have a chance for revenge. Amid Hong Chuo's laughter and one-size barking, Feng ran farther and farther away. Although he still gets beaten from time to time. But Feng remains undeterred, determined to run farther away and kill the dog as soon as possible to feast on it. His heart pounds violently, his legs grow heavier, and his wounds continue to multiply, fueling Feng's hatred even more. Escape system successfully bound to host. Congratulations, host. A cold voice echoed in Feng's mind. What? Feng was startled, followed by a surge of excitement. Do I have a system now? Even at this moment, Feng still found it hard to believe. Host, immediately return to Hong Chuo's side, kick him, and then make your escape. Feng was stunned and said bitterly, but there are dogs chasing me right now, and he has people protecting him. Going back would be suicide. Failure to complete the mission will result in elimination. Hearing this, Feng felt a surge of rage rush to his head, completely losing his temper. After enduring so much hardship, I thought picking up the system would lead me straight to the peak of life. Yet it gave me a nearly impossible mission. And the penalty is outright annihilation. In the end, it's just about being the system's slave, huh? Make him a slave to the system. Sorry, but I choose death. Anyway, there's nothing worth clinging to in this world. Fuck you. He had just finished cursing when suddenly another voice echoed in his mind. Detecting your talent and determination for courting death, the courting death system has successfully recognized its master. Unlike the cold, mechanical system voice from before, this one carried much more emotion, a cheeky male voice. Another system that'll erase me if I fail the mission. If so, get lost. Feng's anger hadn't subsided, and he immediately snapped back. Don't be so hot-headed, young man. This system doesn't have the penalty of erasure. Besides, this system is all about courting death, so naturally, it ensures you won't die. So, what do you say? Interested in going big? Let's take down this damn runaway system and let me devour it. The death wish system spoke in a cheeky tone. Feng was momentarily stunned. Could a system actually be taken down? Do it. Of course we'll do it. Feng didn't think too much. Since it wants to eliminate me, then just die. But how exactly should I do it? And can't it hear our conversation? Feng asked worriedly while running. Don't worry. As long as I initiate the conversation with you, it can't hear us. First, find a way to get it to give you some rewards to lower its energy. Then, figure out a way to die once. The more bizarre the death, the better. When you die, it will also suffer heavy damage. At that point, I can take the opportunity to devour it. Feng was startled. his face full of confusion. Isn't this still asking me to die? Stop worrying, damn it. Since it's called the death system, it definitely won't let you die. Death here means messing around. How can you mess around if you only have one life? From now on, find a random spot along the way and use the system's shadow function to leave a remnant. Later, when you die, you can revive from this remnant. I guarantee not a single hair on your head will be missing. After a moment of thought, Feng realized he had no way out. Either be a slave to the escape system, or listen to the death-defying system and give it a try. Feng didn't hesitate and immediately used the death-defying system's shadow capture function. Time was tight. He didn't even bother to look at the system interface. The moment he selected shadow capture, a faint blue, nearly transparent figure appeared where Feng had just stood, then vanished without a trace. Feng breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the system notification that the snapshot was successfully saved. Now, he had been bitten several more times by Wang Kai, leaving him covered in blood. Escape system, how about giving me some rewards? I can't even outrun a dog right now, and Hong Tuo has several people protecting him. How am I supposed to kick him like this? The escape system remained silent. After waiting for a while, Feng grew impatient, and finally, the escape system spoke coldly. You only have 1 minute. If you can't finish in 5 minutes, you'll be eliminated. You've acquired run like hell and automatically mastered it. Damn it! Even if I rush back now, 5 minutes probably won't be enough. Looks like I have no choice but to take you down. What the hell is run like hell? What kind of ridiculous name is this? Feng recalled and realized that he indeed had relevant knowledge in his mind, and he was quite skilled at it. He immediately put it into practice. His legs splayed outward while running, his arms swung widely, and with each step, his feet lifted high, truly resembling a dog running. What kind of bizarre thing is this? Feng couldn't help but complain. It's just too ugly, isn't it? But to be fair, for some unknown reason, it's actually 30% faster than usual. For a moment, even Wang Kai could barely keep up with Feng. Looking at the cliff ahead, Feng came up with a plan. Adjust the speed so that Wang Kai is just half a body length behind you. The cliff is right ahead. Feng seized the moment, grabbing Wang Kai as it lunged forward. Then, gritting his teeth, he leaped off the cliff. The cliff towered 20 to 30 meters high, with nothing but jagged rocks at its base. Feng clutched Wang Kai tightly, both human and dog heads facing downward as they plummeted through the air. The howling wind roared past their ears, while the jagged rocks below rushed closer with terrifying speed. Wang Kai was utterly petrified, his dog face frozen in fear, eyes wide. His canine life had never encountered such a horrifying scene before. Is this beggar out of his mind? In the heat of the moment, a stream of dog urine immediately drenched Feng from head to toe. Feng wasn't much better off either. The seeking death system claimed he wouldn't die, but who could really know for sure? Besides, even if he wouldn't die, it still looked absolutely terrifying. Fortunately, within seconds, both the man and the dog landed headfirst on the ground. Bam! Fortune's skull shattered instantly, ending its wicked dog life on the spot. Feng met the same fate. His skull shattered immediately, then astonishingly transformed into a beam of white light before vanishing. Only his clothes remained on the ground. To ordinary people, even to high-level cultivators, nothing else seemed amiss. But how could such a thing escape the eyes of the death-seeking system? There is also an indescribable object here. It is none other than the escape system. Feng's death dealt it a significant blow. After all, it wasn't the one who actively erased Feng. The escape system wobbled unsteadily, trying to flee, its figure gradually blurring as it prepared to vanish into space. A furious voice remained on the spot. Useless trash, dying so quickly. But how could the death-seeking system let it have its way? The host's death is no small blow to the system. But for the death-seeking system, it has no impact at all. After all, the host of the death-seeking system must seek death, and seeking death inevitably leads to death. If the host's death harmed the system, how could the death-seeking system continue to seek death? A vast and magnificent space instantly enveloped the escape system. Who are you? The escape system cried out in panic, unable to move. Filth! Trash like you dares to imitate others and call itself a system. You can't even revive your host after death. The tone of the death wish system was filled with disdain. You're actually... The escape system's voice trembled with terror, as if it had encountered something horrifying. But the death-seeking system no longer paid it any attention, focusing solely on devouring. After a short while, the fleeing system left behind only a few screams before vanishing without a trace. The death-seeking system let out a small chuckle and then disappeared into space. The next moment, Feng appeared out of thin air in the exact spot where the shadow had been. Just after being revived, he heard the voice of the death-seeking system. Congratulations, host, for successfully dying in a creative way. You've been marked as a couple by Wang Kai and achieved a double suicide with Wang Kai. Though you weren't born in the same year or month, you've died at the same year, month, day, and hour. This love is now but a memory. You've received a special beginner's reward, Qi Refining Level 2 Cultivation. Feng nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood and cursed, "Get lost. You're the one who committed suicide with Wang Kai." He then couldn't be bothered to deal with it any further. Because at that moment, he was utterly stunned. Holy shit, it's actually true, I'm not dying. And I've even reached the second level of Qi Refining. Feeling the surge of power within his body, he sensed that he could run even faster now. But that was all just a stronger physique, without the ability to summon winds and rain or overturn rivers and seas. Ha ha! A cool breeze blew as Feng laughed out loud. Since this death-defying system isn't bad, it can even revive you. If you can revive, doesn't that make you invincible? He was already fantasizing about how to take revenge on the Han family. But isn't this wind a bit too cold? Feng wondered, feeling a chill in his crotch. How could the wind even make a turn like that? Looking down, I was instantly dumbfounded. Holy shit, where are my clothes? What's the big deal? Your clothes drop when you die. The death wish system chimed in. You didn't bring my clothes along with me. Not within our business scope. Feng's face darkened as he could only sneak toward the cliff, terrified of running into someone halfway and suffering instant social death. For him now, social death was worse than actual death. Why hasn't Wang Kai come back yet? Hong Tuo was somewhat puzzled, but he wasn't worried that anyone would dare to harm Wang Kai. After all, when you hit a dog, you have to consider its owner. Laying a hand on his dog would be like slapping him in the face. That's just asking for death. Young master, perhaps Wang Kai was having too much fun and forgot for a moment. One of the lackeys nearby chimed in. Humph, if that damn thing dares to let my Wang Kai suffer even a scratch, I'll skin it alive. Send someone over to check. Yes, young master. After a series of close calls, Feng finally managed to put on his clothes. Although the clothes were still shabby, at least he wouldn't die of embarrassment. After all, not wearing clothes is a matter of attitude, while wearing shabby ones is just a matter of capability. But the journey was quite thrilling, Feng recalled. Then he glanced at Wang Kai's corpse and cursed, this damn mod got off easy. How many people has it harmed by relying on its master's power every day? He picked up Wang Kai and left, planning to make crispy skinned dog meat. This damn mod harmed so many people. I must drink its blood, eat its flesh, and gnaw its bones to uphold justice. After speaking, he didn't forget to wipe away the glistening at the corner of his mouth. System, have you swallowed the escape system yet? Piece of cake. That little trash was no match for me. How dare it act so arrogantly when it couldn't even revive the host? I've already successfully merged with it and gained its abilities. Feng was delighted to hear this and quickly opened the system interface to take a look. Upon entering the system, there are two interfaces. One is the escape system, and the other is the death wish system. After some exploration, he gained some understanding. The escape system rewards runaway coins based on being chased. The closer the pursuers, the more numerous they are, the stronger they are, and the angrier they get, the richer the rewards. These runaway coins can be used to purchase items in the escape system store. At the same time, while being chased, the system provides speed boosts and insights into escape techniques based on the pursuer's strength. The death-seeking system is all about stirring up trouble. The bigger the mess you create, the richer the rewards. And the more tragic or bizarre your death, the more generous the rewards, which are typically B points. B points can be used to purchase items in the death-seeking system store. Additionally, the death-seeking system features a resurrection mechanism. You just need to set a shadow mark at any location invisible to others, and when the host dies, they will be revived at the marked spot. It's worth noting that if the host hasn't set a shadow mark or has just used one without resetting it, being killed in this state will require a full year to revive. Looking at the introductions of the two systems, Feng realized that he had to stir up trouble to gain rewards. After understanding the systems, Feng casually stored Kai into the storage space, which came with the system. Both systems provided storage spaces. He also took the opportunity to find a secluded corner to set up a recording. He then began to contemplate his future plans. The vengeance against the Hong family was a must, as countless people in the area had been ruined by them. Most importantly, he himself had been bullied by the Hong family, which was intolerable. The Hong family wielded immense influence locally, and to make matters worse, the daughter of the Hong family patriarch had joined the nearby Qingshan sect, a cultivation sect. Moreover, she was even a personal disciple of one of the elders there. Therefore, even forces slightly stronger than the Hong family dared not offend them. As a result, the Hong family's descendants grew increasingly arrogant, with acts like abducting women, murder, and arson becoming commonplace. But while others feared the Hong family, Feng, did not. With the system in hand, the world is mine was the worst that could happen. Death! He glanced at the wounds that had vanished due to resurrection, but how could he forget the pain and humiliation he had endured? How could he not turn the Hong family upside down to avenge the suffering he had endured? If the Qingshan sect dares to meddle, he'll just deal with them too. After all, causing trouble, fleeing, or even dying each comes with its own rewards. The more enemies, the better. By the way, if Kai doesn't return for so long, Hongzhou and the others might send someone to check, or even come themselves. Let's set up an ambush and see if there's a chance to catch them off guard. Feng walked all the way back, picking up various animal droppings along the way and storing them in his spatial storage. Get lost. Put that thing in the escape space. The deathwish system roared. Having to look at that stuff every day would be absolutely disgusting. What are you in such a hurry for? It's not for you to eat. Feng also understood the temperament of this system. After cursing back, he silently moved all the feces into the escape space. Speaking of which, didn't you merge? Isn't it pretty much the same wherever you put it? I'm the main entity. Both the latrine and the bedroom are parts of the residence. Why don't you put the feces in the bedroom? Feng nodded, feeling it made sense, and didn't speak further. After all, keeping it in the storage space meant he didn't have to look after it himself. He returned to the path where he had been chased by Kai earlier, found a thick patch of grass in the distance, and crouched down. Sure enough, Before long, one of Hong Tuo's lackeys came searching but failed to spot Tan Feng hiding in the grass. Qi refining, second layer. Tan Feng could tell at a glance that this person's strength was on par with his own, but in a real fight, he would likely be no match. After all, he had never learned any moves, let alone been in a fight. Wang Ergo remained completely unaware and continued forward, following the trail left by the man and the dog. Tan Feng trailed behind him, suddenly reminded of a game he had played many years ago, though in that game, he wasn't killing a man. Before long, Wang Ergo reached the edge of a cliff. This is... Wang Ergo was startled. With sharp eyes, he immediately spotted the bloodstains below. He promptly searched for a way down. Tan Feng did not follow but remained stationed above. Moments later, Wang Ergo pinched the still wet dog blood between his fingers, his face darkening. He knew Wang Kai was probably done for. Bang! As he was pondering, he suddenly heard a gust of wind, followed by a sharp pain on his forehead. Darkness enveloped his vision, and his head spun with dizziness. It turned out Tan Feng had thrown a palm-sized rock from the cliff above, striking him squarely on the head. Blood immediately began to flow. Damn bastard, looking for your brother? Tan Feng stood at the edge of the cliff, shaking Wang Kai in his grip and taunted. Wang Ergo staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. He swayed his aching and dizzy head, finally regaining his senses. He suddenly looked up. At the sight, he was instantly furious both from being hit on the head and from Wang Kai being killed. How many people in Pingyang City dare to treat the Hong family like this? And who would dare to kill young Master Hong Tuo's dog? Before he could speak, two more unidentified objects were thrown at him from above. With a splat, one of them hit him square in the face. Instantly, blood and feces mixed into a gruesome mess. A foul stench rushed into his nostrils. Wang Ergo wiped his face, his already livid complexion turning crimson with rage, his body trembling slightly. "Ah, you brat, I'll kill you." Tan Feng ignored Wang Ergo's threats, casually wiping his right hand on the ground. "You're really ruthless, sacrificing 800 to kill 1,000, the system chimed in sarcastically. "Who am I doing this for? Isn't it all for you?" Tan Feng immediately retorted. "Sigh, thinking about how I used to be part of the high-quality crowd, and now I have to do such things for the system." Tan Feng reflected for half a second. "I'll kill you, I'll skin you alive." Where has Wang Ergo ever experienced such humiliation in his life? They say killing someone is as simple as a nod, but is it necessary to be so disgusting? Enemy rage detected, reward increased. A cold, mechanical voice announced. "Didn't you swallow the escape system? What's going on?" Tan Feng shuddered. "Put away your tender woman's heart, its consciousness has already been erased by me. Now it's just following our commands, working for us for free. I don't have time to manage everything." Tan Feng's face darkened, but he let out a sigh of relief. Seeing that Wang Ergo was about to climb up the path beside him to settle the score, Tan Feng neither stopped him nor ran away. Instead, he kept picking up stones from the ground and hurling them at Wang Ergo. Wang Ergo dodged and weaved, hopping and skipping along the mountain path, managing to evade most of the attacks, but a few still struck him. By now, his head was covered in lumps, and his face was smeared with blood. Watching his opponent leap about, Tan Feng sneered mockingly. "Oh, they say a cornered dog will jump over a wall since you've mastered the essence. What's this? A frantic dog's random hopping. You sharp-tongued brat, you'll get yours soon enough." Gritting his teeth against the dizziness and pain in his head, Wang Ergo's grin grew increasingly ferocious as he closed in on Tan Feng. He knew the kid in front of him was just an ordinary person, no match for him in a fight, and certainly couldn't he outrun him. Once he caught him, he did beat him up first, then feed him until he was stuffed. What would he feed him? Naturally, the warm, freshly produced kind. With only about 10 meters left, Wang Ergu mustered all his strength and sprinted toward him. Shit man, get away. It stinks so bad, go farther away. Tan Feng called out from a distance, then turned and bolted. Upon hearing this, Wang Ergu's anger boiled over, his eyes turning red. Wasn't this thing thrown by you? Take another look at this guy's hands, good grief, inflicting 1,000 losses on the enemy at the cost of 800 to himself, and he's still putting on an act here. Where's your face? Gritting his teeth, he gave chase from behind. But the more he chased, the more something felt off. Wait, wasn't this guy supposed to be an ordinary person? How is he faster than me at Qi refining level 2? Wait. Wang Ergu narrowed his eyes and looked again carefully. How did this kid reach the second level of Qi refining? With doubt in his heart, his footsteps involuntarily slowed down. His slowing down made Tan Feng unhappy, as his anger subsiding and the distance between them increasing would both lead to fewer rewards. This won't do. With practiced ease, he pulled out a lump from his storage space and casually hurled it at Wang Ergu's face. Bam! Is your dog too weak from hunger? Then eat up and hurry after me, no need to thank me. Tan Feng turned his head and flashed a smile at Wang Ergu. Oh! I'm going to kill you. Wang Ergu was truly furious, unable to catch up yet still being humiliated. He felt his lungs were about to burst with rage, and his liver ached dully. His already throbbing head now felt as if it were being torn apart. Enemy rage detected rising again, reaching liver-hurting levels. Reward increased. Ha ha ha! Tan Feng burst into laughter, completely oblivious to his own bad luck. Hearing Tan Feng's laughter, Wang Ergu's anger grew even more intense. Without a word, he lowered his head and charged forward, his speed actually increasing slightly compared to before. Seeing this, Tan Feng turned his head and gave a thumbs up, as expected of a dog, full of energy after eating. Wang Ergu was already seething with anger, and Tan Feng's words only added fuel to the fire. With his existing head injury and the intense physical exertion, a surge of pent-up frustration weighed heavily on his heart. At this moment, a mouthful of blood sprayed out, his strength drained away in an instant, and after staggering a few steps, he could no longer hold on and finally collapsed to the ground. He had never seen such a despicable person. Congratulations! You've made the enemy spit blood in anger. The reward has been increased again. Ha ha ha! Tan Feng laughed heartily. What's the matter? Weakling! You're already spitting blood after just a few steps. Wang Ergu's face turned pale as he trembled and pointed at Tan Feng, stammering, You little. Tan Feng was taken aback, never expecting the other party to be so fragile. Couldn't he even handle a few insults? Without hesitation, he picked up a head-sized stone from the roadside and hurled it at Wang Ergu. Already seriously injured, Wang Ergu tried frantically to dodge but only managed to avoid his chest. His left leg was struck squarely. Snap! After all, the second level of Qi refining is only slightly stronger than an ordinary person and doesn't possess the trait of an indestructible body. His leg bone broke instantly. Oh! Seeing Tan Feng raise another rock, Wang Ergu quickly begged for mercy. Hero, spare me. Spare me? When you were bullying me, why didn't you show me any mercy? If you kill me, the young master won't let you off, and neither will the Hong family. Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, Wang Ergu resorted to threats, glaring fiercely at Tan Feng. At worst, it's just death. What's the big deal? With that, Tan Feng hurled the stone at Wang Ergu. Snap! The stone struck Wang Ergu directly in the chest. Who knows how many bones were broken? Wang Ergu's eyes closed as he passed out. Tan Feng hesitated for a moment upon seeing this. After all, it was his first time killing someone. Gritting his teeth, he realized that in this world, sooner or later, he would have to kill. Without further hesitation, he raised the stone and smashed it onto Wang Ergo's head. Afterward, Feng vomited for a long time before finally recovering. A short while later, he finished disposing of Wang Ergo's body. The only valuable things found on my body were 8 taels of silver, a dagger, and a fire starter. System, where's my reward? Congratulations, host. You have received the escape reward, 150 runaway coins, and the beginner's reward, flowing cloud step entry-level mastered. Feng's mind was suddenly flooded with knowledge about the flowing cloud step. This was a mid-tier mystic grade movement technique, far superior to simply running away. Upon opening the store, he found that most items were various cultivation techniques, with some pills and equipment available as well. Cultivation techniques can be purchased in separate volumes. Short on funds, Feng ultimately spent 100 purple coins to purchase the first volume of the Evergreen Manual. This is a low-grade Earth tier technique, with the first volume allowing cultivation up to the foundation establishment stage. The ranks of cultivation techniques, from highest to lowest, are Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. This is the common understanding of people in this world. As for whether there are higher levels, Feng doesn't know yet. After purchasing the Evergreen Manual, he directly began his initiation. The related knowledge automatically appeared in his mind, and the meridian system required for initiation was also opened for him. Then he spent another 50 pop coins to purchase the stealth skill. Still not enough pop coins. Also short on B points, guess I'll have to stir up some trouble. With some free time on his hands, Feng began to ponder. Looks like I'll have to pull off another round. Feng was somewhat unwilling. He ran to the riverside to wash his hands, then took out Wang Kai and planned to roast and eat him. Looking at the dog's head, Feng's expression changed. I've got it. Ha ha. He casually chopped off the dog's head and then returned to Wang Ergo. Brother dog, people say the dead should rest in peace, but don't rest just yet, lend me your head for a moment. With that, he began digging up the grave and, while Wang Ergo's corpse was still warm, severed his head. It was his first time doing such a thing, causing Feng to vomit repeatedly midway through. In the end, he couldn't even be bothered to bury Wang Ergo back. Killing you once and burying you once counts as being very civilized. You've already been buried once. How shameless would it be to ask me to bury you again? Oh, indeed shameless. Your head covered in filth is still in the storage space. After all the effort, Feng ended up eating a few extra bites of dog meat in the end. Why hasn't Ergo come back yet? Tuo didn't care about Wang Ergo's life or death. He was just getting impatient from waiting. Let's head back first. With that, he took the lead and started walking back toward the city. Although Wang Dago and Wang Sengu were somewhat worried about their brother, they silently followed behind. As the three approached the city gate, the guards naturally dared not stop them and instead smiled obsequiously at Tuo. Tuo completely ignored them. Already in a foul mood, he grew furious when he saw an old man pulling a firewood-laden wheelbarrow blocking a third of his path. He stepped forward and kicked the old man, sending him sprawling face first into the dirt, while the wheelbarrow toppled over. The old man groaned and couldn't get up for a long time. Blind fool, didn't you see you're blocking my way? The old man, kicked for no reason, was initially furious, but upon looking up, his face instantly paled with fright. Master Hong, it's my fault. This old man was blind. The elderly man bowed and scraped, his face filled with terror. Tuo finally vented some of his anger, spat on the old man, and then left while cursing. The onlookers looked sympathetic but dared not speak up. The fear of the Hong family had long been deeply ingrained in the hearts of Pingyang City's residents. That was a lesson paid for with the blood and tears of countless common people. After eating and drinking his fill, Feng also arrived in Pingyang City. Hong Tuo never expected that an ordinary person like Tan Feng could actually kill one ergo, so he didn't give any heads up to the city gate guards. Tan Feng had been to Pingyang City before, so he wasn't completely in the dark this time. The ragged and dirty Tan Feng entered Pingyang City under the disdainful gazes of the guards and common folk. The broad streets were lined with pavilions and towers, exuding an antique charm. Countless vendors hawked their wares along the roadside, creating a lively and bustling scene. Most passers-by were dressed in silk, though some impoverished individuals wore tattered clothing. Tan Feng didn't linger outside. He entered a tailor's shop and, before the clerk could shoo him away, slammed a tael of silver onto the counter, effectively silencing the clerk's intended words of dismissal. "What would you like to buy, sir?" the clerk asked with a smile. "Do you have ready-made clothes?" "Yes, we do, sir." "Get me 3 sets that fit me, and 3 pairs of shoes too. Oh, and 1 more set of black martial attire." Finally, after the clerk packed everything, Tan Feng tossed over a tael of silver and waited for the change. And then, Tan Feng and the clerk stared at each other in silence. "Buddy, sir, you're still short 1 tael of silver." Tan Feng didn't blush or panic, but instead gave a thumbs up and said, "Not bad, I admire your courage." As expected of the cultivation world, silver really isn't worth much here. He casually tossed over another tael of silver. In his heart, he was cursing one ergo, that damn poor bastard. The Yujian Inn. As soon as Tan Feng stepped inside, the waiter shooed him away. "Get out, get out. Where did this beggar come from?" The undisguised contempt was evident. Tan Feng was instantly furious. Damn it, they wouldn't even give him time to pull out the silver. At least the clothing store let me in. Bam! Tan Feng slapped the silver onto the counter with force, causing the table to shake. Channeling his inner energy, he embedded the silver half an inch deep into the wood. Suppressing the pain and numbness in his palm, Tan Feng feigned nonchalance. "What? Look down on me? Won't do business with me." The plump shopkeeper sitting at the counter was startled. Glancing at the silver embedded in the counter, he realized the person before him was no ordinary customer, though likely not someone too formidable either. He hastily stood up and said, "My apologies, honored guest. The staff here have eyes but fail to recognize true worth. Please forgive their offense." Then, turning to the waiter, he scolded, "You blind fool. Hurry up and apologize to our guest." When the waiter saw the silver coin embedded half an inch deep, he knew he had stirred up trouble. "I beg your pardon, sir. Please forgive this humble one for failing to recognize your worth." The waiter trembled with fear, his frail body shaking uncontrollably. He feared Tan Feng might hold a grudge and that he might end up getting beaten. Tan Feng had no patience for such trivial matters and waved his hand dismissively. "Just get me a room." In the end, Tan Feng took the key and settled into his room. Afterward, he took a bath and changed into fresh clothes. He had transmigrated with his soul, so this was originally the previous owner's body, but now it belonged to him. When he crossed over, he had already merged with some of the original owner's memories. The original owner was just an ordinary beggar, who didn't know anyone, had no extraordinary background, and no family. This was normal otherwise. Who would choose to be a beggar if they had better options? Interestingly, his appearance somewhat resembled his original self. Tan Feng didn't care what the previous owner's name was from now on. He would be called Tan Feng. Looking at myself in the bronze mirror, dressed in ancient attire with long flowing hair, I must have broken through to the second level of qi refinement. My appearance isn't half bad. Tan Feng frowned slightly. What a shame. Even though I'm this handsome, I'll still end up picking up dung and embarrassing myself in the future. Not stirring up trouble is impossible. Only by causing mischief can life be sustained. With nothing else to do, Tan Feng sat cross-legged and began meditating. practicing the evergreen technique. Previously, the system had automatically initiated the basics for him, so Feng quickly became proficient in practicing it. As strands of true essence flowed through his meridians, even though he had never practiced other techniques before, he could still sense the power and intricacy of the evergreen technique. Truly worthy of being an earth-grade technique. I wonder if this world has spirit stones. He immersed himself in cultivation, completely losing track of time, until the rooster crowed and the sky gradually brightened. Only then did Feng realize that a whole night had passed. Oh no, I forgot to deliver the dog heads to the Feng family. After sensing his own cultivation level, he quickly put the matter out of his mind. I've actually reached Qi refining level 3. He didn't consider himself a genius. Although Wang Ergo and the others were in their 30s and only at Qi refining level 2, who knew when they had started cultivating? Perhaps it's only in their 20s or 30s that they managed to obtain a yellow tier cultivation manual to practice. But I have an earth tier manual. Moreover, the system has already helped me get started and even cleared some meridians. For anyone else, even if they obtained an earth tier manual, they would need to study it for a long time before daring to cultivate, and most likely would still require a master to guide them through the basics. Unlike him, the system directly took care of it. That's fine. Stronger strength means higher chances of success later. Speaking of which, if I have enough purple coins or B points to exchange for elixirs or a stronger physique, my cultivation speed should improve significantly. It seems my troublemaking and death-defying endeavors can't stop. Feng didn't stop cultivating. He had the inn attendant bring him food, and after eating, he resumed his training. He didn't finish cultivating until noon. After lunch, we headed to the Feng family's place to scout the location. There's no need to worry about being recognized by Tuo in the city nowadays. He's already worlds apart from the little beggar he once was. But even if he were recognized, so what? Have I, Feng, ever been afraid? At worst, it's just death a few seconds later. I'll be a hero again. Feng was actually looking forward to running into Tuo. The thought of throwing a pile of something at his face on the street and then running away sounded pretty satisfying. It would both disgust Tuo and earn me some runaway coins. The best of both worlds. It could also help Tuo exercise his heart and lung capacity. It was simply an act that would go down in history. Feng circled around the Feng residence without arousing any suspicion. The Feng mansion was extraordinarily magnificent, with carved beams and painted rafters. Covering over 100 acres, it was particularly prestigious in the mortal world, especially in a small city like Pinjiang. The grand and imposing main gate, flanked by majestic stone lions, unmistakably showcased the status of its owner. Feng did not enter the Feng mansion to inspect it but merely took a look around from the outside. It was nearly evening, the sky dusky and yellow. Feng began heading back to the inn, practicing his cultivation until the early hours of the morning. Only when the time was right did he change into his black martial attire and put on his face-covering scarf. He opened the window of his room, activated his invisibility technique, and leaped out. In the night, a hazy, nearly transparent figure darted through the alleyways. The art of invisibility is quite rare among low-level cultivators, and mastering it is extremely difficult. Many cultivators at the 8th or 9th layer of Qi refinement may not even know it, as both obtaining the technique and mastering it have stumped numerous individuals. Feng's invisibility technique allowed him to move like a fish in water within the small city of Pingyang. With little effort, he infiltrated the Feng residence. The mansion's lights were dimly lit, with layered pavilions and towers standing quietly in the night. The security was not overly strict after all. No one in Pingyang City dared to provoke the Feng family to the point of no return. Even those unafraid of the Feng family had to consider the reputation of the Qing mountain sect. In short, Those who dared to offend the Hong family would dare cross the Qing mountain sect, and those bold enough to challenge the Qing mountain sect had no interest in targeting the Hong family. Avoiding the patrolling servants, Tan Feng made his way toward the inner courtyard. Which house belongs to that bastard Hong Tuo? Tan Feng scratched his head. Forget it, I'll just ask someone. Tan Feng spotted a lone servant with no cultivation skills. He subdued the servant effortlessly, knocked him out after getting the location, took the only tael of silver from him, and casually tossed it into the bushes. Continuing to move stealthily, they arrived without incident at Hong Tuo's residence. The house was brightly lit, with occasional bursts of laughter and the moans of women emanating from within. What a damn lucky bastard! Still not sleeping at this hour. Tan Feng cursed under his breath, feeling a pang of envy. In the distance, he spotted several guards, one of whom was at the second level of qi refining, but they were positioned over 10 meters away from Hong Tuo's door. Fine. This bastard must have deliberately moved them farther away so no one would hear what he's up to. That's exactly what I had in mind. Tan Feng moved stealthily along the wall under the cover of night, completely unnoticed by anyone. He came all the way to an open window. Good heavens! Tan Feng watched the live broadcast on sight 1 man and 2 women. Quietly crawling into the room, Hong Tuo and the other 2 had no way of detecting Tan Feng, who was invisible. It wasn't until Tan Feng lifted his invisibility and appeared behind Hong Tuo that one of the women noticed him. She asked shyly, You, who are you? Hong Tuo turned around upon hearing this and was instantly terrified. He immediately roared in fury, Who are you? Do you want to die? Come! Before he could finish shouting, Tan Feng grabbed his thigh, yanked hard, and threw him to the ground. You damn bastard! How dare you kill my big brother? With that, he stomped on his crotch several times in a row. A sickening squelch echoed, like an egg being crushed. Ah, help me! Hong Tuo clutched his crotch in pain, screaming as tears and saliva streamed down his face. He writhed on the ground, his once arrogant demeanor completely gone. The young master is in trouble. Help! There's an intruder. Hurry, save the young master. His cries naturally caught the attention of the guards outside. In an instant, the entire Hong residence erupted into chaos, with people continuously rushing toward the scene. This is the interest. After speaking, Tan Feng tossed down the heads of Wang Kai and Wang Ergo. Remember, my elder brother is Tan Feng, and I am Tan Erfeng. I won't let you off. After saying this, Tan Feng executed the flowing cloud step and left through the window. He didn't kill Hong Tuo, as this way he could continue to torment the Hong family in the long run. The door was kicked open, and several guards rushed into the room. The moment they entered, they saw Hong Tuo's bloodied lower body and immediately sensed something was wrong, breaking into a cold sweat. You take care of the young master and find a doctor. I'll go after him. The guard at the second level of qi refinement finished speaking and darted out through the window. Tan Feng slowed his pace, waiting for him to catch up. Thief, surrender quietly. Tan Feng didn't say a word as he ran toward the nearest wall. Meanwhile, more and more guards were arriving upon hearing the news. Die, you scoundrel! A qi refining third-level cultivator rushed over none other than Wang Daho, shouting threats to kill Tan Feng even before getting close. Ha! So it's you, big dog. I killed your second dog. His dog head is with Hong Tuo. If you want to eat braised dog head, go get it. SEC. Second brother is dead. You dare kill my second brother? I'll make you pay with your life. One big dog's eyes instantly turned red. He had sensed something was wrong after not seeing second dog for a whole day, but he never expected something like this to actually happen. Immediately, his speed increased by 30%. Detected 2 enemies in close pursuit, one of whom has a rapidly rising rage meter. Feng took out an object from his storage space, then turned around with a bright smile. Bam! His throwing skills had become increasingly precise, hitting Wang Daigou's face directly from just a few steps away. Your brother chased after me the same way back then. After chasing for a while, he said he was hungry and had no strength left. I thought, isn't this what dogs eat? So I gave him 2 lumps right then and there. Turns out he overate and died on the spot from being too full. Feng wore an innocent expression, but his eyes were utterly cold. None of those 3 brothers were any good back when Hongchuo bullied him. Those 3 had been the most active. This is, I'm going to kill you. Wang Daigou touched his face and immediately flew into a rage, nearly vomiting on the spot. Fighting is one thing, but resorting to this kind of trick. Was it really necessary to be so disgusting? Detected enemy's rage has increased again, currently to the point of liver pain from anger. Feng still wanted to toy with Wang Daigou, but noticed that over 20 guards had already arrived. Among them were several cultivators of unknown realms. Not daring to be overconfident, Feng increased his speed once more. Little thief, where do you think you're running? A vigorous middle-aged man with piercing eyes shouted angrily. His running speed surpassed everyone else's as he charged straight toward Feng with a whoosh. It's second master. Second elder at Qi refining level 5 will surely capture this little thief. Qi refining level 5. Feng turned his head to glance at second elder. This speed should be about the same as when he uses cloud stepping technique at full strength. Feng wasn't the least bit flustered and effortlessly leaped over the Hong family's wall. Turning back, he saw second master just jumping onto the wall as well. With a bright smile, Feng shouted, Second master, open your mouth. Ha! Second master was stunned, not knowing why this kid wanted him to open his mouth. Feng seized the moment and casually put something from his storage space, tossing it over. Thinking it was a hidden weapon, second master flicked his long sword to scatter the incoming object, but his body and face were still splattered with quite a bit of it. What is this? The stench was overwhelming, nauseating to the point of vomiting, and second master instantly realized what it was. He immediately flew into a rage, his hair and beard bristling with fury. In all these years, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Especially after his niece was accepted as a personal disciple by a high-ranking expert of the Qing Mountain sect, the Hong family's influence had soared. In Pyongyang City, they practically did as they pleased. Who would dare not give him face? I'll grind your bones to dust and flay your skin from your flesh. Enemy rage level detected. Keep up the good work. Feng didn't take second master's threat seriously at all. It's actually a bit of a shame. It seems this trick won't be effective against people anymore. A 5th level Qi refining cultivator can already block it, and those with higher cultivation will probably dodge it easily. However, Feng didn't dwell on it too much. He had plenty of other ways to annoy people. This was just one of many. Still running without turning his head, he added, What? Is it not fresh enough for you? You should be grateful you have something to eat at all. Stop being so picky. You little thief, with your sharp tongue you're asking for death. Then come over here and kill me. Don't you dare run away if you've got the guts. I ran because I'm no match for you. If I were capable, I'd have killed you long ago. Second master was momentarily speechless, feeling that the other party actually made a valid point. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the martial world for using such despicable tactics? I'm not afraid. I never had any integrity to begin with. Feng declared righteously, not feeling the slightest bit ashamed. You. Second master was at a loss for words and could only chase after him in silent fury. Yet in his heart, he grew increasingly astonished. How could he, at the 5th level of Qi refining, fail to catch up to this brat? Could he possess some high-tier movement technique? At this thought, second master's heart burned even hotter with desire. His own movement technique was practically a dime a dozen, barely reaching mid-grade at the yellow tier. Young man, as long as you hand over the footwork manual, I can promise to let you go and clear up the misunderstanding between you and our Hong family. I am Hong Zhenqing, the younger brother of the Hong family head. I certainly have the authority to do this. Tan Feng responded with delighted surprise. Really? If you don't keep your word, you're a dog. Hong Zhenqing gritted his teeth and said, It's true. If I can't do it, I'm a dog. Is Hong Tuo that kind-hearted? Tan Feng looked utterly surprised. What's it got to do with him? Hong Zhenqing was quite astonished. He had no idea what was going on. He just rushed out when he heard there were enemies, thinking Tan Feng was there to steal something. Tan Feng leaped onto a civilian house, his steps never pausing. I crushed his manhood into mush. How could he possibly forgive me? Are you his father? Why would he listen to you like that? What did you say? Hong Zhenqing's head buzzed. Hong Tuo was the eldest brother's only son and the blood brother of his niece, who had joined the Qinshang sect. Such a deep grudge could never be reconciled. Are you messing with me? Hong Zhenqing's face darkened with fury. Isn't it obvious? Enemy's rage detected rising again, liver aching faintly. Hong Zhenqing's face flushed crimson as he gnashed his teeth. You're asking for death. I beg you, hurry up and kill me. Hong Zhenqing fell silent and sprinted forward with his head down, realizing this sharp-tongued brat was someone he couldn't gain any advantage over. Tan Feng didn't bother to respond when he saw this. Tonight's harvest is almost enough, and his strength is nearing its limit. He decides to call it a day. Tan Feng began heading towards another mansion in the city, which was also no good. Along the way, Tan Feng deliberately ran toward areas with houses, jumping up and down. His cloud stepping technique gave him an advantage in this regard, but Hong Zhenqing, who was following behind, was exhausted, and the distance between them widened again. Spotting the wall of the Mu residence, Tan Feng accelerated and scaled it in just a few steps. Seeing that no one was paying attention inside for the moment, he immediately used the invisibility technique, ran forward more than 10 meters, and climbed over the wall again to get out. At this very moment, Hong Zhenqing had just climbed over the wall to enter and completely failed to notice that Tan Feng, who had used the invisibility technique, had already left the Mu residence. Who's there? Hong Zhenqing's movements were much noisier than Tan Feng's, immediately drawing the attention of the Mu residence guards, who surrounded him. Dog thief! Get the hell out here! Hong Zhenqing roared as he lost track of Tan Feng. At this moment, Tan Feng couldn't be bothered with the affairs of the Mu family or Hong Zhenqing. After leaving the Mu residence, he headed toward dark and secluded areas. In this era, there were no streetlights, and most areas were pitch black. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Tan Feng maintained his invisibility as he headed toward the Hong residence. Who would have thought he'd be so fearless, escaping only to return? The Hong residence was already in complete chaos at this moment. Hong Zhenlin stared with bloodshot eyes at Hong Tuo's mutilated lower body. How is he? Can he still be saved? He struggled to contain his rage, his burly frame trembling slightly. Lord Hong, my humble skills are insufficient to treat this, the physician replied, unable to hide his terror. Trash! Hong Zhenlin kicked out violently. If the doctor hadn't been somewhat useful, he would likely have been kicked to death already. My son! Who did this? I'll slaughter their entire family, grind their bones to dust. No. First I'll make their whole family serve as slaves. Hong Tuo's mother, Madame Hong Ling, viciously cursed with venomous spite. Where are they? Still not found. Hong Zhenlin roared like an enraged lion. Master, second master has already taken men to capture them. My lord, we must not let the murderer go unpunished. Who in all of Pingyang City doesn't fear the Hong family? Who dares to oppose the Hong family? Lin Er has even been accepted as a disciple by Elder Yuanshu of the Qinshan sect, a mighty cultivator at the late foundation establishment stage. Who would dare to be her enemy? Madame Hong Lin's eyes were swollen from crying, her face filled with venomous resentment, her hatred for the murderer growing ever deeper. That little bastard dares to provoke the mighty. It seems his entire family has a death wish. Though their tour had committed countless evils and taken many lives, so what? They were just a bunch of ants. How could they compare to a single hair on their precious tour's head? In her eyes, her daughter's master was a towering figure. Who would dare offend her Hong family? Have you found out who it was? Hong Zhenling held up the heads of Wang Kai and Wang Ergo, asking Wang Sango, Sango, are these your brothers? Wang Sango's expression was complicated. Yes. Tell me everything you know. Wang Sango didn't dare to hide anything and spilled everything in detail. He left nothing out, including how Hong Tuo had Tan Feng dragged out of Pingyang City and beaten in the wilderness for not greeting him, then set dogs on Tan Feng. The people present didn't find anything amiss, as if Hong Tuo's wrongdoing had long been the norm. So, the murderer is this brat? Hong Zhenling gnashed his teeth in anger. Father, that brat is already dead. The one seeking revenge is his younger brother. His name is Tan Erfeng, and the one who died was Tan Feng. Hong Tuo endured the excruciating pain, gritting his teeth as he spoke these words, his eyes filled with resentment. Crying out, Father, you must avenge me. Capture him alive. I want to torture him to death slowly. Tuor, don't worry, I won't let him get away with this, Hong Zhenling said, tears streaming from his tiger-like eyes. Then, noticing something unusual in Wang Kai and Wang Ergo's mouths, he pulled out a white piece of paper with the word wind written on it from each of them. How could Hong Zhenling tolerate such a sight? He slammed the table abruptly and roared furiously, Tan Erfeng, you've gone too far. I swear I'll kill you. Dad, don't kill him. Keep him alive for me to torture. Hong Tuo protested. Killing Tan Erfeng outright would be letting him off too easily. Hong Zhenling's imposing manner faltered upon hearing this. At this moment, Tan Feng had already sneaked back into the Hong residence. The place was in complete chaos, with most people out searching for him. Who would have expected him to return? Using his invisibility technique, he went unnoticed and found a secluded, uninhabited house to settle into. It wasn't particularly dirty, so Tan Feng didn't mind and casually sat down cross-legged. System, where's my reward? Congratulations, host. You've received 500 purple coins. Congratulations, host. You've received 200 B points. How come it's only 500 purple coins? Did you pocket some for yourself? Do you know how hard I've been working out there? Last time, a Chi refinement level 2 guy named Ergo got 150 purple coins all by himself. This time was way more dangerous, and there were way more people involved. How come the payout is so low? Last time, you were really close to the target, and most importantly, you pissed him off so much he spat blood twice. That's why you got 150 purple coins. This time, even though there were more people, most of them were far away and not very strong. The only one stronger than you was that Chi refinement level 5 guy, who was close by and got so angry his liver ate. He alone contributed over 400 purple coins. As for the B points you got, most of them came from you crushing the target's family jewels. So, you should at least have some B points awareness in your heart. Alright, I really don't have any sense of proportion. After saying that, he opened the mall of the Death Wish system. The Death Wish system mainly sells various physiques and rare treasures, as well as some cultivation techniques and elixirs. However, Tan Feng doesn't plan to use his sense of proportion to buy cultivation techniques or elixirs from the Death Wish system. Instead, he intends to save up to purchase physiques or rare treasures. The escape system also sells elixirs and cultivation techniques, but it doesn't offer physical constitutions or rare treasures. So his plan is to use escape coins to buy techniques, elixirs, and equipment. As for the Death Wish system's points, he'll spend them on constitutions and rare treasures. System: what's my current constitution? Trash constitution, about the same as an ordinary person. Even with an earth-ranked cultivation technique, you'll never reach the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime without a miracle, the system said lazily. That can't be right. But I went from chi refining level 2 to level 3 in just one night of cultivation yesterday, Feng said, somewhat disbelieving. That's because your technique is good, plus the system helped you get started. Reluctantly, Feng accepted the truth and then shifted the blame. It must be the original owner's weak constitution that hindered my extraordinary comprehension. Speaking of which, wasn't there a reward before that could boost cultivation? How about giving me a cultivation boosting reward next time? That was just a beginner's gift pack, to prevent you from being too weak to show off. But I'm still weak now. It's fine. At chi refining level 3, you can already show off a little. Besides, you're not afraid of death, so what's there to worry about? Feng stopped paying attention to the system and began considering which constitution to purchase. Looking at the mall, he saw constitutions priced as high as tens of thousands or even more, along with various eyes and bones. In the end, he settled on the ethereal body, priced at B points, which was exactly what he had. It was suitable for cultivating all types of spells, with robust and resilient meridians, making it excellent for both combat and cultivation. This physique would probably get him directly accepted as a disciple by the sect leader if he went to the Green Mountain sect. Of course, he had no intention of joining the Green Mountain sect. System: if I buy this physique now and later purchase a better one, wouldn't the original one become useless? Correct. Is there a problem with that? Where did the original constitution go? It's been abolished. That was also bought with my money, so I should have the final say in how it's handled. So what do you want? The system knew it couldn't hide the truth anymore. I want you to buy it back at the original price. Impossible. Don't even think about it. The system screamed. Then I won't buy it. Fine. I'll buy it back at most 50% of the original price, which you can directly deduct when purchasing a new constitution. The system's tone was full of reluctance. No way. 80%. 80%? Do it yourself then. I won't. Take it or leave it. The system replied grumpily. Fine. 50-50 it is. What can I say? I treat you like a brother. Feng knew when to stop pushing his luck. Truth be told, he was genuinely grateful to the Death Wish system. Without it, he'd either be dead by now or enslaved by the runaway system. Humph, that's more like it. Feng immediately spent 2 B points to purchase the ethereal body. In an instant, he felt as if he had swapped into a new body. His previously sluggish body became light and agile, and the flow of true essence through his meridians became much smoother. He became increasingly sensitive to the free-flowing spiritual energy in the air. Without further delay, Feng switched to the escape system store. For now, he didn't need cultivation techniques or movement skills. What mattered most were elixirs and equipment. Equipment could wait. Purchasing elixirs for cultivation took priority. There's no rush to buy equipment until it's needed. Why purchase now only to find it unsuitable after a few days of cultivation and a breakthrough in realm? Wouldn't that be a waste? Spend 100 purple coins to purchase a bottle of chi gathering pills. These are elixirs used by chi refining stage cultivators. System-produced items are guaranteed to be top-tier. All of these chi gathering pills are of supreme quality. A bottle contained 10 pills, and Feng poured out one crystal-clear elixir. With just a glance, he swallowed it directly. Immediately, he activated the evergreen technique. In an instant, the pill transformed into pure spiritual energy that flowed into his meridians, requiring almost no refinement. The ethereal constitution of Feng's body made his meridians completely unafraid, swiftly controlling the flow of spiritual energy. When dawn broke the next day, Feng had already reached the 4th level of qi refining. A small portion of the medicinal potency remained unrefined within his body, but since the energy was gentle, it didn't hinder his movements. "Have you still not found him?" In the main hall, Hong Zhenlin's roar was like a tiger's growl echoing through the mountains, terrifying everyone present into trembling. After a fruitless night of searching, Hong Zhenqing also returned to the Hong residence. The previous night, he had injured several of the Mu family's servants at the Mu residence, prompting a steward to intervene. Recognizing him as the second master of the Hong family, the steward immediately realized the situation was delicate. In the end, it was the head of the Mu family who appeared. After Hong Zhenqing stated his purpose, the Mu family, under the oppressive might of the Hong family, had no choice but to agree to the search. Hong Zhenqing soon realized that he wouldn't find the culprit, as by then, the perpetrator had likely already fled the Mu residence. He had even suspected whether the culprit was someone from the Mu family, but that didn't make sense. Why would the killer run into the Mu residence right in front of him? Having spent many years in the martial world, Hong Zhenqing understood that searching the Mu residence was largely pointless. Besides, it was the eldest brother's son who was crippled, not his own son. He had nothing to lose, but continuing the search would mean offending the Mu family himself. So he hastily left the Mu residence. "Eldest brother, that kid got away last night." Hong Zhenqing spoke cautiously, feeling somewhat intimidated upon hearing Hong Zhenlin's words. First, his elder brother was at the 6th level of qi refinement, one level higher than himself, and second, the father's status was elevated by his daughter's achievements. Most importantly, his son had been crippled. Who knew what he might do in his rage? Hong Zhenlin stared fixedly at Hong Zhenqing and said word by word, "Second brother, are you useless?" Hong Zhenqing was startled inwardly, but he dared not show the slightest hint on his face. "What do you mean, brother? You're at the 5th level of qi refining and can't even catch a 3rd level cultivator. What are you if not trash? Big brother, you don't understand. That kid's footwork is incredibly skilled. I'd guess it's at least Xian grade," Hong Zhenqing quickly explained. Hong Zhenlin ignored his younger brother and instead shouted, "Who was guarding the young master yesterday? Step forward." The guards who had been on duty protecting Hong Chuo the previous night had already been brought forward. Several people quickly knelt on the ground. "Spare us, master. Please investigate wisely, master. It was the young master who told us to stay away." Yes. It was the young master who, that's why he told us to get lost. It's been like this for years." Hong Zhenlin was even more enraged upon hearing this. His son would never have that function again, and they still dared to see such things here. He wouldn't have a grandson to hold in the future either. Should he try to have another child while he is still young? Speaking of this, Hong Zhenlin was genuinely tempted. Drag them out and behead them. Whether they could reproduce or not was a matter for later. First, they had to execute these useless failures who couldn't accomplish anything. The qi refining 2nd layer cultivator was also among them, but dared not resist, knowing it would be futile and only invite the most brutal torture. "Search the entire city, leave no stone unturned. Grab that little bastard, I'm gonna skin him alive." As night fell, Feng ended his cultivation session. Throughout the day, he had either been cultivating or studying several techniques. The evergreen art, invisibility technique, cloud stepping stride, and the profound slaughter swordplay. The profound instant sword technique was a mid-grade profound tier sword technique that Feng purchased for 80 purple coins. At this moment, Feng was holding a flawless, snow-white sword that exuded a chilling aura. 2 fingers wide, with a blade over 2 feet long. This was the Frostblade sword, which cost Feng 50 purple coins. He was practicing the profound thunder sword technique. Purchasing the sword technique naturally granted him entry-level proficiency, but mere entry level was far from what Feng desired. Feng lowered his voice and slowed his movements, all to avoid causing too much commotion. After all, this was the enemy's stronghold. Even though the movements had slowed down, each strike and stance remained sharp and fierce, sending chills down one's spine. Feng sheathed his sword and closed his eyes in contemplation. With the improvement in his physique, he felt his comprehension had also increased significantly. In his mind, he reflected on the gains and losses during his sword practice. After a moment, he opened his eyes again. It's getting dark, almost time to move. By now, the sun had long set behind the western mountains, and night had fallen. Now, with the cultivation level at the 4th layer of qi refining, the invisibility technique was much more effective than before. Sneaking all the way, furtively, he was the first to find the kitchen. After all, some members of the Feng family would have late-night snacks, and at this time, many cooks were busy in the kitchen. Feng took the opportunity to steal some delicacies while they weren't paying attention. He had originally planned to add some laxatives, but upon reflection, these cooks had no grudge against him, and some might even have been forcibly brought to the Feng family. Adding laxatives would only harm them. Finding a secluded corner, Feng devoured all the stolen food. No one could have imagined that the sworn enemy of the Feng family had actually spent a day living in the home residence, even dining on their food. The invisibility technique works wonders against ordinary people. Feng couldn't help but marvel. Feng also cherished the invisibility technique, knowing it might be ineffective against more advanced cultivators in the future. Take advantage of it while you can, and cause more trouble for others. Feng wore an expression of sorrow and compassion. Since we're already here, how can we leave empty-handed? Taking advantage of the night, he once again made his way to Hong Tuo's residence, familiar with the route. Although there were over 10 additional guards stationed around, it was clear that the security wasn't particularly tight. After all, most of the manpower has already been dispatched to search for the person. Hong Zhenling had heard about yesterday's events and already knew that the killer didn't intend to take Hong Tuo's life. So the number of guards protecting Hong Tuo isn't particularly large. Besides, is that guy named Feng tired of living? A mere 3rd level qi refining cultivator daring to break into the Hong mansion even once was already an act of extraordinary courage. To attempt it again after succeeding once, does he really have a death wish? Only at the 3rd level of qi refining, entering would mean certain death. No one expected Feng to truly be unafraid of death. Now, he had reached the 4th level of qi refining and even possessed the art of invisibility. If he lacked any one of these 3, he wouldn't have succeeded tonight. Gradually approaching Hong Tuo's room, Feng understood it was impossible to enter without making a sound. We have to force our way through. With the frost sword in hand, Feng immediately dispelled his invisibility spell and unleashed the full power of his cloud stepping technique, charging straight toward a weak point. It was a tightly shut window, guarded by 2 sentinels. One was an ordinary person, the other at the 2nd level of qi refinement. Before they could react, he thrust his sword at the qi refining 2nd layer cultivator. The qi refining 2nd layer cultivator barely had time to raise his sword before his throat was sealed with a single strike. Feng couldn't be bothered with the other guard, slashing open the window with a single sword stroke and leaping inside. Enemy attack! Protect the young master! Feng's first glance upon entering the room fell upon Hong Tuo lying on the bed with his eyes closed. Good heavens, he was the only one in the entire room. Hearing the commotion, Hong Tuo also looked over. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It turned out to be Tan Feng, who had unexpectedly burst into tears. The reason he was alone in the room was that he had driven everyone else out. Regardless of gender, as long as someone was in the room, he felt they were laughing at him. In the blink of an eye, Tan Feng rushed toward Hong Tuo the moment he entered the door. Miss Hong, long time no see. Tan Feng smiled at Hong Tuo and asked, Is it more convenient for you to squat or stand right now? Even as he spoke, his legs didn't stop moving, and he delivered another kick. This time, he only kicked once after all. Too many kicks would hurt. It is wrong to build one's own happiness on the suffering of others, but given Tan Feng's character, he actually enjoys it. Ah! Blood immediately gushed from Hong Tuo's crotch. Perhaps worried about aggravating the wound, Hong Tuo was actually wearing a skirt. Ignoring Hong Tuo's wails, Tan Feng lifted the hem of the skirt. Ha! Miss Hong, is it your time of the month? After speaking, he pulled out a packet of red powder. No problem, this chili powder can disinfect and relieve pain. Hong Tuo was so startled that he forgot to cry, screaming, No, please don't. I beg you. Is this bastard out of his mind? How can this thing relieve pain? Tan Feng paid no attention and poured it all down without hesitation. Hong Tuo's wails immediately pierced the sky, and after struggling a few times, he passed out from the pain. Ah, so menstrual cramps are this terrifying. Tan Feng shook his head and sighed lightly. That doesn't hurt, every month is easy. Stop! The guards outside finally rushed in, and the moment they entered, they saw this horrifying scene. Remember this, I'm the crotch-kicking expert Hong Tuo, you're truly nuts. Tan Feng didn't dare linger and immediately turned to leave. The lead guard, at Qi Refining Level 3, couldn't stop Tan Feng, who was determined to escape. Tan Feng didn't stay any longer, nor did he plan to farm any runner coins. These are all ordinary people without cultivation or low-level cultivators, so they can't generate much purple coins. Moreover, with so many people outside the home residence now, if things drag on and the crowd surrounds the place, even with invisibility, escaping would be difficult. It might even expose the secret of his ability to resurrect. He effortlessly scaled the wall of the home residence and dashed into the darkness. After activating his invisibility technique, he headed straight for the Mu residence. He planned to spend the night at the Mu residence. System, where's my reward? Congratulations, host. You've received 30 Pao Pao coins and 50 B points. Only 50? Tan Feng was quite dissatisfied. 50 is already good enough. You've already stepped on him once. If he hadn't passed out from the pain in the end, you'd probably only get 30. Alright. After all, it was obtained through Hong Tuo's suffering, so we must not disdain his efforts. Round coins, 300. B points, 50. Tan Feng looked at the balance and nodded in satisfaction. Hong Tuo, you've really worked hard. Get some good rest, and I'll buy some sunflower seeds and chili peppers to visit you when I have time. Slap! Hong Zhenlin slammed his hand on the table. Bastards! What the hell are you all doing? Ha! Hong Zhenlin was about to explode with anger. That Tan Erfeng actually barged into the home residence again and even kicked his own son once more. But there was clearly nothing left there. What hatred, what grudge? That's just a madman. Is there something wrong with his brain? Investigate for me. Find out how he got in. How could no one notice him? And you all, you were clearly guarding the door, yet you still let him slip in. The security at the Mu residence was even more lax, allowing Tan Feng to effortlessly find a room and settle in. It turned out to be a boudoir. Upon entering the room, a faint fragrance wafted through the air, lifting Tan Feng's spirits. Exclaiming his luck, he dared not light a lamp and immediately began cultivating on the bed. Throughout the night, Feng felt as if divine aid accompanied his cultivation, making remarkable progress. It wasn't until dawn the next day that sunlight streamed in. Feng stared blankly at the women's clothing hanging in the room, which was twice his size, his face darkening. Yet in his heart, he secretly felt relieved that he hadn't acted recklessly last night, grateful that the system had kept watch, or else he might have truly let himself go. Ha ha ha, never thought you'd be into this. The system laughed wildly. Feng didn't dare to say more on this topic and remained silent. Such a small frame, yet with such grand ambitions. Impressive, truly impressive. The system's snarky mocking voice never stopped. Feng silently restored the room to its original state and left, closing the door behind him. If time could be reversed, he would never have entered this room. No, he wouldn't even have stepped into the Mu residence. This Mu residence is nothing but a curse. Damn it, I haven't dared to argue with the system lately. Master, we've found out that 10 Earthful must have stayed at the home residence yesterday. What? What did you say? Hong Zhenlin couldn't believe his ears. Master, we discovered quite a few footprints near the unused west wing. Upon entering, we found signs that someone must have stayed there yesterday. That 10 Earthful must have been the one who stayed inside. Bastards, all useless. What good are you to me? Hong Zhenlin's fury soared to the heavens. His face flushed crimson as he hurled a teacup directly at the butler's forehead. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? The Hong family had been rising steadily in recent years. When had they ever endured such disgrace? Today, they had actually been toyed with by a mere chi-refining third-level brat. A moment later, Hong Zhenlin's expression turned calm, his tone as placid as an ancient well. Find him for me, no matter the cost. Yes. Feng left the Mu residence and took the opportunity to change into a long gown, dispelling his invisibility spell. The ethereal body allowed him to almost completely conceal the fluctuations of his spells. Now, as long as one's cultivation level isn't significantly higher than his own, no one can tell he possesses any cultivation at all. He appears just like an ordinary person. Finding a tavern, Feng sat down and ordered a pot of wine along with a few side dishes to go with it. Although the city is currently on high alert, it doesn't mean everyone dares not to step outside. The bolder ones still go out after all. They're only arresting cultivators, not them, right? Those with some background connections aren't afraid either. Although they dare not confront the Hong family directly, it doesn't mean the Hong family can kill people at will. Even if someone from the Hong family has entered the Qinshan sect, distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. If they truly anger the major families in the city, they might as well perish together and let the Qinshan sect come collect the bodies. Feng silently listened to all the information. What's going on with the Hong family these past 2 days? I heard someone broke into the Hong family and injured Hong Chuo. Hee, I have some insider information. Rumor has it wasn't just an injury. Oh, Brother Mu, don't keep us in suspense. You're making us all curious. Brother Mu leaned in with a mysterious smile and whispered, I heard Hong Chuo's family jewels were kicked to pieces. Tisk. This. Brother Mu, is the information reliable? Doesn't this situation look familiar? Brother Mu didn't answer directly, pointing outside instead. If you put it that way, it really does seem similar. I heard the killer struck again last night. Hong Chuo took another hit. Tisk. This murderer truly fears no death. This calls for a hearty drink. This. I recall the Hong family's ancestral worship ceremony is in a few days, isn't it? Indeed, I wonder how the Hong family will explain this to their ancestors. Ha ha, I'm really looking forward to that day. Several people wore expressions of schadenfreude, as they held no goodwill towards the Hong family. Han family ancestral worship. Tan Feng's expression shifted as he gave a sinister smile. Hee, it's going to be fun then. Tan Feng already had a rough plan in mind this time. He was determined to pull off something big. After eating and drinking his fill, Tan Feng also packed some food to take away. He also managed to find out the location of the Han family's ancestral graves, which was practically common knowledge in Pingyang City, so gathering the information was difficult. His inquiries didn't attract any attention either, as the Han family invited local dignitaries to witness their ancestral rites every year. Leaving the tavern, outside there were frequent patrols from the Han family, occasionally barging into civilian homes to search. Sometimes they would stop suspicious individuals, and if the suspicion was significant, they would directly arrest them. A passing Han family qi refining first layer cultivator glanced at Tan Feng, but didn't bother to question him further. He couldn't discern the exact strength of the high-level cultivator, but the cultivator also couldn't appear completely ordinary in front of him. Even when suppressing their aura, there would still be slight fluctuations of true energy. Unless they were at the 8th or 9th level of qi refining, or even foundation establishment. If the killer had that kind of strength, why would they need to hide? I heard the killer is only at the 3rd level of qi refining. Tan Feng remained completely calm, but he understood that if the Han family still couldn't catch anyone today, the search tomorrow would undoubtedly become even stricter. Later, there might even be a situation where they'd rather kill the wrong person than let anyone go. The Han family was fully capable of such actions. In just 2 short days, Pingyang City had already been thrown into chaos, with many ordinary citizens affected by the turmoil. Tan Feng also felt somewhat guilty, as this matter had indeed originated because of him. Night time. The moonlight flowed like water, casting a silvery glow over Pingyang City. Tan Feng emerged from a secluded corner, concealing his figure as he headed toward the city gate. The city gate was brightly lit and heavily guarded. No fewer than 20 people were stationed near the gate, including 2 at the 3rd level of qi refinement. However, the so-called tight security is only effective against ordinary people. Even a qi refining 3rd level cultivator couldn't force their way in. But for Tan Feng, who possessed qi refining 4th level cultivation, the cloud treading step, and the invisibility technique, this was no dragon's den or tiger's lair. In an instant, Tan Feng dropped his invisibility and fully activated the cloud treading step. Dressed in black martial attire, he shot out from the shadows like a black eagle. Before the guards could even register their shock, he had already planted a foot on the head of a qi refining 2nd level guard. With a slight push from his toes, he soared toward the stairs of the city wall. Enemies ahead. Stop him. It's Tan Feng. Don't let him escape. The guard shouted out and hurried forward to stop him. In the blink of an eye, Tan Feng stepped onto the stairs without pausing, his movements light and agile as he twisted and leaped. He completely ignored the guards along the way, dodging everyone he could. Die! A qi refining 3rd layer guard happened to be stationed on this side of the stairs and raised his sword to block Tan Feng. Tan Feng saw there was no way to dodge and had no choice but to unleash his full power. Boom! The guard at the 3rd level of qi refinement only felt an immense force transmitted through the sword, and in haste, he couldn't help but stagger back several steps. 4th level of qi refinement. Once they clashed, Tan Feng's true cultivation level was completely exposed. Tan Feng remained silent. By now, he had already reached the top of the city wall. Without any hesitation to engage in battle, he immediately turned and headed toward the opposite side of the wall. With a single leap, he jumped off the city wall and landed outside the city. Ha ha, Han family, Tan Feng, will definitely be back. After saying this, he fled. Outside the city walls, he dared not run recklessly with others until after all, they wouldn't show him any martial courtesy. What should I do if a group of people on horseback are chasing me? Chase! Hurry up and chase! The guards inside the city were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. After all, 10 Feng had escaped right under their noses, and if blame were to fall later, none of them could bear the responsibility. But when they opened the city gates, where was there any trace of 10 Feng? By this time, 10 Feng had already activated his cloud stepping technique, leaving behind footprints so faint they were nearly imperceptible at least to ordinary people. After all, the wilderness is so vast, how could it be so easily found? To avoid being tracked by the dogs, he even stopped by a river midway to bathe, stowed his original clothes in his storage space, and then changed into a brand new robe before continuing his journey. Along the way, he also used his ethereal body to minimize any lingering traces of his presence. Under the twinkling stars and the hazy night, 10 Feng walked through the forested wilderness. At this moment, he felt a sudden sense of aimlessness in this world. Didn't he even have a place to call home? Half an hour later, he found a cave. The high mountains and dense forests made it an ideal hiding spot. The cave entrance was densely covered with vines, and if not for 10 Feng's sharp eyes, it would have gone unnoticed. An opening no larger than a person was concealed by a tangle of intricate vines. To avoid leaving any traces, 10 Feng carefully parted the vines and slipped inside. The entrance of the cave had almost returned to its original state, making it impossible for anyone to suspect that someone was still hidden inside. The interior of the cave was pitch black, and it wasn't until 10 Feng lit a torch that he could finally see the scenery inside. The cave was quite spacious, covering an area of about 20 to 30 square meters, with stone walls and floor. 10 Feng breathed a sigh of relief, as this meant he no longer needed to search for another place. There was nothing but a small puddle in the low-lying corner. No remains of past masters, no peerless techniques, nor any spiritual spring of heaven and earth. Without a care, he found a clean spot to sit cross-legged and meditate. After extinguishing the torch, he immediately began his cultivation, not caring in the slightest about the chaos in Pingyang City and the Han family. 3 days later, the sun reached its zenith. Inside the cave, sword light gleamed coldly. Frost sword was as swift as the wind and as fierce as thunder. 10 Feng darted and dodged within the confined space, every move and stance brimming with lethal intent. With the aid of elixirs and the evergreen technique, he has now reached the 5th level of Qi refining, and his profound thunder sword technique has also achieved minor mastery. Due to being hunted down multiple times, his flowing cloud steps have now reached the minor mastery level as well. At present, both his combat prowess and escape abilities have improved, and his capacity for stirring up trouble has significantly increased. He is confident in escalating the events to come and expanding his endeavors to greater heights. It's been quiet for a few days. Perhaps Pingyang City has already forgotten about someone like me. Tomorrow is the Han family's ancestral worship day. Given my life and death friendship with the Han family, I naturally have to prepare generous gifts. Can't let people say I don't know etiquette. Scanning the cave one last time, 10 Feng's eyes revealed a trace of reluctance. These 3 days were probably the most peaceful and stable days I've had since coming to this world. Perhaps I will never return to this place again. It can only remain in my memories. But 10 Feng also knew that ever since he embarked on this path of cultivation, the thing that might accompany him the most in this lifetime would be farewells, eternal farewells. It could be people, or perhaps even things. His immortality also destined him to endure such experiences for a very, very long time, perhaps until the day he no longer cares about any of it, or perhaps until the day he becomes numb to it all. With a long sigh, 10 Feng turned and walked out of the cave. He tried his best not to harm anything in the cave and to leave everything unchanged. Standing outside the cave, 10 Feng gazed silently at the entrance, which seemed exactly the same as when he first arrived. After a deep glance, he turned and walked away without hesitation. Perhaps this is the emotional journey an ordinary person must undergo when embarking on the path of cultivation. He came from among mortals, yet he knew not where his end lay. The gentle breeze rustled through the mountain forest, swaying the branches and leaves as well as Tenfeng's long hair, yet it could not blow away his sorrow. Perhaps only stirring up trouble could make him forget his worries. Are you out of your mind? If you're sick in the head, go see a doctor. Why mess with me? The system's voice was filled with rage. If it weren't for its inability to act, it would have strangled Tenfeng without hesitation. Isn't storage space meant for storing things? Tenfeng looked utterly innocent. But are you storing actual things? The system roared. At that moment, Tenfeng was in a village outhouse, filling his storage space with filth. I'm storing it in the escape system's storage space. What are you panicking about? Just think of it as the outhouse near your home. So many households in the world have outhouses. Why don't they react like this? You're just being dramatic. You think I'm being petty? Then tell them to tear down their own outhouses and spread that stuff on the pits. Tenfeng suddenly understood. Oh, I get it. Don't worry. Next time I'll buy a big vat to store it. You still think there'll be a next time? If the system had blood, it would probably be vomiting it by now. Tenfeng ignored the system. How can someone destined for greatness be bogged down by trivialities? And you, a mighty system, are hung up on manure. Having collected enough, Tenfeng turned and left without hesitation. The filth in the latrine had noticeably diminished. That very day, rumors spread through the village about a thief stealing night soil, sparking outrage among many villagers. This was valuable stuff. It could boost crop yields, yet someone had the audacity to steal it. Who on earth could be so utterly devoid of conscience? For a time, the dung thieves were universally condemned. By now, Tenfeng had arrived at Hong Mountain. This was the location of the Hong family ancestral graves. Originally, the mountain wasn't called Hong Mountain, but in recent years, as the Hong family's influence grew significantly, they directly changed the mountain's name. The Hong family's domineering nature is evident here. Hong Mountain is located more than 30 miles north of Pingyang City. The Hong family only stationed 2 ordinary people at the foot of the mountain to occasionally check on the ancestral graves. Deploying more would be a waste of manpower. Besides, given the Hong family's influence, who would dare to target their ancestral graves? Disturbing ancestral graves means a fight to the death. No one would do something so offensive with no benefit unless they were out of their mind. Look, Tenfeng is exactly that kind of person. He waited at the foot of the mountain until late at night, only starting to move when the guards fell asleep. The 2 guards had almost no vigilance. After all, after years of guarding, they had never seen anyone cause trouble. They went to sleep early and slept soundly. Tenfeng used his invisibility technique to stealthily ascend the mountain. The Hong family ancestral tomb was built halfway up the mountainside, grand and imposing. A nearly 1,000 square meter plaza, its ground paved with stone slabs each measuring 1 meter square. At the front of the plaza stood a 3-meter high tombstone, inscribed with the names of the buried. In front of the tombstone stands a 3-meter long stone altar with an incense burner. On either side are several thick stone pillars, carved with various birds and beasts, alongside even longer and wider stone tables. Behind the tombstone lies a grayish-white burial mound. Quite the grand display. I wonder if there are any treasures inside. Tenfeng pondered silently, but it wasn't appropriate to dig up the grave. The commotion would be too great, and there might not be enough time. The Hong family couldn't have made no preparations at all. However, he hadn't come to dig up the grave. Immediately, he pried up the 2 stone slabs in front of the incense table, took out a hoe and shovel, and got to work. The next day, early in the morning, the entire Hong residence was bustling with activity. Today is the day of the Hong family's ancestral worship. Although the commotion caused by Feng a few days ago had thrown everything into chaos, things gradually returned to normal as the days passed. The people of Pingyang City and the servants of the Hong residents were almost the same as usual. The only difference was that there were many more topics of gossip. Some were gossiping that Hong Chuo wasn't a real man, while others mocked the Hong family as useless, saying Feng had entered the Hong residence twice without being caught and even stayed there for a day, truly a bold move by a master of his craft. Others claimed Feng had been captured in the wild and brutally killed. Opinions varied widely. Meanwhile, the servants of the Hong household had been working in constant fear lately. The master, the mistress, and the young master were all prone to fits of rage, striking or killing anyone who displeased them. Hong Chuo felt life was not worth living every day, while Madame Hong Ling wept daily, cursing from time to time and sometimes even tormenting maids to vent her pent-up frustration. Meanwhile, Hong Zhenling had strength but nowhere to direct it. Feng had vanished without a trace after fleeing Pingyang City, leaving him with little hope of ever avenging his loss in this lifetime. He had originally planned to father another child while still young, but Madame Hong Lin's low spirits made her completely uncooperative. Left with no choice, he turned to a maid to sow his seed. Unexpectedly, when Madame Hong Ling found out, she immediately threw the maid into a well. Seeing that Hong Linshe had also been immersed in grief recently, Hong Zhenling didn't dwell on it and immediately busied himself with the ancestral worship preparations. By noon, everything was ready. Hong Zhenling and Hong Zhenqing rode tall horses at the front. Behind them followed a large and imposing crowd. Someone was beating gongs and drums, others were holding high the banners of the Hong family, and even more people were carrying various offerings. As they moved forward, more and more people joined the procession. Along the way, all were those invited to witness the ceremony. The procession stretched like a long dragon, and no one dared to block their path, continuously making way for them. Those who had mocked the Hong family for days once again witnessed its dominance. The city gates were wide open, and the area around them had long been cleared. Even the city lord dared not offend the Hong family lightly. Although the imperial court did not fear the Hong family nor even necessarily the Qin Shang sect, it would not risk offending the Qin Shang sect over a minor city lord like him. The Hong family also understood that the imperial court might not truly fear the Qin Shang sect. Thus, they exercised some restraint within the city. Oppressing the common folk was tolerable, and killing a few now and then was acceptable, but large-scale slaughter was out of the question. The imperial court would likely not let them off the hook for that. That's why they had only sealed the city earlier, not daring to kill indiscriminately. Once out of the city gate, he headed straight north and soon arrived at Hong Mountain. Hong Zhenling looked at the ancestral graves halfway up the mountain with a gloomy expression, unsure how to explain himself to his ancestors. Forget it, just don't mention it. Share the good news, not the bad. The group ascended the mountain and stood together on the square. The servants dutifully arranged the offerings on the stone table and lit the incense and candles. Hong Zhenling stepped forward, frowning slightly as if detecting an unpleasant odor. Without paying it much mind, he continued forward, only to suddenly feel the stone slab beneath his feet give way slightly. The ancestral grave was just renovated a few years ago. How come the stone slab has already sunk? Hong Zhenling didn't think much of it. It's normal for things to sink after being exposed to wind and rain. Little did he expect the foul stench to return, even stronger than before. Which bastard reeks like this? Hong Zhenling's face showed disgust as he looked around but found nothing unusual. Suppressing his nausea, Hong Zhenling lit a stick of incense in the censer and then prepared to step back. At that moment, Hong Zhenqing also stepped forward, and the stone slab beneath his feet suddenly sank slightly. A foul stench followed immediately. What's that smell? Hong Zhenqing covered his nose. At the same time, those nearby also caught a whiff of the stench. What's that smell? It stinks so bad. It smells like a latrine. Hong Zhenqing's face darkened as he sniffed, realizing the odor seemed to be coming from beneath his feet. He lightly tapped the stone slab on the foot with his toe. Thud, thud. Empty? Hong Zhenqing didn't think much and immediately stomped down with force. Crack. Bang. The stone slab shattered. Hong Zhenqing's foot, which had used 80% of his strength, stepped into empty air and sank right in. Black sewage splashed out, covering both Hong Zhenqing and Hong Zhenling's bodies and faces. A foul stench assaulted their senses. Beneath the stone slab lay a pool of black water, filled with filth, the source of the unbearable stench. This! Hong Zhenqing froze, his left foot soaked in the black water. Hong Zhenling's face turned livid. He knew someone must be playing tricks behind this. With black water splashed on his face and hands, he hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to wipe it off. He tore off his outer garment and leaped to a servant who hadn't been splashed, yanking the latter's clothes to roughly wipe his face and hands. Hong Zhenqing did the same, even forcing a servant to take off his shoes for him. Who on earth did this? Everyone around was muttering in their hearts, but no one dared to make a sound, fearing the Hong brothers would vent their anger on them. Some non-Hong family members wanted to laugh but didn't dare show it on their faces. Who did this? Hong Zhenling wiped his face and asked through gritted teeth, still able to smell the foul stench on his face. Seeing no one respond, he spoke again. You cowardly rats, daring to act but not to admit it. If I find out who it is, no matter who, it's a fight to the death. I'll slaughter every last one of their kin. Kik, do you even have the skill for that? Tan Feng stepped forward. He had blended into the group when they ascended the mountain. So it was you, then? Hong Zhenling glared at Tan Feng, stepping closer, ready to strike at any moment. Hey, wait, I didn't say I did it. Tan Feng spread his hands. Hong Zhenling paused his steps, temporarily suppressing his urge to strike Tan Feng. The immediate priority was to find out who was responsible. Once identified, he would take this brat's life. No one had ever dared to mock Hong Zhenling. Big brother, this guy is Tan Erfeng. Hong Zhenqing now recognized Tan Feng's voice. Last time, his face had been covered, but today he wasn't wearing a mask, yet his voice gave him away. So he's Tan Erfeng. Is he the one who crippled Hong Tuo? Isn't he afraid of death? The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. So you're the one who attacked my son. Hong Zhenling spoke while running towards Tan Feng without stopping. The people in front quickly moved aside, though it was unclear whether they feared him or were simply repelled by his stench. Tan Feng kept retreating but said, Wait, don't you want to know who's behind today's incident? Hong Zhenling saw Tan Feng trying to flee and, genuinely curious about the mastermind, halted his steps. If you tell me, I can make it quick for you. Hearing this, Tan Feng also stopped and clasped his hands mockingly. Thanks, I really appreciate it, damn it. Then he slowly began to speak. I've seen this man before with striking sword-like brows and starry eyes, dashingly handsome, his cultivation unfathomably profound, and his character honest and reliable. He's the dream lover of young maidens. As for him, his eyes are like. Seeing him ramble on more and more absurdly, Hong Zhenling grew furious. Enough. Once I capture you, you'll naturally spill the truth. With that, he charged forward again, while the guards silently closed in from the sides. Tan Feng grew anxious at the sight. What's the rush? I haven't even finished speaking yet. So he put his hands on his hips and said proudly, That's me. Looking at Hong Zhenling with disdain, he said, Idiot, as stupid as your eunuch son. You're asking for death. Hong Zhenling was almost furious. This bastard first crippled his son, then messed with the ancestral grave, played tricks on him, and finally insulted both him and his son. Get him! The guards had already secretly surrounded Tan Feng, and Hong Zhenqing had also moved behind him. Tan Feng showed no fear at all. He had no intention of returning alive today. He drew the sword from his waist, which he had secretly borrowed from a guard earlier. Once he died, it would naturally be returned. Borrow and return. Borrow more and never return again. Hong Zhenlin charged forward with his blade, while the surrounding guards and Hong Zhenqing also rushed in, wielding various weapons. Tan Feng, exerting his full strength at the 5th level of qi refining, might be able to fight Hong Zhenlin, who was at the 6th level, to a standstill. But today, he had no intention of surviving, so there was no need to reveal his true strength. It would still be useful in the future. Clang! 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 Tan Feng dodged when he could and exchanged a few sword strikes when he couldn't. Using only the strength of the 4th level of qi refining, he utilized the cloud stepping technique to create distance between himself and Hong Zhenlin. But even so, after a short while, he was covered in wounds, as dealing with a group of guards and the 2 Hong brothers was no easy task. Seeing that the time was about right, Tan Feng spoke up, "Damn it. Even if I die, I won't let you off easy." Hearing this, the Hong family members thought he was about to fight desperately, and their attacks slowed slightly. "I want to die on your ancestor's tombstone, so I'll get a share every time you pay respects to them." Earlier, Tan Feng had been heading straight for the tombstone. As he spoke, he was already charging toward it. "Oh no, stop him!" Hong Zhenlin shouted, but he was several steps away from Tan Feng, too far to reach him in time. "My younger brother, Tan Sanfeng, will avenge me. Hong Tuo killed my eldest brother, and now you've killed me. The later we brothers were born, the stronger our talents. Ha ha, the Hong family is doomed. I want to set myself on fire here, so my ashes can merge with this grave." As soon as the words were spoken, he slammed his head against the tombstone. With a crack, a piece of the tombstone was chipped off. Tan Feng's skull split open, and his entire body burst into raging flames. A few seconds later, the flames vanished, leaving only a handful of ashes behind. How tragic! Of course, these weren't Tan Feng's ashes. They were what he had released from his storage space before his death. Damn it! Hong Zhenlin stared at the ashes, consumed by grief and fury. Even with Tan Feng dead, he felt no relief whatsoever. He wasn't mourning Tan Feng's death, but rather grieving over how easily he had died, so easily that he couldn't even whip the corpse. He got off too lightly. Hong Zhenqing also gritted his teeth in anger. "Take his ashes and feed them to the dogs." Hong Zhenlin snarled at the servants. "And clean up everything down here immediately. Big brother, should we still come here for ancestor worship in the future?" Hong Zhenqing recalled Tan Feng's words just now. "What? Aren't these your ancestors?" Hong Zhenlin was so angry that spittle flew as he pointed at the tombstone and cursed. "But that despicable Tan Erfeng is also buried here." Hong Zhenqing didn't dare say it out loud, only muttering in his heart. After cursing, Hong Zhenlin also realized the situation. Recalling Tan Feng's words earlier and the fact that he died here. What about ancestral worship in the future? We would kneel below, bowing toward this place. Here, a phrase about descendants there, a phrase about paying respects to ancestors. That Tan Erfeng is involved in this too, along with the tribute offerings. Hong Zhenlin grew angrier the more he thought about it, and he spat on the ashes at the base of the tombstone. "Be big brother." Hong Zhenqing looked terrified. Had his brother lost his mind? How dare he spit on their ancestor's tombstone? Hong Zhenlin quickly came to his senses, panicking internally but feigning composure. "Hurry up and get rid of these ashes. I just spat on them, now each of you has to spit on them too. When you're done, we'll feed them to the dogs." Hong Zhenqing asked in confusion, "Big brother, do dogs eat ashes?" Hong Zhenlin was taken aback and glared at him. "Can't you just mix in a pile of shit? Or are you a Pixiu? Only know how to eat but not shit?" Fortunately, Feng didn't know about this trick, otherwise he would definitely have replaced the ashes with those of Hong Zhengling's father. It would have been quite satisfying to tell him later. Let's find some time to discuss moving the ancestral grave to another location. Hong Zhengling whispered. By the way, big brother. That kid just mentioned he has another brother. Is this going to be a problem? Hong Zhenqing was a bit nervous, having been thoroughly traumatized by that scoundrel Tan Erfeng. Hong Zhengling's lips twitched as he replied, as long as he's not as shamelessly wicked as this one, it should be fine. Right now, he really wanted to slap his own foolish son. Why did he have to go and bully the elder brother? And even ended up killing him? System, where's my reward? Congratulations, host. You've earned 50 purple coins. Congratulations, host. You've truly outdone yourself in courting death. Your grave spews filth, and you'll share a tomb with the Hong family ancestor, merging into one. Worshipping the ancestor now means worshipping you. Reward, 500 B points. Feng glanced at his balance. Purple coins, 350. B points, 550. Feng had expected to earn only 50 purple coins this time. After all, he barely ran and was mostly just dodging. While by B points is about right. For now, the B points will be saved to see what kind of physique or rare treasures might be needed in the future. After all, stirring up trouble isn't always possible. It requires the right timing, location, and circumstances. Wow, little Tan, you really know how to stir things up. The Hong family must be fuming with rage. Ha ha. The system laughed heartily. Of course. Who says I'm not a genius? Feng struck a pose, one foot propped on a rock, as the breeze ruffled his clothes, and stirred the melancholy of his balls. Ha! Where are my clothes? A moment later, Feng was fully dressed. So many people had seen him today, so it wouldn't be wise for him to enter the city again anytime soon. He planned to go into seclusion to cultivate for a while. His current supply of elixirs was more than enough. After leaving a shadow image at the spot, he set out to find a suitable place for his secluded cultivation. His deeds spread throughout Pingyang City the very next day. Brother Li, have you heard of Tan Erfeng? In the tea house, a young man in white smiled with an inscrutable expression. Tan Erfeng? Never heard of him. Brother Li thought for a moment before shaking his head. You just returned today, so you wouldn't know. The young man in white sighed with a look of regret. Oh! Brother Huang, what do you mean by that? Have you heard of Hong Tuo? Of course. The tyrant of Pingyang City. Brother Li's expression turned serious, his eyes filled with resentment. He's been castrated, no longer a man. Brother Huang said calmly, but to Brother Li, the words struck like a thunderbolt. What? It was Tan Erfeng who did it. A few nights ago, he sneaked into the Hong residence and crippled Hong Tuo in one kick. He was chased by second Master Hong but managed to escape. Rumor has it that the very next day, he stayed in the boudoir of Hong Zhengling's daughter. By nightfall, when Hong Tuo's injuries had even healed, he went back and kicked him again, escaping once more. Brother Huang's eyes seemed to sparkle with admiration, the kind of reverence one holds for an idol. This. Brother Li was utterly stunned. How could such a fierce person exist? And that's not even all of his exploits. Brother Huang took a sip of tea. And there's more? Brother Li was stunned. What kind of fierce person is this? Yes, during the Hong family's ancestral worship yesterday, he dug out beneath their ancestral graves and filled it with filth. I heard second Master Hong fell right into it, covered in filth, and even first Master Hong was splattered all over. In the end, he fought 300 rounds with the Hong family members, but he refused to flee. He'd rather die at the Hong family's ancestral graves, so that whenever they worshipped their ancestors in the future, they would think of him and pay respects to him as well. Finally, he dashed his head against the tombstone and died, moving the heavens. His entire body turned into flames and merged into the tombstone. And that forced the Hong family to relocate their graves. Could there really be such a hero? Brother Li was utterly stunned, murmuring to himself, "What kind of grudge is this?" This question has piqued almost everyone's curiosity, but it's also one of the reasons I respect Tan Feng. "Oh, I'd love to hear the details." Brother Li hurriedly poured a cup of tea for Brother Huang. Brother Huang nodded with satisfaction. It said he did it for his elder brother. His brother, Tan Feng, was an ordinary man, honest and kind-hearted. Just because he didn't greet Hong Tuo, he was dragged outside the city, subjected to humiliation, and ultimately met a tragic end. When Tan Feng learned of this, he swore to avenge his elder brother, even at the cost of his own life. That's how the subsequent events unfolded. Truly, a bond as vast as the heavens. As he finished speaking, many in the tea house, whether they had heard the story before or not, sighed deeply in sympathy. Time flowed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. 2 months cannot bring much change to the world, not even for the mundane city of Pingyang. Pingyang City remains almost the same as before, with the only difference being the absence of a tyrannical young bully and the addition of some gossip. Compared to 2 months ago, Tan Feng's name is now rarely mentioned, just another person who has passed away. However, the Hong family still remembers this scoundrel who brought them endless humiliation and disgrace. Hong Tuo often had nightmares at night, dreaming countless times of being kicked, and Tan Feng truly became his nightmare. Hong Linshu cried every day, constantly cursing, and treated everyone with a sour expression. The servants in the household were often affected as well. Meanwhile, Hong Zhenglin was busy trying to conceive a child. Who would have thought that a man in his 50s would still bear the burden of continuing the family line? Yet, he seemed to enjoy it. As for Hong Zhenqing, he secretly rejoiced. That good-for-nothing Hong Tuo was now useless, and his elder brother, at his age, might not be up to the task either. In the end, it was likely his own child who would inherit the Hong family's legacy. Sometimes, he even wondered what would have happened if Tan Feng had also kicked his elder brother a few times back then. At such an old age, still trying to imitate others in having kids. Better not throw your back out. Due to Tan Feng's death, the Hong family seized the city lockdown and martial law. The day after his death, Pingyang City gradually regained its vitality, and by now, everything had returned to normal. In a 2-story tavern at this moment, patrons were clinking glasses and chatting about all sorts of topics, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. "Hey, have you heard? They say the young lady of the Hong family is returning home tomorrow. She's a top disciple of the Qinshan sect, an immortal. Not like us ordinary folks." Exactly. Rumor has it she's already at the high stage of qi refining before even turning 20. She'll probably reach foundation establishment in just a few years. A mere qi refining 6th layer can dominate Pingyang City. If she reaches foundation establishment, then don't worry, someone of such high status would never stay in a small place like Pingyang City. But even so, the Hong family is still untouchable. Sigh. True, but I'm really curious when she returns. Will she call her elder brother or sister? The entire Pingyang City is abuzz with discussions about the return of the Hong family's young lady. Not long ago, the Hong household was thrown into chaos by Tan Feng, losing face repeatedly. Gradually, some began to fear the Hong family less. However, with the arrival of the Hong family's young lady now, everyone dared not act recklessly and had to behave meekly. Soon, the next day arrived. Outside the city gates, the 2 Hong brothers, along with a large number of Hong family members and all the notable figures of Pingyang City, were gathered in waiting. Everyone stood without daring to sit. Elder brother, why hasn't Linger arrived yet? We've been waiting for 2 hours already. Hong Zhenqing spoke up. If you can't wait, then get lost. Let me tell you, not only is Linger coming back this time, but she's also bringing her fellow disciples. If we offend the immortals, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Hong Zhenling glared. Hong Zhenqing shrank his head and fell silent. Another incense stick's worth of time passed, just as everyone was growing impatient. Look, what's that flying in the sky? Someone sharp-eyed spotted something in the air. What? Is this a flying boat? As the flying boat rapidly approached, everyone could clearly see its appearance. It was a flying boat about 10 feet long, resembling a small oarless boat, emitting a faint green glow all over. An immortal. Someone immediately prostrated themselves in worship. Immortal, please accept our bow. Another person knelt down in worship. For a moment, the crowd hailed him as an immortal, the sound of kowtowing unceasing. The flying vessel gradually descended in altitude and speed, finally coming to a stop before the crowd. All rise, came a calm, indifferent voice. Everyone looked up and saw a graceful young man dressed in white, with a face as fair as jade. Behind him followed 3 others, 2 women and 1 man. The kneeling crowd quickly rose to their feet. The 2 Hong brothers and certain prominent figures from Pingyang City, who had not knelt, also bowed slightly. Father, this is my senior brother Yun. A young girl introduced to Hong Zhenling, then turned to introduce Hong Zhenling and Hong Linshe to the senior brother. These are my parents. She was none other than Hong Ling, a maiden of 16. Graceful and slender, with skin like ice and bones like jade, yet her face was as cold as frost. Dressed in a flowing, light-colored silk skirt, she seemed to float like an immortal. Most notably, her chest was prominently full, a considerable asset for one so young. Greetings, immortal Master Yun. Hong Zhenling dared not be presumptuous and quickly put his wife to bow in respect. Senior brother Yun forced a faint smile and said, Greetings, uncle and aunt. He then turned his gaze to the crowd. We happened upon some scenic views along the way and took the junior disciples to admire them for a while. Apologies for keeping you all waiting. Senior brother Yun spoke with an air of nonchalance, his tone devoid of any real apology and instead carrying a hint of superiority. Hong Zhenling dared not be presumptuous. He had just tried to sense the strength of the 4 individuals before him, yet he couldn't perceive any of them. Each one seemed unfathomably powerful. With a cupped hand salute and a bow, he said, No trouble at all. Immortal masters, you must be weary from your long journey. I have prepared a fine feast to welcome and refresh you all. Senior brother Yun nodded faintly. Just as he was about to step forward, there was always someone who lacked discernment. A portly, well-fed middle-aged man suddenly rushed out, startling even Hong Zhenling. The portly middle-aged man rushed out and immediately knelt down, pleading, Immortal Master, could your esteemed sect take in my unworthy son? He possesses extraordinary talent and is certain to achieve great success in cultivation in the future. You! Hong Zhenling was somewhat annoyed and, seeing this, was about to take action. Senior brother Yun waved his hand, his voice carrying a hint of coldness as he said, Oh, bring him here for me to see. Hong Zhenling's face darkened at this moment, but he could not very well intervene. The plump middle-aged man seemed oblivious to the coldness in Yun Shixion's tone. Beaming with joy, he quickly put forward a 15 or 16-year-old youth with a sinister expression. Dragging the young man to kneel, the plump man said, Immortal Master, this is my son. He is exceptionally gifted. Exceptionally gifted? Brother Yun cursed inwardly. This treacherous aptitude is called exceptional talent. With a gloomy expression, he flicked his finger, sending a streak of fire straight at the ruthless youth's forehead. It pierced through without any resistance, killing him on the spot. Seems his aptitude wasn't up to par. Brother Yang's tone showed not the slightest fluctuation. This? The portly middle-aged man was completely stunned. He never expected the white-robed youth before him to suddenly kill someone. In his eyes, bringing his son to take a gamble was worth it. If they succeeded, they'd prosper and no longer fear the Hong family. And if they lost, they could simply slink back home. Tomorrow would be a new day. Unfortunately, he had no understanding of how the cultivation world viewed ordinary mortals. This level of cultivation? A middle-aged man with a stern expression and a goatee looked horrified. He was the head of the Zhao family in Pingyang City. However, the Zhao family had strict rules, and very few of its members engaged in wrongdoing. He is also the strongest in the Zhao family and was originally the top martial artist in Pingyang City. However, Hong Zhenlin later received help from his daughter, which boosted his combat power significantly. Now, it's unclear who is stronger, and he dares not compare. As a Qi refinement 6th-layer cultivator, he had just tried to sense the cultivation levels of the people before him but couldn't perceive anything at all. This meant that the individuals before him were at least Qi refinement 7th layer, yet how old were they? Especially the young man in white before him. The technique he had just displayed was undoubtedly that of a Qi refinement 8th or even 9th layer cultivator. A Qi refinement 9th layer cultivator. Such a figure, on the verge of reaching foundation establishment, would be considered an unparalleled authority in a small place like Pingyang City. The portly middle-aged man now reacted, realizing the person before him was not to be trifled with. Suppressing his anger, he gritted his teeth and said, "Even if my son lacked talent, you shouldn't have killed him so casually." Brother Yun, intrigued, replied, "Oh? And what do you propose?" I want you to apologize to my son." The portly middle-aged man stammered but finally mastered his courage. "Ha ha ha ha!" Brother Yun burst into laughter outright. "Fatso Wang, what the hell do you think you are?" Hong Zhenlin was also enraged. What kind of scum was this bastard? His daughter had returned with her fellow disciples, and he had brought everyone to greet them in order to leave a good impression. Yet, this fatso had ruined everything. He cupped his hands toward the young man in white and said, "Immortal Master, allow me to act on your behalf. Killing such trash would only tarnish your status." Senior Brother Yun nodded in satisfaction. "Well said." Hong Zhenlin turned around, his face twisting into a vicious expression. "Fatso Wang, I think you had too much horse piss today. Drunk yourself stupid, haven't you?" "Hong Zhenlin, what are you doing? Stay away from me." Seeing this, Fatty Wang was so frightened that he kept retreating. Hong Zhenlin intended to finish the fight quickly. If he moved too slowly, this idiot might wet his pants, which could displease the immortal master. With a swift step forward, his right hand reached out and clamped onto Fatty Wang's throat, while his left hand gathered strength and slapped Fatty Wang's head in one motion, giving him no time to resist. Fatty Wang's eyes bulged, blood gushed from all 7 orifices, and he died instantly. Hong Zhenlin wiped his hands on his clothes and cupped his fists toward the white-robed youth, saying, "Immortal Master, the nuisance has been dealt with. Shall we enter the city now?" Senior Brother Yun nodded slightly without speaking. With a hand seal, he pointed at the flying boat, which then shrank to the size of a palm before flying into a pouch at his waist. The group proceeded toward the city, with the white-robed youth and his 3 companions leading the way while the others followed behind. "Lin." Both Hong Linshe and Hong Zhenlin wore somewhat ingratiating expressions on their faces. Hong Lin responded coldly, her face as frosty as ice. "Lin." Hong Zhenqing also came over to greet Hong Lin, his expression equally ingratiating. Hong Lin's expression turned icy as she gave Hong Zhenqing a cold glance. She was deeply dissatisfied with this family. During her childhood, she had not received much attention from her parents. While it couldn't be said to be particularly bad, the care she received was utterly insignificant compared to the affection Hongchuo enjoyed. She had been bullied by Hongchuo since childhood, yet her parents turned a blind eye to his actions. To the outside world, she was the cherished daughter of the Hong family, but only she knew that in her parents' eyes, she wasn't even half as valued as Hongchuo. At that time, Hong Zhenqing was also locked in a power struggle with her father and treated her with equal disdain. It wasn't until she turned 12, when the Qinshan sect came to Pingyang City to recruit disciples, that she finally had the chance to rise above it all. After joining the Qinshan sect, she realized how vast the world truly was. The influence her Hong family held in Pingyang City was utterly insignificant within the Qinshan sect. She even felt a sense of inferiority at one point, too ashamed to speak of it. Fortunately, her extraordinary talent caught the attention of Elder Yuan Xiu, who took her in as a personal disciple. From then on, she no longer feared others mocking her origins. Hong Zhenqing was now in an extremely awkward position, having mentally cursed Hong Ling countless times. Immortal Ling! Hong Zhenqing forced a smile and clasped his hands in greeting. Hong Ling responded with a cold nod. As the group arrived at the restaurant, both hosts and guests enjoyed themselves to the fullest, indulging in food and drink. Finally, when the timing seemed right, Hong Ling stood up and declared loudly, 2 months ago, someone dared to bully our Hong family and my elder brother. This shows they have no respect for our Hong family, no regard for me, Hong Ling, and even less for the Qinshan sect. Indeed, she couldn't care less about the Hong family or Hongchuo being bullied. In fact, she laughed heartily upon hearing the news of Hongchuo's crippling. But to bully the Hong family and Hongchuo was to slight her personally and to disrespect the Qinshan sect. If she still doesn't take action, others might think she's incompetent, that the Qinshan sect is incompetent. Having been in the Qinshan sect for many years, due to her talent and her master being the renowned Yuan Xiuzhenren, she had long grown accustomed to being the center of attention. Because of her childhood experiences, she despised being looked down upon the most. So she brought her senior brothers and sisters back to show everyone to show them the consequences of offending her. Tan Erfeng is dead, but his sins cannot be erased by his death. I heard he has a younger brother named Tan Sanfeng. Spread the word, let Tan Sanfeng come to my Hong family to make a humble apology, and I may spare his life. If he refuses to come, then he must lie in hiding for the rest of his life, like a rat, never able to walk in the sunlight. Hong Ling's words were resolute and dripping with killing intent. The crowd present was so terrified that no one dared to even breathe loudly. Brother Yun also stood up, casting a greedy glance at Hong Ling's chest before speaking. I am Yun Li, currently at the 9th level of Qi refinement, on the verge of foundation establishment. I share the same sentiment. If he doesn't show up, and I happen to encounter him in the future, I'll make sure to skin him alive. How dare a mere rogue cultivator provoke my Lin Shimi? As these words were spoken, the minds of those present buzzed even more intensely. 9th level of Qi refinement. Foundation establishment stage. He's a big shot. Rest assured, Immortal Master, we will definitely spread the word. Immortal Master, if we receive any news about Tan Sanfeng, we will report it immediately. Those insignificant 10 brothers dare to oppose the esteemed disciples of the Green Mountain sect. They are simply seeking death. Ha ha ha! Tan Sanfeng would probably be scared to death if he heard about the Immortal Master's cultivation level. The crowd repeatedly clasped their hands in agreement. Joking aside, if they could latch onto Immortal Master Yang's coattails, their future would be smooth sailing. Good, thank you all. Yun Li casually clasped his hands in acknowledgement. After eating and drinking their fill, the group from Qinshan sect followed Hong Zhenling and the others back to the residence. As soon as she returned to the home residence, Hongling felt a strong urge to witness Hong Tuo's miserable state. However, she didn't want to reveal her disdain for him in front of her fellow disciples, so she came up with an excuse. Elders, junior sister, I'd like to go see my brother first. He has suffered so much at the hands of Tan Erfeng. Hongling pretended to wipe away tears, choking back sobs. Even though my relationship with my elder brother isn't good, just thinking about him. I sob. Instantly, her tears fell like pear blossoms in the rain. Ah, Sister Ling is truly devoted and righteous. Go ahead. Yunli stepped forward, intending to pat her shoulder, but she subtly dodged his gesture, leaving his hand awkwardly frozen in mid-air. Senior sister, go ahead. Senior sister, you go. Don't worry about us. They didn't mention accompanying her either, as they already understood the situation. After all, it wouldn't be appropriate for a whole group to go see a eunuch, would it? If it were someone unrelated, they might have gone along for the spectacle, but this was Hongling's own brother. Then I shall take my leave. Hongling gave a slight bow. Yunli subtly rose onto the balls of his feet. As if unaware, Hongling took a step back, turned, and walked away, leaving Hong Zhenling to attend to the three guests. Hong Tuo's residence was now heavily guarded, but there were only 2 cultivators at the 3rd level of qi refinement after all. Such practitioners weren't common in Pingyang City. The rest, about 20 or so, had no cultivation at all. No one dared to stop her as Hongling pushed the door open. Hong Tuo finally couldn't bear to stay alone in the room, where one of the qi refining 3rd level cultivators was present. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Hong Tuo immediately cursed. Who the hell gave you the nerve? Along with his curses, a cup was hurled in their direction. Since being crippled by Tan Feng, he had become increasingly irritable. Before, when he was in a bad mood, he could go to the city to bully others or use that thing to vent his frustration. But now, without that thing, he couldn't vent at all and didn't dare to go out anymore. Everyone outside looked at him with strange eyes. You may leave first. Hongling effortlessly dodged the water cup and said to the guard at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Yes, miss. The guard respectfully withdrew. Hong Tuo's face turned as purple as a pig's liver. He finally saw clearly who it was. As the door closed, Hongling finally dropped her pretense, revealing a face full of mockery. Hee, Sister Hong Tuo. Hongling flashed a sweet smile. You wretched bitch. Nothing infuriated Hong Tuo more than being mocked like this. I should have made you greet me at the city gates today too. It would have been quite amusing to introduce you as my sister to everyone then, though I spared you the humiliation only because you'd embarrass me. I should have beaten you to death when you were little mother and father would have just scolded me at most. Hong Tuo was filled with hatred now. The guy he used to bully as a child had somehow soared to greatness overnight. He basked in the benefits Hongling brought to the family, yet he also envied her, wishing she would revert to her former self. So what if you have a bit more talent for cultivation? What's the big deal? Is that so? Hongling replied coldly. A sudden chill swept through Hong Tuo's entire body, and in an instant, he felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. A thin layer of frost even formed over the quilt. The cold came and went swiftly. Yet, by now, Hong Tuo was already shivering uncontrollably, his lips turning blue and purple, too frozen to speak another word. You trash! How could you possibly understand my talent? I'm a frost body. One of the top 10 talents in the Qing Mountain sect. Hongling lifted her chin and declared arrogantly. From the moment her talent was detected, she knew her life was destined to be extraordinary. Early morning. In a cave outside the city, Tan Feng concluded his practice and stood up. He was unaware of the events in Pingyang City. After 2 months of cultivation, he had reached the 8th level of qi refining. Don't think that his progress had slowed down. When he purchased the Evergreen manual earlier, the system had assisted him in getting started. Getting started didn't just mean memorizing the techniques, it also involved opening the necessary meridians required for entry-level cultivation. Therefore, he had only needed to follow the established steps to advance his cultivation. However, at that time, only the meridians required for the 5th level of qi refining were opened. After that, he had to rely on himself, so it was normal for the speed to slow down. Feeling the power within his body, Feng was very satisfied. Over the past 2 months, he spent another 100 purple coins to purchase a bottle of qi gathering pills and then spent 50 purple coins to buy a book on the art of disguise. The current balance is running coins 200, B points 550. Due to the disguise technique, he occasionally went to Pingyang City, not every day, but roughly once every 10 days. He also didn't trouble the Hong family anymore, as bullying others every day isn't great, letting them recover their composure first. After leaving the cave, he hurried toward Pingyang City. Today was the 3rd day since Hong Ling's return. Disguised, he entered the city and found an inn to sit down and order some food. These places are the easiest to gather information, and he usually comes to the city almost solely for this purpose. He just wanted to see if there was a chance to surprise someone and spread a little warmth. After all for one, one for all. If everyone contributes a bit of kindness, the world will become a better place. Didn't he see Feng either? Isn't he going to avenge his brother? Who knows? Feng only mentioned he had a younger brother, but never said his brother was in Pingyang City. I heard from Feng that his younger brother is even more talented. So what? Can he compare to the elite disciples of the Green Mountain sect? True, I heard the leader in white robes is a qi refining 9th layer cultivator, about to reach foundation establishment. Feng's expression shifted upon hearing this. Had the Green Mountain sect come to Pingyang City? Time to spread some warmth. In my opinion, Feng must be scared. Of course. Fairy Hongling said he must come to atone for his second brother, since not only must he carry thorns to beg for punishment, but he also has to guard the Hong family ancestral graves for 3 years. Who told them to have such powerful backing? That white-robed immortal master at the 9th level of qi refinement is even helping Fairy Ling, saying he'll find Feng to vent her anger. Who told Fairy Ling to be so fair-skinned and beautiful? And so well endowed, hee. Feng raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, a white-robed immortal master. At the 9th level of qi refining. It seemed the target for his warmth delivery had been found. He particularly despised these mindless sycophants who fawned over goddesses. This matter required careful planning. He had to give this white-robed gentleman an unforgettable memory. After paying for the meal, he turned and left. Seizing an opportunity, he cast an invisibility spell and entered the home residence once more. With his current cultivation level, the effectiveness of his invisibility spell was naturally incomparable to before. Moreover, given his current skills, entering the home residence would be effortless even without using invisibility. If a qi refinement level 8 cultivator couldn't manage this with both invisibility and cloud treading steps, he might as well go home and grow sweet potatoes. At least there's no risk of being discovered while farming. With the heightened perception of the ethereal body, it took a while after entering the home residence to faintly sense 4 weak yet powerful auras. These were likely the 4 from the Qinshan sect. He had already gathered basic information about them at the inn. These 4 couldn't be bothered to conceal their auras. In fact, they seemed eager for others to recognize their strengths. Unlike Feng, who utilized the ethereal body's traits to suppress his presence as much as possible. The even fainter and weaker auras probably belonged to the 2 Hong brothers or their guards. Feng moved like a ghost, unnoticed by anyone, following the scent of the 4 individuals to a certain place. The 4 were seated in a pavilion, with various pastries and fruits laid out before them, chatting leisurely. Feng dared not approach, and from a distance, he couldn't make out what they were discussing. Junior sister, if that Feng doesn't show up in the next 2 days, I'll have to head back. Li spoke up, saying he had waited here for 2 days. The first day was fine, just eating and drinking. But the second day became rather dull. If it weren't for chasing Ling, he would have left long ago. Senior brother, Ling'er was just thinking the same. It must be your formidable reputation that startled him. Ling flattered, as she too had grown tired of staying here. You flatter me too much, junior sister. Li was somewhat pleased by the praise. The 4 of them chatted casually about everything under the sun, completely ignoring Feng. Feng, who had been squatting nearby, almost had his legs go numb before their conversation finally ended. Just as Feng breathed a sigh of relief, it was time for dinner, and the group went to eat. Screw this. Since when do I have to chase after people to deliver warmth? Fuming with anger, Feng sneaked into the kitchen and stole a pile of delicious food, then found an empty room to eat in. In the end, displaying remarkable manners, he solemnly placed the gnawed bones under the room's blanket and even took the liberty of covering them up. That's great. He can eat when he wakes up hungry in the middle of the night. Being hungry is very uncomfortable, and Feng feels incredibly warm-hearted. Late at night, the bright moon hangs in the sky, and the night is enchanting. The bright moonlight bathes the earth, its silver glow as captivating as the delicate veil draped over a beauty. Yet, no matter how breathtaking the scenery, it cannot dispel Feng's sorrow. I'm going to die. Not having a chance to stir up trouble is worse than death. He squatted for half a day and half the night, finding no opportunity to cause mischief at all. Li was also quite frustrated at the moment. As a young man full of vigor, he had been bound by the sect's rules while in the sect, and on top of that, he had to pursue Ling, so he could only act like a gentleman. But now that he was outside the sect, where the sky was high and the fish could leap freely, he found it increasingly difficult to control his desires. Moreover, being around Ling every day, gazing at those towering peaks that were so close yet out of reach only added to his frustration. He needed to vent, but doing so in the home residence was definitely not an option Ling would find out. When it came to this kind of thing, man's ability to take action was no joke. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than he acted on it, immediately stepping out of his room and knocking on his junior brother's door. Junior brother Wu, are you asleep? Li knocked on the door and whispered. A rustling sound was heard, and soon the honest-faced junior brother Wu opened the door, saying, Senior brother, what brings you here so late? Noticing that junior brother Wu's clothes were disheveled and his right hand was hidden behind his back, Li, as someone who had been through it all, naturally understood but chose not to expose him, feeling as though the heavens were aiding him. Junior brother, you've grown up now, and there are some things I, as your senior brother, need to teach you. It's my responsibility, Li declared with an air of righteousness. Junior brother Wu blushed and stammered, not daring to speak. In the sect, there are many things we cannot do, but now that we're outside, it doesn't matter anymore. Li stood with his hands behind his back, speaking earnestly. Later, I'll take you to a place. Let me make it clear it's not that I want to go, but seeing as you're not young anymore, I'm taking you to broaden your horizons. I'm practically risking my life to accompany you, and if you miss this chance, who knows when the next opportunity will come. Senior brother. Upon hearing this, junior brother Wu's eyes instantly reddened. Li patted him on the shoulder and said, forget it. Since you're unwilling, let's drop the matter. I'm also afraid Sister Ling might misunderstand me if she finds out. Damn it! When did I say I was unwilling? Junior brother Wu nearly cursed out loud. Senior brother, thank you for being so considerate of me. I dare not let down your kindness. As for Sister Ling, if you don't tell, I don't tell, and that other person doesn't tell, who would ever know? Junior brother Wu said with a face full of sincerity. Good, junior brother, you truly value loyalty. Yun Li patted Wu junior brother's shoulder with a pleased expression indeed. What a fledgling. Could it be that in his eyes, that matter must be one-on-one? After finishing their discussion, the two left the home residence with lecherous grins on their faces. Although they didn't possess the art of invisibility, with their skills, the two easily left the home residence without attracting anyone's attention. Of course, Feng is the exception. Have those two bastards made their move? Where are they going so late? Feng quickly followed from a distance, sensing that tonight might be the perfect opportunity to deliver some warmth. Keeping a safe distance behind the two, Feng noticed their furtive movements and was certain they were up to no good. I can't stand people sneaking around like that. Feng cursed from behind. Sneaky people are usually up to no good. Gradually, they arrived at a bustling and lively place. It was already early morning, and without a doubt, the first to crow would be the roosters. Damn it, these two bastards, looking all decent but actually into this. And they came out together. Yun Li and the other were naturally unaware of what was happening behind them as they leaped across rooftops the entire way. Finally, they found a secluded spot to stop and jumped down to the ground. Yun Li took out two black veiled hats from his storage pouch. What a fat sheep! He actually has a storage pouch. Feng's eyes nearly popped out of his head, already mentally claiming the storage pouch as his own. Yun Li and his companion put on the veiled hats, concealing their faces, and then walked together toward the Spring Bliss Pavilion. Outside the courtyard, a small stream gurgled, with a little bridge connecting both sides. The red lanterns added a touch of charm, as people came and went on the bridge. On the other side of the bridge, the scene was even more enchanting, with graceful figures swaying and posturing, their words too vulgar to bear. Junior brother Wu swallowed hard, feeling immensely grateful to his senior brother Yun at this moment. Where can you find such a great senior brother? Ah, distinguished guests have arrived. I failed to welcome you properly. A madam in her 50s came forward. Though she couldn't clearly see their faces, her sharp eyes honed by years of experience immediately recognized their extraordinary demeanor and the exquisite clothing they wore. Arrange for your top courtesan to see me, Yun Li said with his hands clasped behind his back, nodding faintly. Well, could the young master perhaps choose someone else? The madam hesitated, appearing somewhat troubled. Did someone order it? Yun Li's eyes widened. Why, yes. So you think you can't afford to offend him, but you can afford to offend me. Yun Li's voice turned icy. The madam looked troubled. Though she didn't say it, her expression implied agreement. Ha! Yun Li didn't say much more, but instead raised his right hand high. Suddenly, his left hand erupted with intense light as a fireball the size of an ox's head materialized in his palm, radiating scorching heat. Driven by lust and the sting of being underestimated, he no longer cared about revealing his true identity. Besides, who knows what they look like with a veil on? The only concern is that Hong Ling might find out, but we can just take her and leave first thing tomorrow morning. Since I and junior brother Wu have already announced our departure, if she doesn't leave now, will she run back alone later? Besides, even if it's found out, so what? Isn't it normal for men to do this? At worst, I just won't pursue her anymore. She always wears that sour face, nothing to offer except big breasts and good talent. What about now? Yunli looked at the stunned madam with a smug expression. This. The madam was dumbfounded and quickly said, Please come inside, sir. I'll make sure everything is arranged properly. 3. 1 for the person beside me. If anyone has a problem, let them talk to me. Yunli extended 3 fingers. Amidst the crowd's odd gazes, Yunli retracted the fireball and walked inside with his junior brother. Junior brother Wu leaned close to Yunli and whispered in confusion, Senior brother, there are only 2 of us. Why did you order 3? Silly boy, don't worry about it. Yunli glared at him. Junior brother Wu shrank back, not daring to ask further. A short while later, junior brother Wu stepped into a room filled with an alluring atmosphere, his heart a mix of nervousness and excitement. Meanwhile, Yunli also entered another room with excitement. The chicken isn't taking a break today. What followed was naturally a delightful and well-known outcome. However, Feng suffered greatly. Using his invisibility technique to hide next to Yunli's room, he listened to the laughter and joy from next door, feeling utterly agitated. He wished he could turn these 2 martial brothers into sisters, but he couldn't. His upbringing and sense of propriety told him it would be wrong to do so. Listening as the situation grew more favorable, Feng, dressed in black tight-fitting clothes and wearing a face mask, quietly slipped in through the outside window. The window was left open. They must be having quite a good time. The dim lighting inside the room couldn't stop Feng's probing gaze. Couldn't help but take a few more glances. Yunli and the 2 staff members' clothes had all been thrown on the ground, including Yunli's storage bag. He never expected that a high-level qi refining cultivator would use invisibility techniques to steal his belongings. In his eyes, the strongest in this city was only at the 6th level of qi refining, and he could sense such a character the moment they entered. No matter how adventurous one might be, it couldn't stop Feng's greedy and troublemaking heart. Quietly sneaking up to the storage bag, he touched it and immediately stashed it into the system's storage space. Yunli still hadn't noticed, continuing to leer at the 2 women with a lustful gaze. Seeing that Yunli still hadn't paid any attention, Feng grew a bit anxious. He wasn't here to steal, he was here to stir up trouble. If Yunli didn't notice, how could he cause any mischief? Without hesitation, he dispelled the invisibility spell, grabbed all the clothes in one swoop, and held them in his arms, deliberately not storing them away. With a loud shout, Thanks, bro! He rushed out through the window as soon as he finished speaking. The sound was heard throughout half of the atrium courtyard. Yunli didn't know how others reacted, but he himself was completely deflated. Only then did he realize his clothes were gone, even his storage pouch had disappeared. His face instantly turned deathly pale. Oh no, my flying boat! He quickly pushed upward with force, sending them soaring into the air. As they flailed their arms in panic mid-air, Yunli casually grabbed a bedsheet, wrapped it loosely around himself, and leaped out after them. He couldn't help but feel anxious, because that flying boat was borrowed specifically for wooing girls. The cool breeze outside brushed against his crotch, but he had no mind to enjoy it. At a glance, I spotted the masked figure waiting ahead. Stop right there, thief! Without a care for modesty, she sprinted after him. Staying still is for turtles. Seeing Yunli catching up, Feng also sped up his escape, deliberately running across rooftops. In this chase, every step Yunli took brought a wave of shame, not just because of his 2 bare, pale thighs, but also the occasional glimpse of something swinging. Feng was quite familiar with Pingyang City, so he made sure to avoid areas where clothes were sold or hung out to dry. Yunli chased for a long time but couldn't find a single piece of clothing. He didn't dare to stop either, afraid that if he did, the masked man would run far away and hide. Yet Feng never let him despair. each time making it seem like he was just a hair's breadth away from catching up. With the system's boost and the flowing cloud steps, his speed was significantly faster than Yunli's, who was at the 9th level of qi refining. Feng held the clothes of Yunli and the two girls in one hand, while with the other, he occasionally pulled small stones from his storage space and tossed them onto the roofs of the houses ahead. Bang! A stone hit the roof, waking up several neighboring households. Who's there? Looking for death in the middle of the night. Don't let me find out who it is. Can't you let people sleep at night? They stepped out of their rooms one after another, grumbling and cursing. As soon as I stepped out, I saw a black-clad, masked figure sprinting across the rooftops. Chasing behind was another person, hastily wrapped in a bedsheet, their pale body occasionally visible under the moonlight, along with something swaying. Who is that? Have they no shame? So what if you're pale? Shameless! Running around naked up this high. Several older women covered their eyes while cursing, yet peeked through their fingers. Gotta admit, this shameless creature has a pretty good figure. Yunli's keen hearing naturally caught the sound. He was nearly exploding with rage. The despicable thief stealing his clothes was bad enough with fewer people around at night. He could grit his teeth and endure it. But then, the wretched scoundrel had the audacity to throw things around beforehand, waking up the sleeping townsfolk. Feng had a trick up his sleeve and used it to his advantage, leading Yunli on another half-hour chase that roused nearly half the residents of Pingyang City from their slumber. Every time Yunli tried to grab clothes from elsewhere, Feng would speed up. Fearing he might lose him, Yunli had no choice but to keep up. In the end, Yunli simply covered his face and stopped paying much attention to other matters. How the hell is this bastard running so fast? Each time he thought he could catch up, he always fell just short. Yunli was starting to feel like giving up, but the flying boat was borrowed. Losing it would mean big trouble. Feng, seeing that things were about done, turned and headed toward the home residence. In no time, they arrived at the home residence. Feng leaped over the wall, with Yunli following closely behind. You refuse the path to heaven and choose the gate to hell. Yunli no longer cared about losing face. Retrieving the flying vessel was his priority. With both junior sisters at the home residence, the masked man had nowhere to flee. A long whistle echoed through the home residence, alerting the two junior sisters. Feng's footsteps did not pause, instead quickening slightly. With practiced ease, he kicked open Hong Tuo's door. Under Hong Tuo's terrified gaze and the guard's solemn stare, he casually swung his sword, ending the life of the qi refining third layer guard, the only one in the room. Removing his face covering, he spoke as Hong Tuo stared at him in horror. Little girl, I'm Feng. His hands never stopped moving. With masterful swordplay, swish, 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 he sliced Hong Tuo's clothes into ribbons without leaving a single scratch on his skin. In an instant, Hong Tuo was already stark naked. Feng casually tossed aside the items in his hand, precisely the clothes of Yunli and the two young women. With another wave of his hand, he stored all of Hong Tuo's quilts into his storage space. Though it's a long story, only a single breath had passed from the moment he entered until now. At this moment, Yunli had just arrived at the open space in front of the room. Feng no longer fled this time. Fastening his face covering, he charged at Yunli with a sword in hand. He needed to buy time for Hong Tuo, who was still naked. He absolutely could not let Hong Tuo be humiliated in front of everyone, even if it cost him his life. Hong Tuo's innocence shall be protected by me, Feng. Seeing Feng charging towards him, Yunli also halted his steps. Without a second thought, he swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed several fireballs. In an instant, the two were locked in fierce combat, evenly matched and unable to gain the upper hand. The intensity of their battle made the guards stationed outside the door too afraid to intervene. Meanwhile, Feng stood firmly at the entrance, preventing anyone from entering the room to protect Tuo. After being ambushed by Feng again last time, Tuo had someone seal the windows directly to eliminate any future troubles. At this moment, the completely naked Tuo also saw the commotion outside the door. He didn't know what was happening, but he knew he had to find clothes to wear immediately, otherwise, what would happen if someone came in and saw him like this? With that thing gone, wouldn't it be utterly humiliating to be seen? Fortunately, that guy named Feng had left a few sets of clothes behind earlier. Damn Feng, damn Feng, he couldn't figure out why they had to ruin his clothes, yet left a few sets behind. Ha! Why are there women's clothes here? Tuo suddenly understood. So it was Feng's scheme all along, trying to make me wear women's clothes. Tuo thought he had seen through the scheme, so naturally he didn't wear it. Instead, he took Yunli's set of clothes and put them on. Just delay a little longer. Once the junior sisters arrive, this guy won't be able to escape even if he grows wings. Yunli, unable to gain the upper hand after prolonged attacks, also began to scheme. He was inwardly astonished by Feng's strength. How could a mere 9th level Qi refining cultivator hold out against him for so long? Has Tuo gotten dressed by now? Feng wondered to himself. Senior brother, I'm here. Yunli was delighted to hear the voices. It was Hongling and the other. Hongling and the other were also baffled by Yunli's revealing attire, their faces slightly flushed. Seeing the two women arrive, Feng quickly retreated into Tuo's room. Glancing at Tuo, who had just put on Yunli's clothes, Feng nodded in satisfaction. Without a moment's pause, he swiftly moved to a window, slashed it open with 2 quick strikes of his sword, slipped through, and then fled at full speed using the flowing cloud step and invisibility technique. Yunli followed closely into the room, glanced at Tuo, and then slipped out through the gap. But by the time he chased out, Feng's trail had long been lost, leaving him with no choice. Only then did he recall that the clothes Tuo had been wearing seemed to be his own, so he immediately returned to Tuo's room. By now, quite a few people had already gathered in Tuo's room. Hongling and her junior sister, Hong Zhenling and his wife, as well as Hong Zhenqing. He was staring at Tuo, who was wearing Yunli's clothes, with a puzzled expression, completely baffled. When Yunli returned in revealing clothing, everyone was even more confused. The two women, Hongling, turned away with slightly flushed faces, while Hongling's wife blushed deeply. Take off those clothes! Yunli roared, startling everyone and leaving them utterly bewildered. Me? You mean me? Tuo was uncertain. He had never met Yunli before and didn't even know the clothes belonged to him. If not you, then who? Yunli was now on the verge of fury. Why should I take it off? Is this your clothing? What a joke! Tuo was already in a bad mood. He had just run into Feng's younger brother, Feng, who had ruined his clothes and even snatched away his quilt. And now, another fool was claiming the clothes were his. Of course it's mine. Will you take it off or not? If not, I'll kill you. Yunli was truly prepared to kill at this point. If it weren't for the fact that this person was Hongling's older brother, he would have already struck. To be humiliated like this while handling business, paraded around Pingyang City for half a day, having his storage bag and flying boat stolen, and now even his clothes worn by someone else, it was too much. At this moment, he didn't care at all that Hongling and his junior sister were right behind him. Hong Zhenling also came to his senses. Though he didn't know why his son was wearing Yunli's clothes, the top priority was to return them immediately. After all, these people were not easy to reason with. Tuo, stop fooling around and return the clothes right now, Hong Zhenling urged. He says the clothes are his, so they must be his. There are 2 sets of women's clothes here too. I bet those are actually his. Hong Tuo retorted defiantly. You're asking for death. Yun Li was furious and immediately wanted to strike. Unexpectedly, Hong Zhenlin beat him to it. Bang! A crisp slap rang out. Hong Zhenlin said coldly, "Take it off and return it to them now, or I'll make you." Dad! Hong Tuo felt as if the sky had collapsed at this moment, tears gushing like a spring, overwhelmed by immense grievance. His lips trembled as he said, "Fine, I'll take it off." Hong Zhenlin was also heartbroken and tried to persuade Yun Li, "Immortal Yun, let's wait outside." "I'll wait right here." Unexpectedly, Yun Li showed no appreciation, as the storage bag still hadn't been found, and the only hope lay within the clothes. "You!" Hong Zhenlin immediately wanted to lose his temper, but the thought of the other's strength deflated his anger. However, just because he could endure it didn't mean his wife could. "On what grounds? How dare you bully my Tuo?" Mrs. Hong Lin was also boiling with rage at this moment. "On what grounds?" "On the grounds that I could easily wipe out your entire family." Yun Li's killing intent had nearly reached its peak at this point. Seeing that Hong Linshe still wanted to speak, Hong Zhenlin quickly pulled her away. "Let go of me, I still have more to say." Hong Linshe struggled incessantly, her words pouring out. What does he even count as? Bang! The entire room fell silent. Hong Zhenlin slapped her and roared in anger, "Shut up, get out of here." A mere woman, nearly bringing ruin to the whole family. If it weren't for them considering her daughter's feelings, they probably would have started using force long ago. With that slap, Madame Hong finally quieted down. She was completely stunned. She had never been slapped by Hong Zhenlin before. For a moment, she couldn't accept it and was led out of the room by Hong Zhenlin in a daze. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get the young master's clothes." As soon as they stepped out, Hong Zhenlin scolded the servants. A moment later, both Hong Tuo and Yun Li in the room were dressed neatly. Anyone who didn't know might think they had some unusual relationship. No. Although he had anticipated it, the confirmation still left Yun Li unable to accept it. This meant almost all his savings were gone, even including the flying boat he had borrowed from someone else. At this moment, Hong Zhenlin and the others also walked in. Hong Tuo's face was cold, still streaked with tear marks. He realized that since meeting that Feng, his life had undergone earth-shaking changes from once being high and mighty to now feeling life was not worth living. "Do you know who that person just was?" Yun Li asked urgently. Hong Tuo glanced at him but said nothing. "Tuo, if you know something, just say it." Hong Zhenlin opened his mouth to persuade him circumstances were stronger than individuals, and now was not the time to fall out with Yun Li. Hong Tuo still had no intention of responding. He looked at Hong Lin's faintly mocking smile and recalled what had just happened. It seemed this naked man had also suffered at the hands of the 10 brothers. What harm would it do to tell them? Let them fight like dogs. I believe Tan Songfeng's character won't be any better than orphans. Let's see how they'll be played by Tan Sanfeng. That person is Tan Sanfeng, Hong Tuo said calmly. What? So it's like this. Has Tan Sanfeng returned for revenge? The Hong family members' expressions changed dramatically. Meanwhile, the Qin Shang sect members were quite curious about Hong Zhenlin and his group's reaction. Although they had heard about 10 orphans' deeds, they had only treated them as jokes. Without first-hand experience, it was impossible to understand just how terrifying they truly were. Yun Li, however, had experienced it once before and had already witnessed Tan Songfeng's unscrupulousness. It was downright despicable to the extreme. By the way, Master Yun, what just happened? Was it also Tan Songfeng's doing? Hong Zhenlin asked. Yun Li's expression stiffened, and he said coldly, If it's none of your business, don't meddle. With that, he turned and left. Hong Ling gave Hong Chuo a mocking glance before turning and walking away as well. By the way, where is senior brother Wu? The junior sister behind him asked. Hearing this, Yunli continued walking without stopping. Only his expression grew increasingly somber. Your senior brother Wu is currently enjoying the pleasures of the gentler sex. System, where's my reward? Tan Feng couldn't wait to ask once he had run far enough. Congratulations, host. You've received 500 purple coins. Congratulations, host. You've received 200 B points. Tan Feng nodded in satisfaction. 500 runaway coins were quite a lot, considering this time he had only slipped away from one person, and Yunli wasn't even that angry. If he could have made Yunli spit blood in anger, he might have gotten even more. The reward of runaway coins isn't solely related to the pursuer's cultivation level but also depends on the gap between both parties' cultivation levels. If the pursuer's cultivation level is weaker than one's own, there's almost no reward. Only when the pursuer's level is higher or equal is there a reward, and the greater the gap in favor of the pursuer, the higher the reward. This time, Yunli was only one level higher than him. Tan Feng glanced at his balance. Pao coins, 700. B points, 750. Let's save them up first and see what we'll need later. Little Tansy, you're too wicked, walking your bird under the moonlight. And you ended up tricking Hong Chuo again. The system's cheeky voice rang out once more. You can eat shit as you please, but don't spout nonsense. Jokes are jokes, but don't slander me. With my integrity, I'd never do such a thing. Wasn't it you who corrupted me? This is something you absolutely cannot admit to. You must shift the blame elsewhere. Humph. Was it also me who taught you to sneak into the Mu family's daughter's bedroom? The system sneered. Tan Feng immediately fell silent. Amidst the system's incessant chatter, Tan Feng found a wealthy household and casually moved into an unoccupied room. He took out the unclaimed storage bag he had just picked up from someone else's room. Tan Feng looked at the fist-sized storage bag with excitement and, after fumbling with it for a while, figured out how to use it. With great anticipation, he dumped out everything inside. Splish splash! The first thing that caught Tan Feng's attention was a palm-sized flying boat. It didn't have any name written on it, nor did it come with instructions. What kind of attitude is this? No instructions, not even a name. Tan Feng cursed under his breath. Fine, I'll call you the Sky Soarer. It took him about an hour to figure out how to operate it, but the space was too cramped. If he really wanted to practice, he'd have to find another place. Take a look at the remaining items. Over 30 rhombus-shaped crystals, each about the length of a middle finger, filled with mottled spiritual energy. Is this the legendary spirit stone? Carefully storing them in the storage space. Then, turning attention to the remaining objects. 2 books, which upon closer inspection turned out to be Fireball Technique and Wind Blade. Tan Feng was immediately overjoyed. He still hadn't learned any spells yet and was reluctant to purchase them from the system. Both of these spells suited him perfectly, as he possessed the ethereal body. The ethereal body is nearly compatible with cultivation in all 5 elemental attributes, as well as most special attributes. The ethereal body is a physique on par with the ice spirit body, fire spirit body, and other such bodies. Unlike other physiques, which are typically suited to only one attribute, the ethereal body can cultivate nearly all attributes simultaneously. Finally, Tan Feng found nothing else of value, just some clothes and miscellaneous items left. Too lazy to sort through them, he simply stuffed everything into the storage bag. Then, he hung the storage bag at his waist, and suddenly, he felt his status had become much more dignified. Indeed, accessories can elevate a person's aura and courage. Without further thought, he began practicing fireball technique and wind blade. The night passed without incident. The next day, junior brother Wu awoke from his land of tenderness. He had also heard Tan Feng's loud shout the previous night, but at that moment, he was on the verge of transitioning from boyhood to manhood. Even if his master had come, he wouldn't have been able to pull him away. Fully focused, he completed the ritual, and afterward, repeated it several more times. He had just woken up and completed another round. Only then did he reluctantly prepare to leave. Dressed neatly, he pushed open the door and was about to walk out. "Hey, young Master Wu, wait!" Hearing the shout from the person behind him, he thought it was reluctance to see him go. "Young lady, there's no need to see me off. If fate allows, we'll meet again." Without turning his head, he was quite dashing. "Young master, though you are so outstanding, so handsome and dashing, but every trait has its rules you haven't paid yet." This junior brother Wu was utterly embarrassed. "My senior brother is nearby, I'll have him pay." When he arrived nearby, he only then realized his senior brother had already left last night. Moreover, the two staff members attending to Yung Li not only made him pay for Yung Li's expenses but also demanded compensation for clothes, bedsheets, and medical fees. After all, Yung Li's thrust last night had sent them flying into the air, and they had landed quite badly. Penniless, thin-skinned, and afraid of exposure, junior brother Wu had no choice but to hand over the jade pendant he carried with him. When he returned to the home residence with a face full of anger, intending to settle accounts with Yung Li, he finally learned some details about what had happened the previous night. It turned out that last night, senior brother Yung had been robbed by thieves and chased after them all night, yet he still didn't disturb him. "Senior brother Yung, why are you so kind to me?" Junior brother Wu was instantly moved to tears. When Yung Li saw junior brother Wu, his anger flared up even more. "You had a great time, didn't you? So great that you cried tears of joy afterward. Did you ever consider how I feel about this? I'm fucking bankrupt now, and I even owe someone a flying boat. I was planning to leave today to avoid Hong Ling finding out what I did last night. But now he has no intention of leaving. He wants revenge and to take back the flying boat. At this moment, the entire Pinjiang city is abuzz with discussions about last night's events. After all, Tan Feng had practically dragged Yung Li across half the city. On the streets, in taverns, tea houses, and inns, everyone was discussing the incident of the naked man running through Pinjiang city last night. Who on earth has the nerve to do such a thing? Judging by his agility, he must be no ordinary person. Chasing and being chased, it seemed like the one in front was carrying a pile of clothes. I have a friend who went to Yichun Court yesterday, and I heard they ran away from there. Are you sure this friend isn't actually you? Do you think the guy in front stole the clothes from that exhibitionist behind him at the Springjoy house? But who would be so mean? Speaking of mean, I just thought of someone. Tan Feng? At this very moment, an even more shocking piece of news emerged. Have you heard? It's said that two immortals arrived at Yichun courtyard last night, conjuring massive fireballs with a wave of their hands, likely high-level cultivators. At the dining table, a man whispered mysteriously to his companions. 4 people in their area. Reaching the 7th level of Qi refinement was already an unattainable height. I heard about it ages ago. His companion replied impatiently. But do you know the message Yichun courtyard released? The man smiled faintly. What message? His companion's curiosity was piqued. Think about it. What would immortals go to the Springjoy house for? This, you're right. His companion suddenly understood. Last night, those 2 immortals picked 3 top courtesans. Now those 3 have raised their prices, claiming the immortals left traces of their essence with them. Can you imagine how lucky it is to walk the same path as an immortal? The man winked suggestively at his companion. Shopkeeper, check please. Shopkeeper, I left the money on the table. Oh dear, my soul is about to give birth. I must take my leave. What a coincidence, mine too. I want to be fellow cultivators with the immortal. In an instant, everyone nearby who heard the message hurriedly left, presumably because their families all had urgent matters to attend to. Feng, disguised, quietly watched as the crowd scattered like birds and beasts. This news was not spread by him. After all, he was a highly qualified individual and would never do such a thing. Naturally, this news was released by the madam. When the whole city was in an uproar, the Hong family naturally found out as well. The Hong Zhenlin brothers naturally wouldn't gossip, but the news still inevitably reached the ears of the four from Qinshan sect. Ugh, I never thought our two senior brothers were this kind of people, and senior brother Yun is even more. The junior sister spat in disgust, her face flushed red. Hong Lin's lips twitched as well, never expecting the two senior brothers to behave so wantonly right after leaving the sect. However, she didn't particularly care after all. She never liked Yun Li to begin with and even somewhat looked down on him. Yun Li merely had a better family background. His actual cultivation talent was inferior to his own. Humph, all men are the same. At this moment, Yun Li and his fellow disciples also received the message. His face darkened, and he remained silent. He never imagined that the message could spread so widely and quickly, and to his surprise, the Spring Joy House actually dared to use it for their own purposes. Keep your damn essence for yourself. What do you take me for? It's only been a few minutes. It had just begun when that wretched Feng messed everything up. At this moment, Yun Li cast an envious glance at junior brother Wu. All fools have fortune. Yun. Senior brother Yun. Junior brother Wu called out timidly. Speak if you want to, or keep it to yourself if you don't. Yun Li glared at him and said angrily. Senior brother Yun, do you think the senior sisters know about this? Junior brother Wu was very anxious, but he didn't regret it and was still grateful to senior brother Yun. If even a fool like you knows, how could they not? Yun Li replied irritably. What if they report it to the sect? Junior brother Wu widened his eyes. Yun Li couldn't hold back any longer and kicked junior brother Wu in the ass. Then just go get them. Damn it! Not only was I caught taking you to the Spring Pleasure House, but my storage bag got stolen too. And now this moonlit bird flashing incident is so serious I don't even know what to do. And you're asking me what to do. Why don't you take the blame for me? With that, she turned and walked away, ignoring the foolish junior brother behind her. Can I really do it? Junior brother Wu touched his face, recalling the compliments from the girls at Ichun Courtyard this morning about how handsome he was. But senior sister Lin's chest is much bigger. Junior brother Wu chuckled foolishly. Ho 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 ho. Hong Tuo's room echoed with wild laughter, a sound that had been absent for a long time. Even without stepping outside, he could still learn about certain things. As expected of an exhibitionist moonlit bird walking, strutting halfway across Pingyang City. The worry lies not in scarcity but in inequality. When only he was being persecuted by the 10 brothers, he was furious. But now that others were also suffering, he felt much better. The 10 brothers' morals are still as lacking as ever. Hong Tuo's lips curled into a faint smile. His only hope now was that the 10 brothers would bring misfortune to more people after all. Misery loves company. The more such people there are, who would still have the face to laugh at him? Time moved on to the next day. Hong Ling was already growing impatient. She had returned to Pingyang City solely to deal with Feng, and after resolving the matter, she needed to return to her sect for cultivation. How could she afford to waste so much time in Pingyang City? Several days had passed since her return, yet before she could settle the matter, Someone on her side had already been tricked by him, losing both people and resources. Since he refused to show himself, she would resort to provocation. A 1-meter-high platform, spanning several hundred square meters, was erected in the center of Pingyang City. A dog was being led in the middle, and occasionally someone would whip it a few times. Hong Ling sat imposingly on a chair at one side of the platform, with Hong Zhenling also present. However, Yun Li and his fellow disciples were not present. Afraid of being recognized, he hid in a nearby loft, observing the commotion below from a commanding position. Hong Ling had already spread various rumors, and she also taunted from the platform, "Tan Feng, you coward! Even a mere woman like me is better than you. If you have the guts, come out. Stop hiding like a rat. See this dog? It's the one that ate your second brother's ashes. Humph! Your second brother was a despicable wretch, even his ashes were filthy. Since this dog ate them, it's now tainted with your brother's bloodline. I'll make sure to whip it from time to time." With that, he gave the dog a sharp whack, eliciting a pained yelp. The incident quickly spread throughout Pingyang City, and the chatter in the restaurants buzzed with the news. Tan Feng, who was dining in one of these restaurants, also heard about the matter. Yet, it did nothing to dampen his appetite. In fact, he even chuckled to himself. "Big brother, second brother, you died so tragically. Damn it, they even fed second brother's ashes to the dogs." Tan Feng is now heartbroken. If only he had dug up her family's ancestral grave back then and left her ancestors' ashes for them to feed to the dogs. And now the dogs have gained bloodline power from eating the ashes. He even cursed in his heart that Hong Ling was a woman with a bad brain. According to her logic, if a dog ate her waste, would that mean it had her family's bloodline? If that's the case, he should have known better than to kick Hong Chuo. Using a knife would have been much better, right? Cut it off and feed it to the dog, then tell everyone this dog carries her family's bloodline. Tan Feng ate while pondering how to trick Hong Ling. After all, she was the one who made the most noise, yet she hadn't received the punishment she deserved. Justice should be fair. Why should her senior brother be punished while she gets off scot-free? The sun slants westward, the sky dusky and yellow. The setting sun no longer burns as fiercely as at noon, seeming drowsy and lifeless. Hong Ling was also drowsy by now, her bottom sore from sitting, yet Tan Feng still hadn't arrived. Even after countless curses, even after tormenting the dog endlessly, even when the poor creature was already covered in wounds. The crowd of onlookers came and went in waves, yet new batches of curious people kept arriving. Yun Li dozed off in the attic, exhausted from the past 2 nights. The night before last, junior brother Wu had his first taste of forbidden fruit, and last night he kept hemming and hawing while dragging me along. After beating around the bush for ages, he finally got to the point. Yun Li reluctantly agreed after some hesitation, finally giving in to take him one more time. He figured he might as well go all out since Hong Ling already knew one more time wouldn't make much difference. After getting some silver from Hong Zhenling, he left under the cover of night. This time, however, he kept a low profile, avoiding Yichang courtyard and opting for another establishment of similar standing. This time, he played it smart, locking all doors and windows tightly and stashing his clothes under the bed. The girl even wondered if he had some peculiar habits. What a wonderful night without that wretched troublemaker ruining things. In the attic, Yun Li, lying on the recliner, closed his eyes and began recalling the details of last night, licking the corner of his lips. He started fantasizing about how to make his junior brother make a sound tonight, then pretend to reluctantly give in, scold him a few words, and finally take him along with faint reluctance. Meanwhile, junior brother Wu was sitting nearby, feeling increasingly grateful to his senior brother. Never had an elder treated him so well, even treating him to a meal. However, Hong Ling was not doing well at all. Her bottom had gone numb from sitting, but to maintain her ladylike image, she couldn't rub it. Standing up to take a few steps and get the blood flowing. Just about to curse a few more times to cover it up. Suddenly, someone leaped onto the stage from below. Yet he did not strike at her, but instead swiftly thrust his sword toward the dog beside her with lightning speed. Bold move! Hong Ling was startled at first but quickly realized it must be Tan Feng trying to kill the dog to prevent his second brother from further humiliation. Naturally, she wouldn't let him have his way. She drew a long sword from her storage bag and parried the strike with a single motion. Seeing his attack thwarted, the assailant bent his wrist and withdrew his sword, only to strike again, this time aiming straight for her forehead. Hong Ling remained completely calm, her breath steady as she forcefully swung her sword upward. Clang! The assailant's sword was instantly knocked out of their hand. Before she could even feel a moment of triumph, she suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. Looking down, she saw that the two towering peaks on her chest were firmly grasped by a pair of strong hands. She could feel the warmth and strength from those palms, and at that moment, she was completely stunned. Not only was she stunned, but the earlier fight had also drawn everyone's attention back. At this moment, Hong Zhenling was dumbfounded, and Yun Li, who had just been about to jump down to help, was also frozen in place. Only Tan Feng didn't freeze. Feeling the softness in his hand, he added a bit more pressure. Hong Ling involuntarily let out a soft moan. Tan Feng showed no hesitation, releasing his grip after just 3 seconds and stepping back. At this moment, Hong Ling hadn't yet processed what happened. How could she have ever experienced such a thing before? At this moment, he was staring blankly at the newcomer. The man before him had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, with an exceptional demeanor, but his face was dark as if on the verge of erupting, leaving Hong Ling utterly confused. Meanwhile, everyone else was equally puzzled by the gloom on his face. Shouldn't you be looking delighted instead? Yun Li had never seen Tan Feng's true appearance before, so for a moment, he didn't realize that this was the very person who had stolen his storage pouch. You lecherous scoundrel, I'll kill you. Hong Ling finally reacted, her face flushed crimson with uncontrollable fury. Shut your mouth. No one expected the groper to suddenly roar with anger, instantly silencing everyone present. With a dark expression, he gazed at Hong Ling with an extremely complicated look and said, I originally thought the fairies of the Green Mountain sect were honest people who wouldn't deceive others, but I never imagined you'd lie to everyone. What do you mean? Hong Ling was now utterly confused, momentarily forgetting her murderous intent. You know perfectly well what I mean, don't you? Do I need to spell it out even clearer? Tan Feng glared fiercely at Hong Ling and shouted angrily. That's Tan. Hong Zhenling, having met Tan Feng before, was just about to say this man was Tan Feng. You shut up too. Are you trying to divert the topic for your daughter? Tan Feng directly cut him off. At this moment, everyone was completely baffled, but they were too curious about Hong Ling's matter to bother dwelling on Hong Zhengling's words. Just say what you want to say. I, Hong Ling, am open and above board. What have I done to deceive anyone? Hong Ling was also eager to get to the bottom of the matter. Everyone's curiosity was piqued at this moment, and they watched quietly. Tan Feng turned around, clasped his hands behind his back, and said with a lonely tone, I really shouldn't have said this. After all, it's not good for a girl's reputation. Hearing this, the crowd below rolled their eyes in unison. You've already groped her chest, and now you have the nerve to talk about reputation. Hong Ling's silver teeth were grinding audibly. But I can't let the whole world be deceived by you. Tan Feng's voice seemed filled with guilt, as if burdened by a heavy weight, as he suddenly turned and pointed at Hong Ling's chest. Your chest is fake. A single stone stirs 1,000 waves. What? Oh my God, is it true or not? Have we all been deceived? No, I don't believe it. He must be lying. Hong Ling took 2 steps back in shock, her fury almost materializing. Pointing her long sword at Tan Feng, she said coldly, "You shameless scoundrel! How dare you spout such nonsense here? I'll kill you." "Kill him. He's Tan Feng." Hong Zhenlin also spoke up at this moment. "What? He's Tan Feng? The one who stole my storage bag? Seeking death?" Upon hearing this, Yunli also jumped down, ready to strike. Tan Feng easily dodged Hong Ling's sword strike. Seeing that Hong Zhenlin, Yunli, and junior brother Wu were about to attack, he quickly said, "So you all know about this? Planning to silence me? Fine. It seems I'm the only one left in the dark." Tan Feng let out a self-mocking laugh. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience below all understood. Indeed, silencing witnesses by killing them. It seems these few are all perceptive individuals. Then how did they know? Isn't that obvious? Hong Ling's face turned deathly pale as she listened to the comments from below the stage. "Everyone, stop this instant!" Hong Ling shouted loudly, halting her own movements as well. If she killed someone outright, there would be no way to prove anything. Hong Zhenlin and junior brother Wu stopped upon hearing her, and after a brief hesitation, Yunli also ceased his actions. "Explain yourself clearly." Hong Ling stared fixedly at Tan Feng. "You padded something inside, of course, inside your clothes." Tan Feng said sincerely. "I did not." "You're lying." Hong Ling's eyes turned red, nearly on the verge of tears. What woman could endure being spoken to like this in public? Every family knows its own affairs best. One's own worth is genuine. So how can this person blatantly lie with their eyes wide open? At this point, many people began to be half convinced and half doubting. Even Hong Zhenlin was half convinced and half doubting. No wonder they're so big. Yunli glanced at Hong Ling's ample bosom and silently thought to himself. No wonder they're so huge. Is it real or fake? Who knows? Unless I get to touch it. I still believe in fairy iron. Same here. After all, no woman would be that shameless. Hong Ling's face turned pale and then flushed as she listened to the words below. She simply couldn't prove it, because to do so would require taking it off. But taking it off to prove it would be worse than not proving it at all. As for finding other women to verify, if too few came forward, they'd be accused of being bribed, and if too many did, it would still be humiliating. Only then did Hong Ling realize that even if she jumped into the Yellow River, she couldn't wash herself clean. Only now did she understand the mindset of Hong Tuo, her father, and senior brother Yun when they said the 10 brothers were utterly shameless. She had previously thought they were just a few minor rogue cultivators. If given another chance now, she would rather never return to Pingyang City again. Such shameless scoundrels were not something normal people could deal with. At this moment, what she wanted most was to slap Hong Tuo. Why did you have to provoke their eldest brother for no reason? And then go and kill him? You're talking nonsense and spouting nonsense. You're just making baseless claims, knowing full well I can't prove it in front of everyone. That's why you're saying this. Hong Ling, realizing she couldn't produce evidence, shifted the burden to Tan Feng. If you say mine is fake, then show us your proof. Tan Feng's expression stiffened, as if he had no idea how to prove it at that moment. Meanwhile, Yunli watched Tan Feng intently, eager to seize the storage bag back. It was you who stole my storage bag. Yunli's eyes burned with killing intent. His only concern now was the storage bag. You can eat shit if you want, but don't spout nonsense. With so many people here, you can't slander me like this. Tan Feng, as if deeply insulted, immediately lashed back. If you're Tan Feng, then naturally it was you who stole it. Yunli immediately wanted to take action. Ha ha ha, fine. I, Tan Feng, act with honor and integrity. Let's settle this today. Tell me, where did I steal it? How did I steal it? What was the time and place? Tan Feng's eyes were bloodshot, as if furious at being wrongfully accused. This. Yun Li was momentarily speechless. He couldn't very well say in public that it was lost at the Spring Pleasure House, could he? Enough! If you're going to make such claims, then show us the evidence. You're clearly talking nonsense, otherwise you wouldn't be changing the subject. Hong Ling, however, wasn't willing to let Tan Feng off the hook. Seeing him change the topic, she thought he was afraid and immediately sought to press her advantage. She needed to resolve her matter quickly today, or else the rumors would only grow more outrageous. That's right, in my opinion, Tan Feng is just talking nonsense. Exactly, otherwise he wouldn't have changed the subject. Humph, this scoundrel took advantage and still slandered Fairy Ling. More and more people heard the commotion and came over, and for a while, the number of people questioning Tan Feng grew increasingly larger. Tan Feng looked at the crowd below, his face ashen and his eyes brimming with tears. Choking back sobs, he said, I didn't lie, and I didn't steal his storage pouch. I, Tan Feng, act with integrity and honor. I value my reputation more than my own life. His words stirred a hint of sympathy among many in the crowd, though some still thought he wouldn't admit his mistake until faced with undeniable proof. Ah, who among the young hasn't made mistakes? Just apologize, and let this be over. Ah, you've gone astray. Hurry up and apologize to Fairy Ling. Humph, still unwilling to admit it even now. Hong Ling felt at ease, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. They say the 10 brothers are unscrupulous and hard to deal with, but it seems they're nothing special after all. However, when she looked down at her chest, her smile froze. She had indeed been taken advantage of. She resolved to chop off his hands later. None of you believe me, do you? Tan Feng's face was deathly pale, as if he couldn't accept reality. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, There's one way to prove I'm not lying. Humph, don't tell me you want me to cooperate. Hong Ling sneered, as if she had seen right through Tan Feng's intentions. No, you just need to stand there quietly. Tan Feng's expression had returned to calmness, and he glanced around nostalgically. I will wash away all the humiliation on me and prove that I didn't lie. Tan Feng always keeps his word. The crowd was filled with confusion, unsure of what he meant. If I die, then no one will doubt any of this, right? Tan Feng's shocking words sent waves of astonishment through the crowd. What? Is that really necessary? You're still young, kid. Hong Ling and the others remained expressionless, utterly unconvinced that Tan Feng would actually commit suicide. They were certain he was just putting on an act, waiting for someone to persuade him so he could back down gracefully. There's no need to persuade me. My mind is made up. Tan Feng waved his hand dismissively, walked to the center of the platform, and sat down cross-legged. With his hands forming seals, he enveloped his entire body in the fireball technique. Instantly, his clothes caught fire, and the scent of roasting flesh filled the air. Hong Ling and the others looked on in horror. Was it really necessary to go this far? In the next moment, Tan Feng's body suddenly began to swell. He's going to self-destruct. Watch out! Boom! It was as if a bomb had exploded in the center of the platform, scattering burning rags and chunks of flesh into the air before they vanished, leaving only a few scraps of cloth behind. And a voice echoed between heaven and earth. Tan Feng has lived his entire life with integrity, never stooping to deceit. Hong Ling's chest is fake. Yun Li's storage pouch wasn't taken by me. The Hong family killed my eldest brother, caused the death of my second brother, and now they've driven me to my death. My sworn younger brother will not let you get away with this. A silence fell. Everyone stared at the crater blasted into the platform, momentarily speechless. It seems Tan Feng was telling the truth. Yes, what an honest child he is. What a pity! I should have trusted him just now. It's all your fault. Turning to glare angrily at the person beside them. This. The person beside her was momentarily speechless, lowering their head in shame. Under the pressure of the Hong family's influence and Hong Ling's strength, the crowd dared not speak too much openly, but they all took note in their hearts. Hong Ling's face turned pale, her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. She knew her reputation was ruined. Unless she shows it to everyone right now, she's powerless to turn the situation around. Yunli cast a disgusted glance at her. He used to covet the 2 mounds on her chest, but now he couldn't tell what was real or fake about Hong Ling. Comparatively, he trusted Tan Songfeng's words more. She's nothing but a jinx. Just by accompanying her to Pingyang City, he ended up moonlit bird watching, had his storage bag and flying boat stolen, and only now realized she was fake all along. Damn it! Not a single person present felt any joy over Tan Feng's death. Hong Zhenling once again recalled the emotions he felt when Tan Erfeng crashed to his death at the ancestral grave, identical to how he felt now, with absolutely no sense of triumphant vengeance. Gather Tan Songfeng's ashes and feed them to the dogs. Hong Zhenling weakly ordered the servant beside him. Master, Tan Sanfeng self-destructed. There are no ashes left. Hong Zhenling looked up at the sky, momentarily lost in confusion. What should we do if we encounter Tan Sifeng in the future? Twins were bad enough, but quadruplets. This is just too much. What if he turns out to be as unscrupulous as his 2 brothers? In a secluded cave outside Pingyang City, an unnoticed shadow gradually solidified. A naked Tan Feng appeared out of thin air, skillfully pulling out clothes and dressing himself. It's worth mentioning that he had already stored the storage bag in the system's storage space before going on stage, and that sword was borrowed. System, where's my reward? Do I have to ask every time? Congratulations, host, for successfully courting death, a glorious demise indeed. Successfully framed Hong Ling with a lifelong black mark. Reward, 350 B points. Not bad, not bad. Tan Feng was quite satisfied. After all, he had only pinned a black mark on Hong Ling. With a bit of thick skin, it wouldn't be a problem at all. He checked his balance. B count, 1100. Round coins, 700. Not sure what to buy for now. We'll save them first. Tan Feng immediately left a photo record before disguising himself and heading towards Pingyang City. He wanted to see how Pingyang City would react. And how would Hong Ling respond? Would she show it publicly to prove her innocence? Then they'd better hurry, or they might miss it. Recalling that touch, Tan Feng decided not to wash his hands today. Oh, and that Yunli wonder where he is off to search for his storage pouch next. Of the 4 from Qin Shang sect, 2 ended up in such a miserable state. Just thinking about it made Tan Feng want to laugh. What kind of karma did they bring upon themselves? That very night, the incident involving Hong Ling and Tan Sanfeng spread throughout Pingyang City. After all, the matter was too shocking and unheard of. Ling Fairy's chest was actually fake. It was padded with clothing. Inside the restaurant, the clamor of voices was overwhelming. Have you heard about Ling Fairy? You can know a person's face but not their heart. The world is going to the dogs, and people's hearts are no longer as pure as in the old days. Do you think this information might be fake? Could someone be deliberately slandering Fairy Ian? At this moment, someone who didn't know the truth voiced their doubts. Little did he expect that his words would offend countless people. One by one, they stopped what they were doing and stared at him intently, as if looking at an idiot. Idiot, this is the secret Tan Sanfeng exchanged with his life. Shut up, ignorant brat. How dare you question Tan Songfeng's words? Tan Gongzi used his life to uncover an earth-shattering secret for countless men, and you dare doubt him. Alas, whether it's Erfeng or Sanfeng, both are rare heroes. At this moment, someone recalled Tan Erfeng's deeds. Yes, a family of heroes. I heard they also had a younger brother. I wonder what kind of demeanor Tan Sifeng has. At this moment, the Tan Sifeng they were talking about was sitting at another table, covering his mouth and nearly bursting into laughter. Tan Feng laughed out loud, but Hong Ling and Yun Li were on the verge of tears. She had also heard the rumors outside. She wished she could kill everyone in the city that way. No one would know, and no one would gossip. But no, she didn't dare to kill, because this was the territory of the Qin Shao imperial dynasty. Even though the Qin Shao imperial dynasty was merely a mortal realm court, multiple sects had jointly established rules long ago. No cultivator was allowed to massacre mortals indiscriminately, otherwise they would inevitably face collective attacks from numerous immortal sects. Since most disciples of immortal sects originated from the mortal realm, fewer mortals would mean fewer future disciples, and naturally, fewer geniuses as well. Massacring mortals recklessly is like digging up the very foundation of the immortal sects. Not to mention her, a mere chi refining 8th layer cultivator. Even if her master came, he wouldn't dare kill more than a few dozen people without reason. There was simply no way to break the deadlock. The more Hong Ling thought about it, the more agitated and furious she became. She had returned with her fellow disciples, intending to vent her anger, only to end up suffering heavy losses alongside senior brother Yun. Now, even senior brother Yun had begun distancing himself from her, spending every night carousing with junior brother Wu. It's all that useless Hong Tuo's fault. If it weren't for him, none of this would have happened. She stormed toward Hong Tuo's room with murderous intent, and as soon as she reached the outside, she heard his wild laughter. Ha ha! That wretched woman finally got what she deserved. I can't stop laughing. I was wondering how she grew so fast these past few years. Even if someone massaged her every day, it wouldn't be possible. So that's how it is. That's how it is. Dare to provoke the 10 brothers. Are those immoral bastards someone you can mess with casually? Hong Ling's face grew darker the more she listened outside the door. He didn't even stop to think about who provoked whom first. She was completely dragged into this by Hong Tuo. Bang! The door was kicked flying by her, and Hong Tuo's laughter abruptly stopped in fright, his face full of terror, thinking the 10 brothers had arrived. Tan Feng's face was etched into his memory every time he saw it. Nothing good ever happened, especially in this very room. But upon seeing that the person was Hong Ling, he immediately relaxed considerably. Oh, so it's the fake boobs girl. He even had the nerve to tease her. You! Hong Ling had long wanted to kill him, but the reputation of fratricide would be rather unpleasant to spread. If it weren't for you provoking the 10 brothers, how could it have come to this? You good for nothing, always stirring up trouble. Hong Ling waved her hand, sending a chilling current that left Hong Tuo shivering uncontrollably. Hong Ling recalled Tan Songfeng's last words. There was still another younger brother in the Tan family. According to Tan Erfeng, the later a brother was born in their family, the stronger their innate talent. Therefore, Tan Sifeng was likely at the 9th level of qi refining, with the lowest estimate being the 8th level. If she were to leave the Hong family, Tan Sifeng alone could likely wipe out the entire Hong family. Though she still felt a faint reluctance toward her parents, it was only a faint trace at most. When I was young, they treated me quite poorly and even allowed Hong Tuo to bully me. I left the Hong family and joined the Qin Shang sect at the age of 12. So I didn't have much affection left for the Hong family or my parents. Moreover, walking the path of cultivation inherently means having no family ties, unless one's relatives also possess exceptional talent for cultivation. She had witnessed Tan Songfeng's unscrupulous behavior firsthand, and whether it was her own experiences or Yun Li's, they all left her without the courage to face Tan Sifeng. Add to that the things Tan Erfeng had done, it could be said that the 10 brothers were truly lacking in virtue. As a pure and innocent fairy maiden, Facing such people left her truly powerless. They didn't engage in direct confrontation, but resorted to underhanded tactics. She was mentally exhausted and didn't want to meddle in the Hong family's affairs anymore. Let the Hong family fend for itself. With one less concern, I can now focus wholeheartedly on cultivation. Besides, how many people has the Hong family harmed over the years? If this karmic debt isn't settled now, they might provoke someone even stronger in the future and drag themselves and me into deeper trouble. The Hong family has exploited my reputation for their misdeeds all these years. Now that they're in trouble, I've returned to help. This should settle the karmic debt I owe them. Once this thought arose, clarity dawned upon me. After tormenting Hong Tuo for a while, Hong Ling turned and left. There was no need to waste more effort on the man who was about to die. Yun Li was now experiencing both pain and pleasure as he was once again half pushed, half pulled out by junior brother Wu. While indulging in pleasure, he couldn't help but wonder where his storage pouch had gone. Damn it, Tan Sanfeng is already dead. So who stole the storage pouch? And why did Hong Tuo insist that the person that night was Tan Sanfeng? Could he have been mistaken? Yun Li felt like both of his heads were about to explode. Oh, so annoying. Who ever heard of quadruplets? I can't even tell who's who anymore. Putting it out of his mind, Yun Li soon relaxed and began to contemplate his next steps. Tan Sanfeng is dead, so Tan Sifeng will definitely show up. But when he'll appear is anyone's guess, and Tan Sifeng might even be stronger than Tan Sanfeng. I can't just wait here. I might as well return to the sect and cultivate, striving to reach foundation establishment as soon as possible for safety. Tan Songfen's death is also related to me. I must flee quickly. People who are both powerful and unscrupulous are too troublesome to deal with. Based on what he had seen, heard, and personally experienced, he had already developed a fear of even the mention of wind. Tan Feng, just the name alone was enough to instill terror. The next morning, Hong Ling and Yun Li coincidentally proposed to leave. Both parties hit it off immediately. Staying here any longer would not only bring no benefits but also require facing Tan Sifeng, who could appear at any moment. The delicate and refined junior sister also dared not stay any longer. The previous night, she had awkwardly approached Hong Ling, asking if she could help her. She also wanted to look more mature. Hong Ling nearly coughed out blood in frustration. So you don't believe me either? He immediately took it off to show his junior sister, who was instantly awestruck, marveling at how magnificent it was. Then she grew furious, insisting on going out to clear her senior sister's name. It was only after Hong Ling pulled her aside and explained the stakes that she reluctantly gave up. She looked utterly dejected, unable to prove the truth despite knowing it, forced to endure the world's misunderstanding. What puzzled her even more was that Tan Sanfeng should have known about it, right? Why would he rather commit suicide than tarnish his senior sister's reputation? At this very moment, her fear of the yet-to-appear Tan Sifeng grew even stronger, terrified that he might also wrongfully accuse her. With her fragile state of mind, she might just end her own life. She couldn't wait to leave. After all, among so many people, only she and senior brother Wu hadn't been targeted yet. Among the four of us, only junior brother Wu was reluctant to leave. Having tasted the sweetness, he wished he could stay there these past few days. But seeing the other three were about to leave, he naturally didn't dare to stay behind. He was also afraid of Tan Sifeng. The 10 brothers were all madmen, utterly devoid of any moral boundaries. Haven't you seen how badly our senior sister and brother were harmed? With my meager skills and limited experience, what can I do if I encounter Tan Sifeng? After a brief discussion, they quickly packed their belongings and left. Hong Ling informed her parents, and while the Hong Zhenling couple didn't try to stop her, they mentioned hearing that immortals possess items capable of regenerating lost limbs. They urged Hong Ling to find such a thing and return to heal Hong Tuo. Hong Ling agreed on the surface, but inwardly sneered how could a worthless fool like Hong Tuo be worthy of wielding such a treasure. He is as good as dead. If possible, it's best for you to leave Pingyang City. Without me here, you might not be able to hold off Tan Sifeng if he comes. Before departing, Hong Ling still felt compelled to offer this advice. Whether they heeded it or not was up to them. That bastard dares to come. Wouldn't he have the guts to lay a finger on my Hong family? For all the things those brothers have done, not one of them would dare kill a member of our family. Even when Tan Sifeng's two older brothers died at our hands, did you see him dare to touch a single Hong? Hong Ling sure shrieked in response. In her eyes, with her daughter now a disciple of the Qing Mountain sect, no one would dare provoke them. Hong Zhenling also nodded in agreement. He was unwilling to abandon the foundation they had built in Pingyang City, and he simply couldn't believe Tan Sifeng would dare to provoke Hong Ling so recklessly. Would he dare to offend the Qing Mountain sect? But he never imagined that his beloved daughter had already given up on the Hong family. Hearing this, Hong Ling said no more. The path was of their own choosing. If they died, she wouldn't seek revenge. The karma had already been settled. After a short while, the four of them were ready and set off on their return journey together. Unlike the outward journey, this time they had to rely on their own feet for the return trip. After all, Yung Li's flying boat had been stolen, and they still couldn't fly on their own. Among the four, only Hong Ling currently possessed a storage pouch. Compared to their high-spirited and arrogant demeanor when they set out, the group now seemed rather disheveled and downcast. Accompanied by the townsfolk, the four of them left Pingyang City. After walking some distance, Hong Ling and the others turned back to glance at Pingyang City, their expressions all complex. Hong Ling gazed from afar at her parents and then at Pingyang City. Deep down, she knew this might be the last time she would see the Hong family. Even if the Hong family weren't annihilated by Tan Sifeng this time, their unrestrained nature would eventually provoke others. And even if they didn't, Hong Ling herself likely would return to Pingyang City in the future. Ah, Pingyang City. Who would have thought that such a small place could? Yung Li sighed softly. Pingyang City is really nice. Junior brother Wu genuinely seemed reluctant to leave. The two girls rolled their eyes at him. They knew exactly what the brothers had been up to these past few days. Yung Li glanced back at his junior sister and said, "Little junior sister, you're the only one who hasn't been caught with any dirt this trip." Indeed, Yung Li had been caught strolling under the moonlight with birds. Hong Ling had been exposed in the fake chest scandal, and junior brother Wu's escapades had also been discovered. Now, only the youngest junior sister has no leverage against her. Junior sister, it's not that senior sister doesn't trust you, but we must keep each other's secrets when we return. Without any secrets of your own, how can we trust you? Hong Ling also nodded and tried to persuade her. If they had no leverage over the youngest junior sister, what if she went back and talked carelessly? Senior sister, you were wrong. I'll speak up for you. The youngest junior sister looked nervous. It's useless. No one will believe it. Hong Ling said calmly. Indeed, no one would believe her or the youngest junior sister's words. If any fellow disciples grew suspicious and came to Pingyang City to ask, they would find the entire city firmly convinced that Hong Ling's chest was fake. The best approach is for everyone to keep silent. The same goes for Yung Li's matter. Hasn't his affair already become common knowledge throughout the city? Hong Ling and Yung Li sometimes had to admit that Tan Sifeng truly knew how to manipulate public opinion. The junior sister paled, fearing her senior brother and sister might silence her permanently. Don't worry. Just share one of your own secrets, so we have something to hold over you. And you, junior brother Wu, your leverage is too insignificant. It lacks impact. You'll need to provide another. Hong Ling first reassured the junior sister before turning to junior brother Wu. After half a day of persuasion, threats, and bribes, junior sister and junior brother Wu finally each revealed a secret. A shocking revelation. Junior sister, what did you say? You actually spied on Uncle Master and Auntie doing that? The junior sister's face turned crimson as she stomped her foot. Oh, I didn't mean to. I already said, that day. That day I went to get something and only heard the sound, so Oh, forget it. I'm ignoring you all. A moment later. Junior brother Wu, you. Hong Ling's face was filled with horror. You actually got that thing on senior sister Wang's clothes? If she finds out, won't she beat you to death? At this moment, Yung Li's previously lofty gaze, when observing newcomers, was completely gone now. His eyes held nothing but awe. Senior brother Wu, I never expected you to be this kind of person. The junior sister's face was flushed red, delicate as if about to drip, her eyes looking at him as if he were a pervert. Junior brother Wu was also embarrassed under everyone's gaze, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. Well, perhaps a hole in the Spring Delight courtyard. He didn't want to reveal this secret either, but there was no choice. It was the least outrageous among his many secrets. Yung Li walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Senior brother Wu, from now on, just call me junior brother Yun. You've been hiding your true self well. Junior brother Wu almost cursed out loud. How else was this thing supposed to remain hidden and concealed? Flaunt it under the moonlight like you do. Stay away from me from now on. Hong Ling subtly took a few steps back. However, the junior sister seemed oblivious, swaying her head and moving even closer to her senior brother Wu. Tan Feng, unaware of the eccentricities within Qin Shang sect, had now settled back into the home residence. Didn't the few from Qin Shang sect leave? With a few rooms now empty, he simply moved into Hong Ling's room. A man without a home makes the world his dwelling, and a girl's room is naturally cleaner, certainly better than staying in the room Yung Li had occupied. He didn't bother chasing after the Qin Shang sect members either. It wasn't a life or death grudge, and in the end, they were the ones who suffered the greater loss. Tan Feng planned to stay at the home residence for a few days to see if Hong Ling and the others had truly left. If I leave, then I'll destroy the Hong family myself. If they haven't left, and even intend to aid the tyrant and scheme against me, then he'll have to reconsider his plans and kill Hong Ling and the others along with them. 3 days passed in a flash. Tan Feng spent 3 days at the home residence. In Pingyang City, although Hong Ling had left, the lingering influence of her and her fellow disciples remained after Tan Songfin's death. Now, no one in the entire city dared to defy Hong Zhenling's will. Over the past few days, Hong Zhenling had been seizing property from the common people and plundering the foundations of other families by force. Gradually, he even began to disregard the city lord's authority. In his eyes, his daughter was a distinguished disciple of the Qin Shang sect, while the city lord was merely an official under the mundane rule of the Qin Shao imperial court. Madame Hong Ling also grew increasingly arrogant. With Hong Tuo deposed, she became even more malicious and cruel, often taking lives on a whim and even forcing others to endure the same suffering as Hong Tuo. The entire Pingyang city was plunged into chaos and misery. Heaven will destroy those it wishes to ruin by first driving them mad. In just 3 days, Pingyang city had become a den of corruption and disorder. Tan Feng was unwilling to wait any longer and could no longer bear to see the Hong family harm the people. He stood up, drawing his long sword. He walked out of Hong Ling's room, where the night had already fallen, dotted with stars. With one hand holding the sword and the other behind his back. The scabbard had long been stored in the spatial storage. He did not unleash his aura, as that would only alert the core members of the Hong family to flee. Stealthily turning invisible, he headed straight for Hong Zhenling's residence. Silently eliminating the 2 guards at the door, he sliced open the door with a single sword strike. "Who's there?" A furious shout came from inside the house. The invisibility spell had been lifted, and Tan Feng was now exposed in Hong Zhenlin's sight. You're Tan Sifeng? Hong Zhenlin's face was filled with terror. An enemy showing up late at night clearly wasn't here for a midnight snack. You dare to come here? Aren't you afraid of the Qinshan sect? Mrs. Hong Lin, dressed in her undergarments, shrieked without a trace of fear. Do you really think the Qin Mountain sect can dominate everything? Even if I kill Hong Lin, the Qin Mountain sect won't go to great lengths to hunt me down. Tan Feng was exasperated by the Hong family's arrogance. Did they really believe their daughter's enrollment in the Qin Mountain sect made them invincible? To be honest, if I kill you all, and Hong Lin dares to seek revenge, I'll kill her too. If the Qin Mountain sect dares to retaliate, I'll wipe them out as well. Arrogant! Who do you think you are? Ridiculous! Hong Zhenlin and his wife both sneered in disdain. As far as they knew, the Qinshan sect had multiple foundation establishment cultivators, and rumors even spoke of an even more powerful Golden Core patriarch still alive. Tan Feng said no more. With a light tap of his toes, he activated the cloud stepping technique and swiftly closed the distance toward Hong Zhenlin. Like an arrow shot from a bowstring, Hong Zhenlin had long been secretly prepared, raising his sword to block at this moment. Clang! But with only the 6th level of Qi refining, his physique and techniques were no match for Tan Feng. How could he possibly withstand it? Tan Feng swung his sword, and Hong Zhenlin's blade was instantly knocked back onto his own body. A tremendous force surged through the sword. With a cry, blood gushed from his mouth. Seizing the advantage, Tan Feng thrust his sword forward, piercing Hong Zhenlin's throat before he could react. Hong Zhenlin clutched his throat, from which blood gushed out profusely. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and confusion. His daughter had been accepted into the Qinshan sect, and it wouldn't be long before she reached the foundation establishment stage. Wasn't he afraid of his daughter? Wasn't he afraid of the Qinshan sect? Forging iron requires strength in oneself. Relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. Yet you actually rely on your daughter. Hong Zhenlin's gaze gradually dimmed until it finally lost all signs of life. Old master. Mrs. Hong Lin finally showed a look of terror. Only now did she realize that the man before her had truly come to kill. She knelt before Tan Feng and begged for mercy, saying, "Spare me, spare me. I can." Tan Feng had no patience for her nonsense. With a single swing of his sword, he severed her head, her eyes wide open in death, unable to rest in peace. Thus, both Hong Zhenlin and his wife met their end, descending into the Yellow Springs. The sound of footsteps outside suggested that the Hong family's guards were arriving. This time, Tan Feng did not flee. Instead, he walked out slowly. There are already over 30 people outside, and more are coming from afar. But among these 30+ individuals, only a few possess cultivation, making no difference from ordinary people in Tan Feng's eyes. Kill him. Go. He's alone, don't be afraid. At this moment, they were still unaware of Hong Zhenlin's death and remained quite arrogant. They're all a bunch of wicked scoundrels. Tan Feng had no intention of letting them go. In an instant, he charged into the crowd, wielding a sword in his right hand while occasionally launching fireballs and wind blades with his left. In just a moment, over 20 more corpses had already piled up in this place. Tan Feng didn't want to waste any more time entangled here. If delayed, Hong Zhenqing and Hong Tuo would escape. With a light leap, he jumped out of the battlefield and headed straight for Hong Zhenqing's aura. Naturally, Hong Zhenqing had also noticed the distant battle. He hesitated momentarily, unsure whether to approach. If the situation turned unfavorable, he would flee immediately. But just as he hesitated, Tan Feng had already arrived before him, looking at him coldly. Tan Erfeng? No, Tan Sifeng? Hong Zhenqing's face showed fear. Where is my elder brother? Dad, Tan Feng said succinctly. Dad, go down and keep him company. With those words, he swung his sword in a sweeping arc. Hong Zhenqing raised his own blade to block, but with a swish, both his sword and body were cleaved in two. He toppled to the ground, his face frozen in disbelief. Had he really failed to withstand even a single move from his opponent? Without a second thought, Tan Feng activated his cloud-stepping stride once more, heading straight for Hong Tuo's residence. Behind Hong Tuo's house, several shadowy figures were sneaking around, fleeing for their lives. Young master, hurry and go. Young master, the master and mistress have already been killed. You must survive to carry on the Hong family line. An old servant, tears streaming down his face, earnestly advised Hong Tuo. Hearing this, Hong Tuo flew into a rage and kicked out, "Pass on your mother's words." The old servant realized his mistake and dared not speak again, merely supporting Hong Tuo as they moved forward. Running so slow? Back when you set the dogs on me, I ran much faster. Tan Feng leaped down from the shadows. Tan Erfeng? Wait, Tan Sifeng. Hong Tuo's mind was a complete mess. These quadruplets really looked identical. Hold on, wasn't it Tan Feng I set the dogs on? At this point, Hong Tuo was utterly bewildered. That's right. I am Tan Feng, the one you set the dogs on. I'm also Tan Erfeng, San Feng, and Sifeng. Tan Feng's expression remained calm as he waved his hand, killing all of Hong Tuo's servants in an instant. No way, Tan Feng is already dead. Tan Erfeng dashed himself to death on the ancestral grave, and Tan San Feng self-destructed. Hong Tuo screamed, unable to comprehend, not even noticing that all his servants around him had perished. Do you really think I'd be so stupid as to throw my life away just to mess with your ancestral graves? Or that I'd be foolish enough to self-destruct just to prove my innocence? Tan Feng sneered. It was all fake, you naive child. You've all been deceived. Impossible. If you're this powerful, why did you let me bully you in the first place? Hong Tuo felt he had exposed the other's lies. He couldn't accept that his Hong family had sacrificed so much while the other remained completely unharmed. I should actually thank you for that. Back when I was being chased by your dogs, I ran into an immortal while fleeing someone even more powerful than the ancestor of the Green Mountain sect. He gave me a few immortality talismans and some miraculous elixirs. From an ordinary person just over 2 months ago, I've now reached the 8th level of Qi refinement. Otherwise, why do you think I'm not afraid of the Qin Shang sect? Why dare I touch Hong Ling? Why dare I tease Yun Li? Why dare I wipe out your entire family? Because I don't fear the Qin Shang sect at all. All of this I have to thank you for it. Thank you, Miss Hong. As Tan Feng spoke, Hong Tuo's expression grew increasingly grim. He felt it was almost certainly true there was simply no other explanation. But for this very reason, he grew even more furious, because everything the other had was achieved through him. Without him, the other would never have left the city, nor would any of the subsequent events have occurred. Ha 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 ha, how the heavens toy with mortals. Hong Tuo spat out a mouthful of blood, then slowly collapsed to the ground. His breath grew faint, until finally, it ceased altogether. He had actually been angered to death by Tan Feng. Looking at Hong Tuo's corpse, Tan Feng couldn't help but sigh. If not for the system, he might well have died at Hong Tuo's hands. The man wouldn't even have remembered him, a mere beggar. Without further delay, with all the evil leaders already executed, Tan Feng moved through the Hong mansion, continuously slaying its guards. These guards were also accomplices to tyranny, and killing them was a way to uphold justice and punish evil. Run for your lives. It's a demon. The guards, utterly defeated by Tan Feng's onslaught and with their masters already dead, quickly lost all will to resist and fled in panic. Tan Feng did not pursue them further. These people would naturally be dealt with by the enemies of the Hong family. including those Hong family members he hadn't killed. Their enemies would certainly not miss the chance to kick them while they were down. Feng began searching for treasures within the Hong residence. He didn't take everything, only a small portion, as he still needed gold and silver in the mortal world. He also found several qi refining techniques and martial arts manuals in the Hong residence, but they were all mediocre. After a brief glance, Feng stored them away. Useless to eat, and no loss if thrown away. Seeing there was nothing left to do, although the Hong mansion was in chaos, it had nothing to do with him anymore. He headed straight out of the Hong mansion, as it was no longer habitable. Even getting a meal had become a problem. Along the way, he only targeted the guards, striking with lethal precision. Feng did not take action against those servants and the like. Even if they took advantage of the chaos to steal valuable items, he did not stop them. If they could leave the Hong mansion alive and continue to live in luxury, that would be their fate. If they could not leave the Hong mansion, that would also be their fate. By the time Feng quietly left the Hong family, the entire Pingyang city was already in an uproar. The Hong mansion had been wiped out. Countless people saw the flames rising from the Hong residence, ignited by a torch or oil lamp overturned in the panic. Others witnessed the terrified crowds fleeing in chaos from the Hong estate. Someone grabbed a passerby and learned that nearly all the core members of the Hong family had been slaughtered, with the killer still on a rampage. Word spread like wildfire. Pingyang city wasn't large, and every family had its own channels for information. Moments later, numerous factions from Pingyang city had already gathered outside the Hong residence. The Dao family, the Mu family, the Li family, and more. The stern-faced Shao family head, sporting a goatee, was the first to sigh. Who would have thought the mighty Hong family would meet such a sudden and tragic end? The Mu family head nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, just a few months ago, they were at the height of their power. No one in all of Pingyang city dared to slight the Hong family. Although the fall of the Hong family was a good thing, everyone also felt a sense of sorrow for the loss of a fellow sufferer. I wonder if Fairy Ling will seek revenge. The Li family head stroked his chin. Zhao Dongsheng, the head of the Zhao family, smiled and said, that would be a fight among immortals, none of our concern. This must be the work of Feng, right? It must be the case. The Hong family killed his 3 brothers, so Feng seeking revenge is only natural. Zhao Dongsheng nodded. After discussing briefly, they decided to put out the fire first, as there were likely many valuable items inside that shouldn't be reduced to ashes. Only after extinguishing the flames did they find the bodies of the Hong family members. Hong Zhenling and his wife, as well as Hong Zhenqing, were all killed with a single sword strike. The only oddity is that Hong Tuo seems to have died from rage. No one bothered to dwell on the cause of Hong Tuo's death. That was good enough. Even if he weren't dead now, he'd eventually drown from drinking water. Hong Zhenqing's wife and son are nowhere to be seen. No one spoke, and certainly no one voiced any intent to pursue them. Yet, without needing to ask, it was clear that each family would secretly send people to hunt them down. If they killed them openly, what would happen when Hong Ling returned to settle the score? But if we don't kill him, Hong Lin, as the only remaining bloodline of the Hong family, might support him in the future, securing a place for Hong Zhenqing's son in Pingyang city. Ultimately, it would harm everyone's interests. Has anyone found Master Tan? Zhao Dongsheng spoke up. No trace of the master has been seen. Forget it. The immortal master is as elusive as a dragon's head and tail. Zhao Dongsheng didn't press further, adding, as for the Hong family's legacy, let's wait a few more days. The situation is unclear now. Hong Zhenqing's son is still around, and we don't know when Fairy Ling will return, let alone immortal Master Tan's intentions. Of course. That works too. The heads of the families all nodded in agreement. After all, neither Hong Ling nor Feng were people they could afford to provoke. Dividing the Hong family now might offend one side or the other, which would be unwise. While they were discussing, Feng had already found an inn. He directly booked a top-tier room. Money talks. However, even staying in the best room still couldn't compare to Hong Ling's quarters. Feng found himself feeling somewhat nostalgic. No matter how luxurious the top-tier room was, countless others had stayed there before. How could it ever match the cleanliness of Hong Ling's room? System, where's my reward? Always have to remind you. What reward? What reward do you even have? The system replied impatiently. This. Feng pondered for a long time, only to realize there really was no reward. He neither died, nor did anything reckless, nor ran away. Although Hong Tuo was angered to death, firstly, he had no cultivation, and secondly, he didn't even chase after me. Feng was momentarily speechless and, having nothing else to do, could only sit cross-legged to cultivate. The night passed without incident. By the next day, the entire Pingyang city knew that the Hong family had been wiped out, and Hong Zhenqin's son and wife were also found dead outside the city, reportedly from starvation. As for whether it was true or not, that's a matter of opinion. The extermination of the Hong family set the entire Pingyang city abuzz as if boiling over. Everywhere, people were abuzz with discussions. Some clinked glasses in celebration, others danced with joy, and some even wept tears of happiness. Pingyang city had long suffered under the Hong family's oppression. Ha ha ha, splendid! Someone exclaimed, downing a bowl of wine in one gulp before slamming it heavily onto the table. It's a good death! My poor sister was ruined by that beast Hong Tuo and ended up drowning herself in the river. When my father went to the Hong residence to reason with them, that sharp-tongued, cruel mother of Hong Tuo directly broke both his legs. A weathered man wept bitterly. Ha ha ha! I once had considerable wealth, but after crossing the Hong family, Hong Zhenling used threats and coercion to seize all my family's assets, leaving us destitute and broken. The Hong family deserves to be wiped out, utterly devoid of conscience. In Pingyang city, countless people wept with joy, each pouring out their own tragic tales of suffering. In the past, they wouldn't have dared to say such things out loud, as it could easily provoke retaliation from the Hong family. But now, they have no fear at all, because the Hong family has been completely wiped out, leaving only Hong Ling. However, Hong Ling has gone far away to cultivate at the Qin Shang sect, and no one knows how often she'll return in the future or even if she'll return at all. For now, they just want to vent their pent-up frustrations. Thanks to Tan Sifeng, the Tan brothers are truly remarkable. What a chivalrous man! May he live 100 years. Why are you cursing Master Tan? In Pingyang city, countless impoverished people knelt and kowtowed, overwhelmed with gratitude towards Feng. Feng could naturally sense the emotions of the Pingyang city residents, but he paid them no mind. First, he went out to buy some clothes, as each death cost him a set. He also took the opportunity to purchase a few large vats, lest the system throw another fit next time. The next day, at the Jiao residence, the grandeur is no less impressive than that of the Hong residence, though perhaps due to the stricter family rules of the Jiao household, it appears slightly more understated. Even the gatekeepers were not as arrogant as those at the Hong residence and did not immediately chase away Feng, who was standing at the door. Of course, if he stood there too long, they might eventually shoo him away. But the most likely reason was that Feng carried himself with an extraordinary air. At the gate of the Jiao residence, Feng stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Please inform the head of the Jiao family that Tan Sifeng is here to see him." On either side of the gate stood a sword-wielding guard. Initially, they found Feng's motionless stance somewhat odd and were about to drive him away if he didn't leave soon. Upon hearing his words, they were both startled. Who in the world didn't know of the Tan brothers these days? "Please wait a moment, young Master Tan," Allow me to report first. One of the guards clasped his fists in salute, not daring to take the liberty of bringing someone in directly. Very well, go ahead. After all, he was someone accustomed to a society governed by law and wouldn't make things difficult for subordinates over trivial matters. The guard gratefully clasped his fists and swiftly rushed inside after opening the door, not daring to question whether the person before him was an impostor. Inside the residence, Zhao Dongsheng was currently in the main hall, frowning deeply as he pondered intently. Master! Master! Zhao Dongsheng, his train of thought interrupted, glared at the intruder and snapped, What's all this fuss about? Master, it's Tan Sifeng. The guard gasped for breath, swallowing hard before speaking. What? Tan Sifeng? Zhao Dongsheng sprang to his feet upon hearing this. Quick, bring him in. He then hurriedly said, No, I'll go pick him up myself. With that, he immediately jogged toward the main gate. Just as Tan Feng was idly watching the Zhao family's gate, a figure slipped out through the slightly ajar door. Zhao Dongsheng looked at the young man standing tall before him, hands clasped behind his back. He noticed the man's striking features, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and an outstanding demeanor. Upon sensing his strength again, it felt unfathomable. I am Zhao Dongsheng, currently the head of the Zhao family. May I ask if you are young Master Tan Sifeng? Zhao Dongsheng dared not be negligent and quickly clasped his hands in greeting. Please forgive me for not welcoming you from afar. Tan Feng did not put on airs either and similarly clasped his hands in return. Greetings, head Zhao. I am indeed Tan Sifeng. My apologies for the intrusion. Seeing Tan Sifeng so amiable, Zhao Dongsheng also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Speaking outside is no way to treat a guest. Please, young master, come inside. Tan Feng had no objections. He was even planning to stay for a meal. Please. Inside the Zhao residence, they both took their seats, and servants promptly served tea. Tan Feng also took the opportunity to glance around the interior of the residence. It was decent, not shabby by any means, but it still fell short of the grandeur of the Hong family, which was more like a nouveau riche. It is said that the Zhao family has a good reputation for discipline, with very few instances of bullying others by leveraging their influence, which is why Tan Feng came to the Zhao family this time. Please forgive my boldness, young Master Tan, but there's something I'm unsure whether I should ask. Zhao Dongsheng was somewhat uneasy at this moment, fearing that Tan Sifeng might take offense. You want to ask if I was the one behind the Hong family incident? Indeed, this matter is a question on the minds of many in the city. It was indeed my doing. Several of my elder brothers died because of the Hong family, and moreover, the Hong family's crimes were innumerable. They had already brought death upon themselves. Zhao Dongsheng raised an eyebrow. Although he had long suspected as much, hearing the truth still left him somewhat shocked. He then stood up and respectfully bowed to Tan Feng. Thank you, young master, for eliminating the chief villain of Pingyang City. The people of Pingyang City are all deeply grateful. Tan Feng glanced at him in surprise, thinking, what does my killing have to do with you? But since the man was offering thanks, he couldn't very well stop him, could he? He reached out with a gesture of support. No need to be polite. The Hong family provoked me too. I just happened to deal with them. Zhao Dongsheng sat back down, his face clouded with worry. But now that you've wiped out the Hong family, I'm afraid Hong Ling won't let you off. I heard her talent is exceptional, and she's highly regarded in the Qinshan sect. Tan Feng waved his hand dismissively and said, No problem, it's nothing. As long as it can be resolved with death, it's not a problem. Hong Ling's reckless behavior, he'd be delighted if she got herself killed. As it happened, he had no plans for the time being. At worst, he could just go to the Qing mountain sect to spread some worms. Seeing that Tan Feng didn't wish to discuss the matter further, Zhao Dongsheng tactfully fell silent. By the way, May I ask what brings you here today, young Master Tan? Zhao Dongsheng asked nervously, unsure whether this visit boded well or ill. To be honest, my brothers and I have been cultivating outside the city until now, so we're not familiar with the human geography of farther regions. Tan Feng took a sip of tea and said slowly, Now, Pingyang City is no longer suitable for cultivation. I plan to venture further in search of opportunities, but I'm completely in the dark. That's why I came to seek answers from the Zhao family head. Pingyang City is no longer a place to stay, whether it's for strong cultivators, resources, or even stirring up trouble. It's just not suitable anymore. Having arrived in this world not long ago, Tan Feng is utterly clueless about the world beyond. Last time, Yun Li's storage bag didn't even have a map. Coincidentally, I heard that the Zhao family in Pingyang City had the deepest heritage and was also the most approachable, so this time I decided to pay them a visit. Oh! Zhao Dongsheng breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out they were just asking for directions. When it comes to the local culture and geography, this old man can only claim to know a little. As Zhao Dongsheng described, Tan Feng finally learned where he was. I am currently within the territory of the Qin Imperial Dynasty, a mortal empire, though that doesn't mean there are no cultivators within its court. Pingyang City is located in the Suyou Prefecture of the Qin Imperial Dynasty, which in turn falls under the jurisdiction of Shuozhou. As for other, more complex matters, Zhao Dongsheng isn't aware of them after all. He has traveled to places that are too far away. Does clan leader Zhao know where the Green Mountain sect is located? Tan Feng asked after some consideration. He was looking to cause trouble for the sect rather. He wanted to visit the area since there were likely more cultivators nearby. This? Zhao Dongsheng pondered for a moment before speaking. I haven't been to the Qinshan sect. I heard their sect isn't just anyone can enter. It's said to be located by heading straight north from old Pingyang City. An ordinary person would take 1 or 2 months to get there. The Qinshan sect is almost at the border between Shuozhou and another state. So it is, thank you. Tan Feng nodded and cupped his hands in gratitude. This time, Hong Ling must have received the message so quickly because of some communication tool. You're too kind, young master. It was just a small effort. Zhao Dongsheng waved his hand and added, Pingyang City is indeed not suitable for talented young cultivators like you. Resources are scarce here, and the spiritual energy is thin. Venturing out for training might hold great promise for your future. Zhao Dongsheng sighed, feeling somewhat sentimental. Sorry for the trouble. Tan Feng stood up and took out several secret manuals of the Hong family from his storage space, handing them to Zhao Dongsheng. These are what I found at the Hong family. They're useless to me, so I'll give them to you, sect leader Zhao. Zhao Dongsheng was startled at the sight and stood up, repeatedly refusing, but inwardly, his heart was blooming with joy. Tan Feng didn't expose him either. Keeping such a technique would only take up space. With this matter settled, I must take my leave. Tan Feng cupped his hands in farewell and prepared to depart. Wait, young master! Zhao Dongsheng hastily called out. Just kidding, they hadn't even discussed how to divide the Hong family's assets yet. Does Patriarch Zhao have anything else? It's like this the Hong family left behind some businesses, didn't they? Leaving them idle is just a waste. It would be better to operate them so the people can benefit. We want to transfer the Hong family's businesses under your name, so you can take over their assets. Tan Feng cursed inwardly, thinking, this old fox is here playing the saint? He knew full well that he was about to leave Pingyang City. What use did he have for businesses now? It's fine. The Hong family's assets are of no use to me. I only took a portion of their treasures for my future use in the mortal world. The rest, you can dispose of as you please. After all, the Hong family's wealth only matters to ordinary mortals. Now that I've reached the 8th level of Qi refinement and even have the system, it won't be long before I reach foundation establishment. Naturally, I have no interest in such things. Moreover, dealing with these assets would be troublesome. How about the young master waits for a while? I'll have the kitchen prepare some food and wine, and I'll invite the other families to join us. We can discuss the distribution of the Hong family's assets while also bidding the young master farewell. Zhao Dongsheng dared not monopolize the Hong family's wealth. On one hand, it would offend the other influential figures in the city, and on the other, if Hong Ling were to return, he wouldn't be able to handle the consequences alone. Tan Feng was delighted in his heart, having been waiting for this guy to say exactly that. After all, the chefs of these prominent families were far superior to those in outside restaurants. If he could enjoy a free meal, why hold back? Who knows how long they might have to rough it once they leave Pingyang City. So he pretended to hesitate and said, "Well, since I have nothing to do today anyway." With that, he sat back down, while Zhao Dongsheng began instructing the kitchen and sent people to invite the heads of the various families to the feast. The heads of households and various factions within the city, knowing that Tan Sifeng was present and that the discussion involved the distribution of the Hong family's assets, naturally came willingly. With everything prepared, everyone took their seats. Naturally, Tan Feng occupied the seat of honor. Amidst the clinking of cups and toasts, the flattering words from the crowd need no elaboration. The matter of the Hong family's assets would naturally be discussed only after Tan Feng's departure. It was unthinkable to argue heatedly in his presence. After the feast, Tan Feng declined Zhao Dongsheng's insistence to stay. By the way, everyone. Before leaving, Tan Feng's icy gaze swept over the crowd, sending a chill down everyone's spine in an instant. In the future, don't follow the Hong family's example of bullying others and looking down on everyone. Being too arrogant will always invite retribution. And be kinder to the people of Pingyang City. Tan Feng said it casually. As for expecting him to eradicate all evil, sorry, no time. Back when I was a beggar, no one ever helped me either. The crowd immediately straightened their expressions, stood up, and cupped their hands in respect, saying, "We will surely remember your words today, young master." They also recalled Tan Sifeng's 3 elder brothers. If Hong Tuo hadn't caused Tan Feng's death, the later massacre of the Hong family wouldn't have happened. Tan Feng didn't care whether their words were sincere or how long they would remember. It didn't matter to him anymore since he'd have nothing to do with them in the future. Accompanied by the crowd, Tan Feng left the Zhao residence and gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. After he leaves, Pingyang City will be ours to rule again. That's right. This time, even the Hong family is gone. But let's keep a low profile from now on. If we ever offend someone we can't afford to cross, like Hong Tuo did, we're finished. After leaving the Zhao residence, Tan Feng began wandering around Pingyang City. This was his first stop in this world, and he didn't know if he would ever return. He wanted to imprint everything in his memory before leaving. He had crossed over into this world right in Pingyang City, where he was humiliated by Hong Tuo and nearly lost his life. At that time, the Hong family seemed like an insurmountable giant in his eyes. Fortunately, heaven never seals off all exits. He encountered the system. From then on, he stirred up trouble all the way until now, almost wiping out the entire Hong family. He had already reached the 8th level of Qi refining, and in a few more days, he should reach the 9th level. Gazing at the streets of the city, he recalled Hong Zhenqing chasing after him, Yun Li strolling under the moonlight with his bird, and Hong Ling's genuine bosom. He shook his head with a light chuckle. Watching the common folk bustling about for their livelihoods, Tan Feng couldn't help but sigh. If he didn't have the system, even if he hadn't encountered Hong Tuo, wouldn't his life be just as difficult now? Probably begging somewhere in the city. System, tell me, why did you choose me? The system pondered for a long time, perhaps failing to find any of Tan Feng's merits, then earnestly replied, "Probably because you're lacking in virtue and have low moral standards. Get lost." 2 days later, everything that needed to be bought was bought, and everything that needed to be taken was taken. Tan Feng arrived outside Pingyang City, where a palm-sized, pale green boat swelled with the wind, instantly growing to nearly 10 feet in length and hovering by his feet. Truly a world of fantasy, completely defying logic. Good thing Newton isn't around. Last time, Tan Feng had already explored for a while and understood the basic operations. However, he had been busy, and Yunli was still in Pingyang City, so he never actually used it. Boarding the flying boat, Tan Feng began his shaky journey northward. From the sky, he turned back for a glance at Pingyang City, growing ever more distant. This farewell might very well be eternal. In the following days, Tan Feng spent most of his time cultivating, with only brief periods devoted to travel. Even so, with his flying boat, he had already traveled a great distance, far beyond Suyo County. Flying high along the way, he encountered few high-level cultivators and saw no signs of powerful demonic beasts. Finally, today, a powerful aura emanated from within the mountain cave. Tan Feng has already advanced to the 9th level of Qi refining. The next step is to perfect the 9th level of Qi refining and then use the foundation establishment pill to advance to the foundation establishment stage. Fortunately, the system store sells foundation establishment pills, so there's no need to go through any more trouble. If one has good talent, they don't need a foundation establishment pill and can break through by cultivating slowly. Tan Feng opened his eyes, a glint of sharp light flashing briefly before disappearing. At this moment, he was much stronger than when he was at the Qi refining 8th level. If he were to face that Yunli brat again now, he could probably take his life in just a few moves. Next, I should hurry on my way. The world of immortal cultivation. I really want to see it for myself. What kind of world is this, exactly? Just how powerful are those great supernatural beings? Is there a holy land? How beautiful are the various saintesses and fairies? Tan Feng, who had advanced to the 9th level of Qi refining, found his speed on the flying boat increasing significantly once more. After several days, Tan Feng's piloting skills had become increasingly proficient, no longer shaky and unsteady. While Tan Feng was on his journey, his deeds were also causing a stir in Pingyang City. The matter involving the 4 Tan brothers and the Hong family, as well as Yunli strolling with birds under the moonlight, had already spread like wildfire. Who would have thought that the prestigious Hong family would be wiped out because of an ordinary person like Tan Feng? I truly admire their brotherly bond. When the eldest brother died, the second brother came for revenge. When his strength wasn't enough, he crippled Hong Tuo, caused a scene at the Hong family ancestral graves, and even in death, he made sure to spite the Hong family. Tan Sanfeng isn't bad either. He lured a dignified 9th level Qi refining cultivator out of the brothel in the dead of night and, at the cost of his life, exposed the Hong family's fraud for all us men. The Qing Mountain sect members slunk back in disgrace, and rumor has it they even lost their flying boat. But let's be honest, the Tan brothers are really something else when it comes to being ruthless. My friend, you're missing the point. How can dealing with scum like the Hong family be considered ruthless? Better not mess with people who have brothers, especially multiples. Exactly, it's best to steer clear of such people. From then on, Pingyang City developed a rather peculiar phenomenon. That is, families with multiples were best left alone. When strangers get into conflicts, it often goes like this. Do you have any brothers? How many younger brothers do you have? If the answer is no, then it's time to fight. But if they do, you'd better think twice, or even swallow your anger. I still have 4 younger brothers at home, all from the same mother. Sorry, I spoke a bit harshly just now. The forest waves like the sea, and the stream murmurs softly. So delicious. Feng squatted by the stream, tearing off a piece of rabbit meat that sizzled with oil, golden and crispy. The campfire beside him had long been extinguished, and now was the perfect moment to savor the meal. Ha! Suddenly, Feng was startled. The faint sounds of a fight reached his ears from afar, accompanied by occasional flashes of firelight. However, Feng had no intention of meddling in others' affairs and pretended not to hear, continuing to eat in peace. Hand over the silver leaf grass, and I'll spare your life. The voice faintly reached Feng, yet he remained unmoved. Stop dreaming. I'd rather destroy it than give it to you. A woman's voice reached Feng's ears, gentle and soothing. Since you're asking for death, don't blame us. The rough voice rang out again. Amid the roar of spells, the commotion gradually moved toward Feng's direction. Feng focused his mind, maintaining his spell fluctuations at the 7th level of qi refining, curious to see how these people would treat him. Whoosh! A woman leaped onto the branch. She appeared to be in her mid to late 20s, with average looks. Her face was flushed from the intense movement, and her chest heaved rapidly. As Feng looked at her, she also noticed him and was immediately startled. With an apologetic expression, "Sorry, I didn't know you were here. You should run. The Black Pig twins are right behind me, and they kill without blinking." Feng's fire had long gone out, so she truly hadn't known anyone was there. Without waiting for Feng's reaction, she fled in another direction. Feng remained unmoved, quietly savoring the food. "Kid, stop him. If you let her escape, I'll kill you." The Black Pig twin things behind also noticed Feng. Seeing that he was merely at the qi refining 7th layer, they immediately threatened him. Feng raised his eyes to look at the Black Pig twin things. One man was broad-shouldered and burly, with a full beard, a veritable giant of a man. The other, in contrast, appeared rather gaunt, with a face full of sleazy expressions. Seeing Feng still unmoved, the gaunt man flew into a rage and hurled a massive fireball. "What's wrong with you, kid? Are you mute or deaf?" Feng sidestepped the fireball, his expression icy. "An old cat doesn't show its fangs, so you think I'm on my deathbed? Disturbing someone's meal is as good as plotting to rob and kill them, do you understand? You've already chosen the path to death." He considered it an act of great mercy not to stir up trouble himself, yet someone still dared to provoke him. With that, he waved his hand and sent out 2 wind blades. Whoosh! Whoosh! One after another, they charged toward the Black Pig twin evils. Black Wind twin evils. So you're quite skilled with wind, huh? Killing without blinking? I'll make sure you never blink again in your lives. The Black Pig twin evils wore expressions of utter disdain and immediately mocked them upon seeing this. A mere 7th level qi refiner dares to act so arrogantly in front of us brothers. The burly man with a thick beard spoke with wild arrogance. "Kid, it seems you don't know how to die." The gaunt man sneered. The two completely disregarded Feng, as they were both at the 8th level of qi refining. Even if the two before them joined forces, they had no fear. But when the wind blades closed in, their expressions changed drastically, realizing that this arrogant young man before them wasn't at the 7th level of qi refining. 9th level of qi refining. Actually at the 9th level of qi refining. The burly man with a thick beard swung his large blade fiercely at the wind blade. The gaunt man hurled a fireball at the wind blade. Boom! The wind blades vanished one after another. Seems like you're not all that impressive after all. Kid, is that all you've got? The twin evils of Black Pit both let out a sigh of relief. This 9th level qi refining cultivator didn't seem all that formidable, did he? Feng looked indifferent upon hearing this. The wind blades were just picked up by chance. His methods of killing enemies weren't spells. With a wave of his hand, the frost sword appeared out of thin air. A storage pouch. Kid, hand over the storage pouch and we might spare your life. The Black Pig twin things were overjoyed at the sight, as even the two brothers only possessed one storage bag between them, which was currently in use by the elder brother, the burly man with a thick beard. First, they encountered Silverleaf grass today, and now they came across a young man who owned a storage bag. The Black Pig twin things exchanged a glance, both seeing the delight in each other's eyes. In their eyes, this young man before them, with his 9th level chi refining cultivation, was merely a slightly troublesome obstacle. You should know that the two of them have experienced numerous battles, are highly skilled, and work together seamlessly. Encountering even a less experienced 9th level chi refining cultivator would find it hard to gain an advantage against them. At this moment, the woman who had originally walked away also returned. When she saw that Feng was actually at the 9th level of chi refining, she decided to take a gamble and join forces to kill the Black Pig twin evils. I'll help you. No need, Feng replied, immediately activating his flowing cloud steps and charging toward the Black Pig twin evils. After such prolonged cultivation, especially after being pursued by Yung Li last time, the cloud treading step has now reached perfection. Coupled with the cultivation at the 9th level of chi refining, he arrived before the gaunt man in an instant. So fast! The woman exclaimed in surprise. I never expected the chi refining 9th layer to have such speed. Not good. The Black Pig twin things both turned pale with shock. The burly, bearded man swung his blade in an attempt to block the lethal strike for his younger brother, but alas, time was too short. The gaunt man had no time to think. In his panic, he pushed both hands forward, unleashing a surge of crimson flames. Feng naturally wouldn't take the hit head-on. He crouched low, pushed off with his toes, and slid along the ground, dodging the flames while closing in on the gaunt man's side. With the latter's terrified gaze fixed on him, he swung his blade at the waist. Swish! A cold glint flashed. Instantly, blood splattered as the emaciated man's upper and lower body were severed, accompanied by a scream. Gushing blood immediately stained the grass red. Second brother. The burly, bearded man looked at his younger brother's body split in two, breaking out in a cold sweat. Too fast. No chance to resist at all. But Feng wouldn't give him time to react. With a tap of his toes, he was already in front of the burly, bearded man. Sword in hand, he swung it forward. Clang! Feng remained motionless, while the burly man with the curly beard was forced back several steps by the impact, his tiger mouth grip on the broadsword already split open and bleeding profusely. Seizing the advantage, Feng pressed on without mercy. As the burly man staggered off balance, leaving his center wide open, Feng thrust his sword straight at his chest. Swift, precise, and ruthless. With a sickening thud, the long sword pierced through the chest, its bloody tip emerging from the burly man's back. You! The bearded man was both shocked and terrified. This person was too strong, likely not even a rogue cultivator, but possibly even a direct disciple from one of the major sects. Still clinging to his last breath, the bearded man swung his broadsword in a desperate struggle. Feng naturally had no desire to prolong the fight with a dying man. Drawing his frost blade, he swung once more, severing the bearded man's head. The twin evils of Black Pig were dead. Weren't they called the Black Winged Twin Evils? Feng asked curiously. Why didn't I see them use any winged techniques? They were called the Black Pig Twin Evils, with peak as in mountain peak. The woman watched from afar and spoke up to explain. I am Sun Yun. Many thanks for your life-saving grace, fellow cultivator. I am Feng. Greetings to fellow cultivator Sun. Feng clasped his hands together. By the way, may I ask why those two were chasing you just now? This. Feng, seeing that the other party seemed unwilling to speak, waved his hand and said, Since you're unwilling to say, then forget it. Sun Yun hesitated for a moment before speaking up. To be honest, I picked a silverleaf herb, and these two discovered it. They demanded I hand it over, and because I refused, they started chasing me. After saying this, he pulled out a small herb about a foot tall from the backpack behind him. Feng took a look and found that this silverleaf grass wasn't particularly extraordinary. It was just a bit more spiritually charged than usual. Additionally, each leaf of this grass was as thick as a finger, flat, and entirely silver in color, emitting a faint, shimmering glow. I wonder what this grass is used for. Feng was genuinely curious. He had seen quite a lot today, whether it was killing for treasure or encountering such rare spiritual herbs, all of which were new to him, sparking his curiosity. Ha! Sun Yun abruptly looked up at Feng upon hearing this. Her eyes filled with astonishment. What's wrong? Feng was covered in question marks under her gaze. Perhaps this fellow Taoist Tan is a key disciple cultivated by some major sect, not even knowing about silverleaf grass. This is the main ingredient for refining qi gathering pills, the most important elixir for us during the qi refining stage. Oh, now I understand what you mean. Feng nodded, realizing the situation. After speaking, he began collecting the spoils of battle. Fellow Taoist, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. I will surely repay today's kindness in the future. Sun Yun spoke up. Now that she had the silverleaf grass in hand, she planned to find an alchemist to refine it into pills. Currently at the 8th level of qi refining, with some luck, she might be able to advance to the 9th level. Fellow Taoist Sun, please wait a moment. Feng, who was looting the corpses, turned his head and said, wait a bit. I have something to ask you after I finish looting. Sun Yun nodded slightly. After all, the other person had practically saved her life. Before long, Feng had finished gathering everything. A large blade and a sword. Neither was particularly valuable. There are over 30 low-grade spirit stones in total, combined with those previously taken from Yun Li, making around 60 to 70 stones currently in possession, plus a few mostly useless secret manuals. Additionally, there are some miscellaneous items. Broke ass. Feng cursed. Oh, there's one last storage bag. Sun Yun, on the other hand, gazed at the storage bag with burning eyes. She still didn't own one to this day. Feng naturally noticed her expression, but didn't say anything. After all, he had already saved her life. Why should he go out of his way to give her something too? He wasn't some simp. Miss Sun, may I ask where nearby is a gathering place for cultivators? The best way to understand this world would be to find a settlement of cultivators. There is a market up ahead where many rogue cultivators rest and trade. It's only half a day's journey from here. Brother Tan, are you heading to the market? Exactly, I'm going there. Then may I join you, Brother Dao? Sun Yun looked at Feng with a hopeful gaze. I happen to be heading to the market to find an alchemist. No problem. Having someone to guide him, Feng naturally wouldn't refuse. Then many thanks, fellow Taoist. Sun Yun clasped her hands in salute. She had no other thoughts, mainly because she was only at the 8th level of qi refining. Although not weak, she currently had silverleaf grass in her possession and couldn't afford any mishaps. Having an extra person also meant an extra layer of security. You're welcome, it was nothing. Feng waved his hand and released the flying boat, stepping onto it first. Come on up. Looking at the boat hovering in mid-air, Sun Yun was momentarily stunned. Those who possess flying boats are no ordinary people. Such magical treasures are almost exclusively owned by Foundation establishment stage seniors. Those who possess them during the qi refining stage are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Please excuse my embarrassment, fellow Taoist. Sun Yun's face flushed with embarrassment as she quickly boarded the flying boat. It doesn't matter. With a hand seal, the flying boat rose against the wind, heading in the direction Sun Yun had pointed out. Along the way, the two chatted and laughed, becoming much more familiar with each other. Sun Yun was an orphan at least. She had never seen her parents. Later, she was taken in by an old Taoist priest at the Qi refining 6th layer, until a few years ago when the old priest passed away peacefully, and she began traveling the world to gain experience. Sun Yun's talent wasn't particularly good according to her. She had mixed spiritual roots, and due to having a master, she never joined a sect. After many years of cultivation, she had only reached the Qi refining 8th layer. Through her conversations with Feng, she also gained some understanding of him. She realized that he, too, was a pitiable soul, having relied solely on his own cultivation to reach the current Qi refining 9th layer. Both parties could be considered kindred spirits in misfortune. Feng had developed a slight fondness for Sun Yun. This should be the first friend he had made in this world, though just an ordinary friend, not a life and death companion, nor anything romantic. Noticing Sun Yun's hesitation, Feng asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, nothing at all." Feng pondered slightly, as if he had understood something. He took out a storage bag and said, "Is this what you want?" Feng's tone was flat, but he had already made up his mind if she dared to shamelessly ask him to give it to her, he would tick her off without hesitation. "Although I don't know the exact value of the storage bag, I imagine it's not cheap." "No, that's not it. I do want to buy it, but I don't have enough spirit stones right now." Sun Yun looked flustered, as if afraid Feng might misunderstand. "Oh, how many spirit stones are you planning to spend?" Feng was also curious about the storage bag's value. In the market, storage bags usually sell for 50 spirit stones, with the final transaction price around 45. But I only have 40 spirit stones right now, and I need to keep 5 for emergencies. So I was wondering if I could trade you 35 spirit stones plus some medicinal herbs or pills. Would that be acceptable? Sun Yun's face was full of hesitation. This was practically spending her entire savings on a single item. These spirit stones had taken her a long time to accumulate. "Oh, so that's how it is." Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that the first friend he made in this world might be someone with poor character, prone to taking petty advantages. "Then I'll sell it to you for 35 spirit stones. As for the other things, forget about them." Feng didn't care at all about those dozen or so spirit stones. After all, the market price is over 40, but if you sell it yourself, they won't offer that price unless you set up a stall. And even then, you'd probably only get around 40 spirit stones plus. Isn't setting up a stall just a waste of time? With a system and a storage space, wasting time for a few spirit stones would be putting the cart before the horse. With that, he tossed the storage pouch to Sun Yun. "This." Though Sun Yun wanted to refuse, she couldn't bring herself to part with it. "No problem, you can take it with peace of mind." "All right, then many thanks, Brother Tan." Sun Yun looked at Feng, thinking that since the other party even had a flying boat, he probably didn't care about a few spirit stones. So she took out 35 spirit stones from her backpack and handed them to Feng. When Feng took the spirit stone and looked at her again, she was already fiddling excitedly with the storage bag. Feng smiled and shook his head, not disturbing her. Just as well. He enjoyed the leisure, quietly steering the flying boat. Just ahead is the market square. It's said to have been established by a foundation establishment cultivator, so no Qi refining cultivators dare to cause trouble here. Sun Yun stood by, introducing the place to Feng. "Never mind foundation establishment, even if a nascent soul cultivator provoked me, I'd still stir up trouble," Feng thought silently to himself. "Brother Tan, let's walk. The flying boat is too conspicuous." She was worried that other cultivators might covet the flying boat and attempt to seize it. Can we take action within the market? Naturally not, but a man's wealth is his own ruin. Once you leave the market, you might attract ambushes from powerful individuals. With the foundation establishment, cultivators who established the market covet the flying boat. Feng wanted to clarify. If a foundation establishment cultivator were to intervene, they would have to change their approach. Yun shook her head and said, "No, almost all foundation establishment cultivators possess flying boats. Only those who are utterly ruthless would act, but those from this market certainly wouldn't." "That's good then. By the way, you should get off here." Feng suddenly remembered something and said, "Even if someone tries to snatch it from me, I'm not afraid, but I'm worried they might target you. If someone wanted to steal from him, he'd actually welcome it. He could even lead them on a chase for a while. At worst, it would mean death. But if the enemies realized Yun was connected to him and decided to go after her, that would be troublesome. Save her." "But they weren't that close." "Don't save her." Yet it was because of him that she was in danger. He had no interest in playing the hero every day. Cutting ties completely would be the most permanent solution. "All right, Brother Tan." Yun didn't dwell on it too much. After all, her abilities were indeed no match for Feng's. Gradually descending in altitude, when she was just a few meters from the ground, Yun leaped down. Feng took the opportunity to set up the recording device as well. "Take care on your journey. I'll go ahead first," Feng said before ascending into the sky. "Brother Tan, may you have a smooth journey." Yun watched Feng's departing figure with a sigh. Piloting a flying vessel was indeed too ostentatious. She had tried to dissuade him multiple times, but to no avail. It was inconvenient to persuade further. The worst mistake is to speak too frankly with a new acquaintance. Continuing to persuade might just ruin the budding friendship. Above the flying boat, Feng soared alone through the air. In less time than it takes to burn a stick of incense, Feng caught sight of the market ahead. It covered an area of less than 100 acres. All are wooden structures, tiered pavilions and storied buildings, imbued with an antique charm. Most of the buildings are only 2 or 3 stories high, with very few reaching 4 stories. Not exactly luxurious, but quite practical. The flying boat roared past and came to a stop at the edge of the market, drawing many gazes. It's actually a flying boat, and only at the chi refining stage. Which major family or sex prodigy is this? What a fat sheep. Hee. Whether it's fat or not depends on who's backing it. Exactly. If you bully the young one and an elder comes, what if a golden core expert shows up? You're dead then, aren't you? There aren't many golden core cultivators among the nearby forces, right? What are the odds of that? Feng paid no heed to the unfriendly gazes around him, calmly stowing away his flying boat as if no one else was present. Stepping inside, after passing through a gate 20 feet wide, the view suddenly opened up. Inside, it was bustling and extraordinarily lively. It was just like returning to a marketplace in the mortal world, with the sounds of hawking never ceasing. Feng initially thought everyone was a cultivator, but upon closer inspection, he realized that wasn't the case. A small portion were ordinary people, while the majority were low-level chi refining cultivators. Currently, Feng has only seen a few people at the chi refining 9th level. Even so, it was an eye-opening experience for Feng. Within the market, there were countless stalls, and many businesses were even conducted in small buildings. Esteemed senior, would you like some weapons? We have swords, spears, halberds, and bows, asked a muscular man at the chi refining 5th level. Oh, do you have guns too? Any laser guns? Feng looked curious. Chicken light gun. The big man looked dumbfounded. Don't have any? What about sniper rifles then? Snipe chicken gun. The big man grew increasingly confused. Are these weapons trending now? Oh, never mind them. I was just asking casually. Wishing you prosperous business. Feng cupped his hands and walked away, leaving the burly man frowning deeply, lost in thought. Feng strolled through the market, looking around here and there, gaining quite a bit of new knowledge. Entering a shop within a pavilion, he found the variety of goods sold inside to be quite extensive. There are elixirs, pills, weapons, and even a few storage pouches. Boss, how much for these storage pouches? Feng asked. You have a keen eye, esteemed guest. Our storage pouches are of the highest quality, and they're only 50 each. The kindly shopkeeper replied with a smile. Though he hadn't heard the term boss before, he assumed it was similar to shopkeeper. It seems Sun Yun wasn't lying. She appears to be someone worth befriending for now. Feng pondered silently in his heart. If she had deceived him, not only would they never interact again, but he might even have to seek revenge. I was just asking casually. I already have one. Feng patted the storage pouch at his waist. The shopkeeper wasn't offended and continued amiably. No problem, no problem. Even if the deal falls through, goodwill remains. Does the shopkeeper have any maps for sale here? Hearing this, the shopkeeper was delighted and quickly replied, Yes, yes. Please wait a moment, honored guest. With that, he turned and walked to the counter, pulling out a scroll of parchment from a drawer. He then handed it to Feng, saying, Please take a look, honored guest. This is a map of the Qin Shao imperial dynasty, covering all its provinces. However, due to the special nature of this item, you may only hold it in your hands for no more than 5 breaths before returning it to me. Please understand. Feng nodded, naturally understanding that if he studied the map for too long and memorized it, he wouldn't need to buy it. Although memorizing the entire thing would be difficult, simply remembering the areas he needed wasn't too hard. Of course, Feng didn't need to sieve such a small amount of spirit stones either. Upon touching it, the sheepskin scroll felt thick and sturdy. Taking another look, Feng gained a deeper understanding of the Qin Shao imperial dynasty. Currently, Shuozhou is located in the southeastern corner of the Qin Shao imperial dynasty, which consists of a total of 7 states. To the north of Shuozhou, where it borders Linzhou, lies a mountain range called the Shaojing Mountains, and the Qinshan sect is situated there. Not just the Green Mountain sect, but there were also several other sects in the vicinity. Feng didn't look further and placed the map back on the counter, asking, How much does this item cost? Our maps are updated every few years, so they're costly to produce. Naturally, the price can't be too low. The shopkeeper didn't quote a price directly, but first explained the difficulty. The hard part is only at the beginning. As for updates later on, they don't take much effort. These sects and terrains probably haven't changed in decades. It's mostly the small and medium-sized factions that see more changes, but your map doesn't even include many minor factions, does it? Exposed by Feng, the shopkeeper remained unembarrassed and still smiled cheerfully. You, sir, have a discerning eye. In that case, you may take it for just 3 spirit stones. Feng was annoyed. Whether it was 3 or 5 spirit stones made little difference to him. When you run out of resources, just find someone to offer warmth. Placing 3 spirit stones on the counter, he took the parchment and left. As he stepped out of the shop, the noise of the street returned. With nothing better to do, Feng continued to wander, hoping to stumble upon a bargain. But it seems I don't have that kind of luck. Walked around a few times and found nothing. Brother Tan. As Feng was strolling around, a voice called out to him. No need to turn around to guess who it was. Sure enough, upon turning around, I saw Sun Yun standing behind me with a bright smile. happily greeting me. Tan Feng subtly moved closer and whispered, "Don't act too familiar with me here. Otherwise, I'm afraid if someone can't deal with me, they might go after you instead." Tan Feng was most annoyed by constantly having to rescue friends, saving one today and another tomorrow. The best approach, naturally, is to nip the problem in the bud. Sun Yun didn't think much and nodded, saying, "All right. My personality tends to easily offend others. Since they can't do anything to me, they'll definitely think of all sorts of ways to get revenge." Although Tan Feng didn't care, he still offered an explanation. Easily offend others? Sun Yun began to ponder Tan Feng's actions and realized there was nothing wrong with him. On the contrary, he was approachable and gentle in temperament. Perhaps he just had too many enemies. "What brings you to the market?" Tan Feng asked curiously. "I came to find an alchemist to refine medicine for me. Didn't I pick a silver leaf herb? That's the main ingredient for the qi gathering pill." Sun Yun explained, then added, "After I take the qi gathering pill, I should reach the 9th level of qi refining very soon." Her eyes sparkled with desire for the pill. "Then I wish you success, but I must be going now." "You're leaving already?" Sun Yun was somewhat surprised. "Leaving right after arriving at the market?" "Yes, I plan to head over to the Green Mountain sect to take a look." "Then let me walk you out." "No, someone might try to attack me when I go out." "Don't follow me." Tan Feng refused outright. He was joking. If she came along, he'd have to protect her too. "Then you won't be in danger, will you?" Sun Yun's face showed concern. "Why don't you stay in the market? Those people wouldn't dare to act here. Alone, they can't do anything to me." "All right, don't see me off any further." "All right, Brother Tan, take care." Sun Yun, who had always lived a low-key life, fearing that the slightest misstep would bring disaster, couldn't understand Tan Feng's actions at all. Persuasion was futile, and there was no way to stop him, so he could only silently pray in his heart. Tan Feng paid no heed to Sun Yun's wild thoughts behind him and walked straight toward the market gate. Before he could reach the gate, a man approached him. "Fellow Taoist." Tan Feng turned his head and saw a man with an ordinary appearance, who forced a friendly smile on his face. His cultivation level was only at qi refining stage 8. "What's the matter?" "Ha ha, I've always enjoyed making friends. I'm Xia Lincoln." Xia Lincoln said with a cupped hand salute. "I am Tan Feng, pleased to meet you, Brother Xia." Tan Feng also clasped his hands in greeting. "You flatter me, you flatter me. Seeing your extraordinary appearance and distinguished demeanor, I presume you must be a disciple of some great sect." Xia Lincoln repeatedly waved his hands in modesty. Tan Feng sneered inwardly. "So the probing begins now. To be honest, I am but a lone cultivator, hardly affiliated with any great sect." Tan Feng chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I once relied on my master, but after he passed away, I've been wandering the world alone." Xia Lincoln's expression brightened with joy, but he quickly composed himself again. Then, adopting a concerned look, he said, "Oh, who would have thought Brother Tan and I share the same fate, both wanderers under the sky? May I ask where Brother Tan plans to go next? As for me, I'm not sure either, but I heard there's a place called the Qingshan sect ahead. I intend to check it out." "What a coincidence, I was just about to go there too." Xia Lincoln revealed a look of pleasant surprise, while a talisman hidden in his sleeve quietly emitted a faint ripple. He then added, "I wonder if I could accompany Brother Tan. I've been there before and know the way fairly well." "This?" Tan Feng feigned hesitation before clenching his teeth and saying, "Since we hit it off so well, of course you can." "Ha ha ha, Brother Tan is truly someone worth befriending deeply." Xia Lincoln exclaimed with apparent joy upon hearing this, though inwardly, he sneered. "Let's go." Arriving outside the market, there were still many people watching cultivators come and go, hoping to spot any opportunities to make a fortune. Feng waved his hand and released the flying boat, stepping onto it first. "Brother Xiao, come aboard." Feng invited Xiao Lincoln. "This Brother Tan is truly no ordinary man." Xiao Lincoln feigned surprise. "Alas, the origin of this flying boat is a long and complicated story, a history of humiliation." Feng shook his head with a light sigh. Of course, it wasn't Feng's humiliation, but Yun Li's. "Hee, once I kill you later, you'll forget all about it." Xiao Lincoln was already thinking about how to deal with Feng after seizing the flying boat. As Xiao Lincoln boarded the flying boat, Feng channeled his magic power, and the sky-soaring boat swiftly took off. Xiao Lincoln gazed at the flying boat, his eyes growing increasingly fervent. After they departed, the crowd who had watched them leave wore complex expressions. Some showed pity, while others wore looks of regret. "Darn it, they beat us to it. Alas, poor young man. Possessing a treasure becomes one's crime. Damn it, if my elder brothers were here, no one else would have a chance." Unaware of the discussions behind him, Feng steered the flying boat while remaining wary of Xiao Lincoln. Although Xiao Lincoln was unlikely to act alone, it was still wise to stay prepared just in case. Throughout the journey, Xiao Lincoln either chatted with Feng or gave him directions. They gradually moved farther away from the market. What's that?" Xiao Lincoln exclaimed in surprise. Feng turned his head and saw what appeared to be two figures in the distance to the left, looking as small as ants from afar. "Is it really necessary to be in such a hurry? Can't even see clearly and you're already reminding me." "Probably nothing important. Let's keep going." Feng deliberately wanted to tease Xiao Lincoln. Hearing this, Xiao Lincoln was stunned. This wasn't following the usual script. Normally, wouldn't one be curious and go take a look? Xiao Lincoln grew anxious now. If they didn't go over, their plan would fail. Could it be some rare treasure appearing? Xiao Lincoln's tone was urgent. Feng also realized he shouldn't tease him further. If pushed too far, a cornered dog might leap over the wall, and that wouldn't be fun. "Then let's go take a look." With that, he channeled his magic power, and the flying boat swiftly headed toward the front left. Xiao Lincoln finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. "Help!" Before even getting close, they heard a woman's cry for help full of vigor, indicating she was unharmed and in no pain. The flying boat arrived overhead, still some distance from the ground. Feng poked his head out to look. Below, he saw a man pinning a woman beneath him. It seemed like something not suitable for children, but despite the man's prolonged tearing, not a single piece of clothing came off. "Help, young master! Save me, please!" The woman pleaded for help from Feng. Her face was filled with fear, tears streaming down like raindrops on pear blossoms. Her voice trembled with sobs, evoking pity in anyone who saw her. Feng took a closer look. Both of them were at the 8th level of Qi refinement. The woman has an alluring figure and a seductive expression. Under 30 years old, just at the peak of her youthful charm. Her disheveled hair at this moment suggests her acting skills aren't bad either. Meanwhile, the man is robustly built, pinning the woman's hands with one hand while tearing at her clothes with the other. But strangely, after tugging for a long time, the clothes still hadn't torn. Seeing Feng remain motionless for a while, the woman grew anxious and spoke again. "Young master, please save me. I fell for this man's scheme and now I'm completely weak. If you save me, I'm willing to serve you as a maid for the rest of my life." Before Feng could respond, the man turned his head and glared at him, snarling, "Kid, if you dare meddle in this, I'll kill you." Logically speaking, any normal person witnessing this scene would be unable to resist stepping in, let alone a Qi refining 8th layer cultivator provoking a Qi refining 9th layer cultivator. But Tan Feng still didn't make a move. How could he miss a live broadcast like this? Brother Tan, this man is committing such an act in broad daylight. Let's hurry down and save that woman. Seeing Tan Feng standing by without reacting, Xia Lincoln quickly urged him. Don't you find this strange? Tan Feng suddenly asked, seemingly out of nowhere. What? Xia Lincoln was startled, thinking they'd been exposed, but Tan Feng's expression didn't suggest that, so he relaxed again. Then he tried to use force, but couldn't even tear the clothes after half a day. I suspect there's some trickery involved. So that's how it was. The problem lay here after all. Xia Lincoln suddenly realized this person's observation was remarkably meticulous. Immediately, he discreetly used a talisman from his sleeve to send a message behind Tan Feng's back. Moreover, he made eye contact with the two men below while subtly mimicking the act of tearing his own clothes. The two men below understood, but both showed expressions of hesitation. See, sister-in-law, what should we do? The man stammered in a low voice, his movements slowing down in hesitation. You! The woman turned her head to the side, where a pair of sinister eyes hidden in the shadows gave her a meaningful glance. Come on. Having received the response, the woman gritted her teeth and said. The man's face lit up with joy, but he still put on a troubled expression and whispered, Sister-in-law, forgive my offense. With his back turned to Tan Feng, he wasn't afraid of his expression being noticed. This time, the clothes were finally beyond saving. Even though the woman pretended to struggle continuously, it wasn't long before large patches of her snow-white skin were exposed. Flexible and shiny. Tan Feng stared with wide eyes, eagerly anticipating the next step. But at this point, there was still no movement. Despite the man's continuous actions, the final piece of covering remained intact. How boring. Tan Feng suddenly felt uninterested. Brother Xia, look, this situation is most likely a trap. What kind of lecher would be unable to handle things at this point? I think he's not even trying his best. He's waiting for us to go down so he can deal with us. Tan Feng wore an expression of having seen through the truth. Brother Tan, I think maybe he's just embarrassed because he sees us here. Xia Lincoln could only come up with such a lame excuse. Then should I leave? Tan Feng turned his head and said. That wouldn't be good, would it? We can't just stand by and watch someone in danger. Xia Lincoln broke out in a cold sweat, terrified that Tan Feng might actually walk away. Seeing Tan Feng turn his head away again, he quickly conveyed the information and made gestures. The woman below turned her head to look aside once more, while the pair of eyes hidden nearby grew increasingly sinister, yet still gave her an affirmative glance. The woman subtly nodded at the man pressing down on her. The man's face lit up with joy, his trembling hands reaching for the last piece of covering. Awesome! 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 He is now extremely grateful to the fat sheep above. At this moment, Tan Feng's eyes were glued to the scene so thrilling. Sure enough, it's broad daylight. Brother Tan, there shouldn't be any tricks now, right? Xia Lincoln also swallowed hard as he watched, feeling somewhat grateful to Tan Feng in his heart. But more than that, he felt regret. If only he had known earlier, he would have switched places. How great would it have been if he were the one performing below? Don't rush, the final step hasn't been done yet. Tan Feng's eyes gleamed as he stared intently below. This! Brother Tan, if we take the final step, won't her virtue be ruined? We are honorable men, we can't just stand by and watch her die. Xia Lincoln was breaking out in a cold sweat at this moment. He knew the boss was probably furious right now, but there was nothing they could do about this Tan guy flying in the air. Those below couldn't touch him. If he didn't complete the final step, then it doesn't count as rape at most, it's attempted rape, and the charge isn't that serious. Tan Feng deliberately feigned difficulty, teasing the other side. Brother Tan, Hurry and save them, it'll be too late if we delay. Xia Lincoln stomped his feet in frustration. What kind of person is this? How can someone be so slow and hesitant when faced with such a situation? Fine then. Feng also felt it was about time. He couldn't keep teasing any longer. Let's go. He steered the flying boat straight toward the two below. You little thief, prepare to die. Feng let out a loud shout and promptly stowed the flying boat into his storage bag just 10 meters above the ground. With the frost sword in hand, he aimed to thrust it downward at the man below. Feng and Xia Lincoln began to fall. The people below, including those hidden in the shadows and Xia Lincoln himself, all felt a surge of joy. This fat sheep has finally fallen for the trap. It wasn't easy to deceive him, but now he's finally taken the bait. Thief, prepare to die. Xia Lincoln also shouted, thrusting his long sword forward. However, it wasn't aimed at the two below but rather at Feng's back. But Feng was already prepared. Hearing the sound of wind behind him, he instantly understood the distance between them. At the 9th level of chi refinement combined with the perfected cloud treading steps, he could already briefly hover in midair. Left foot stepping on the right foot. No! With rapid successive steps, it was as if a cloud had materialized beneath his feet. Feng twisted his body, dodging Xia Lincoln's thrust. In the midst of Xia Lincoln's terrified gaze, the frost sword swiftly slashed across his throat. Gurgle! Xia Lincoln's long sword fell to the ground as he clutched his throat in horror, unable to stop the blood from gushing out. Everything happened too fast, and the people present didn't react immediately. Want to kill me? Feng's smile seemed like a demon in Xia Lincoln's eyes. Without paying any attention to the gradually lifeless Xia Lincoln behind him, Feng turned his head and continued his offensive. Watch out! Damn it! He was faking everything. 3 curses rang out below, and they finally snapped back to reality. They all responded accordingly. But Feng had the high ground and seized the initiative. How could he possibly give them a chance? Feng, executing the cloud stepping technique, descended faster and more fiercely than normal falling speed. Before the man below could roll away from the woman, Feng's sword had already reached his back. Watch your back! A voice, urgent yet resonant, came from the side. Feng ignored it, his sword continuing its downward thrust. The man frantically dodged to the side, revealing the pale-skinned woman beneath him. Swish! Even though he dodged, an arm still flew through the air, mingled with blood. Ah! The man, who had lost his right arm, couldn't help but let out a wail of pain, frantically trying to put distance between them. But lying on the ground with only one arm, how could he possibly match Feng's speed? With a single step, he was already behind him. A swift swing of the long sword. A large head rolled to the ground. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Less than 2 breaths had passed since Feng's descent. Just as Feng was about to strike the woman, the green-hatted man hiding in the shadows had already stepped in front of her. Chi refining 9th layer. Sensing his aura, Feng hesitated to attack immediately, quietly staring at each other. What a sly kid, hiding it so well. When Huobiu was now overwhelmed with grief and fury, filled with hatred. From the very beginning, he had lost 2 brothers, and his wife had been taken advantage of. I thought the beast before me was just a naive youngster who could be easily deceived. Little did I know he was a treacherous scoundrel, utterly despicable and shameless. To think he turned the tables on me and played me for a fool. It should have been me acting with my wife, but since I'm already at chi refining level 9, my presence would likely scare away the fat sheep. That's why I had second brother and my wife act it out, while third brother lured him in. These young masters, especially those who put on such a gentlemanly facade, aren't they the ones who love playing the hero to save the damsel in distress? And in the end, they expect the woman to offer herself in gratitude. Why did this bastard remain completely indifferent the moment he saw it? And he even had the nerve to look skeptical, saying the clothes weren't torn enough and suspecting it was fake. Now when Huobiu understood this despicable scoundrel never believed it from the very beginning. He tore the clothes just for fun, just for the sake of visual pleasure. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the colder his gaze towards Tanfeng grew. Tanfeng glanced at the man standing before him, holding a golden ringed broadsword. In his early 40s, with a sinister expression, he clearly wasn't a good person. He then slightly tilted his head and glanced at the woman who had already stood up, her fair figure curvaceous and alluring. Not bad. It was unclear whether he was responding to the man or referring to the woman. You! Feng Hong's face flushed with embarrassment as she quickly hid behind Wen Huobiu. Your wife. She's got a great figure and is quite generous. Tanfeng nodded appreciatively. Too bad, though your head's a bit green. You're looking for death. Wen Huobiu gritted his teeth. Ah, those who achieve great things don't sweat the small stuff, it's just a wife, right? Tanfeng shrugged and continued staring at Feng Hong. Put some clothes on. Wen Huobiu took out a set of clothes from his storage bag and threw them to Feng Hong. Enjoying the view, are you? I'll gouge your eyes out in a moment. Wen Huobiu glared fiercely at Tanfeng's eyes, shielding Feng Hong behind him. If Feng Hong weren't still naked, he would have already charged forward to cut down this bastard. I do like her, Tanfeng said with a grin. She's willing, and my eyes are my own, can you blame me? Watching Feng Hong with one hand just slipping into his clothes, Tanfeng instantly executed the cloud stepping stance. In a flash, he closed the distance, weaving past Wen Huobiu with a few quick steps, arriving right in front of Feng Hong, raising his sword to strike. Startled, Feng Hong hastily withdrew his hand from the garment, bracing himself to counter Tanfeng's attack. In that moment, he abandoned all thought of dressing, instantly reverting to his original state. Clang! After all, it wasn't much faster, and Wen Huobiu barely managed to block this strike. Feng Hong let out a sigh of relief but didn't dare to casually put on clothes anymore. Young man, you're truly despicable. Wen Huobiu gritted his teeth, furious at the thought of his wife being seen completely naked by this man. The worst part was that he hadn't gained any advantage so far, while this brat in front of him had taken all the benefits and even killed 2 of his men. Same to you, you're not bad either, quite green indeed, Tanfeng said with a chuckle. Then he charged again, making it momentarily unclear who his target was. Forget about the clothes, let's take him on together. The brief exchange had made Wen Huobiu realize that taking down this man alone might not be so straightforward. Feng Hong threw down her clothes, realizing that it would be difficult to defeat the opponent before her unless they fought together. This was truly fighting bare-chested, and it was the first time. Feng Hong's face flushed red as she waved her hand at Tanfeng, sending out several wind blades. Damn it, you shameless woman. Tanfeng dodged the wind blades and took a moment to curse. And you? Aren't you going to control your wife? Sharp-tongued. You'll be dead soon. Wen Huobiu, burning with rage, swung his golden ringed broadsword at Tanfeng. Tanfeng raised his right hand, directing the frost sword to clash against the golden ringed broadsword. Clang! Equally matched. He sheathed his sword, intending to thrust straight ahead. Unexpectedly, Feng Hong's wind blades came slashing again, forcing Tanfeng to dodge sideways in frustration. Meanwhile, the sweeping golden ringed broadsword closed in on him once more. Tanfeng blocked the strike with both hands gripping his sword. Though done hastily, he was still forced back 2 steps. As the wind blades came again, Tanfeng swung his sword to shatter them. Kid, weren't you acting all high and mighty? Wen Huobiu, seeing Tanfeng at a disadvantage, immediately taunted. Humph, your wife actually used a beauty trap, making me focus all my attention on her. Young man, you're truly shameless. Wen Huobiu had never seen such a shameless young man before. Wait till I kill her, then let's see if you can still beat me. Tan Feng finished speaking and charged towards He Fenghong, moving even faster this time. In an instant, he reached He Fenghong's front, swinging his sword to cleave through several wind blades, the long blade aiming straight for the throat. Young fool, seeking death. Wen Huobiu followed closely behind, his golden ringed broadsword poised to strike down Tan Feng from behind. If Tan Feng neither dodges nor evades and insists on taking He Fenghong's life, then Wen Huobiu's blade will inevitably strike Tan Feng down. Tan Feng naturally wouldn't let it go and turned around to deliver a sword strike, a full-powered one. That's right, a full-powered strike. He had been holding back his strength all along. The sword came down fiercely onto the golden ringed broadsword. A tremendous force transmitted through the blade, numbing Wen Huobiu's hands at the tiger's mouth. Just as he was shocked, a wind blade silently arrived at his throat. It was the wind blade unleashed by Tan Feng's right hand. Wen Huobiu had no time to ponder where the wind blade came from. Caught off guard, he could only withdraw one hand and punch at the wind blade. As blood began to seep from his fist, he suddenly felt a sharp, chilling pain in his chest. While he was focused on the wind blade, Tan Feng had already thrust the frost sword into his heart. Clean and decisive, without the slightest hesitation, Tan Feng drew his long sword and retreated calmly. The movement was executed in one smooth motion. The situation changed so rapidly that Wen Huobiu and his companion found it hard to accept. From having the upper hand just moments ago to now, when Wen Huobiu is on the verge of death, it feels like a dream. You've been hiding your true strength. With his heart destroyed, Wen Huobiu's voice was weak and feeble, his vitality rapidly fading away. He never imagined that all their careful planning would lead to such an outcome, especially since the opponent was merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Even if 2 cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement had come, they wouldn't have feared them. Even if there were 3, as long as they managed to ambush and severely injure one, they would still have had a fighting chance. Yet, the result was the death of 2 of their own, and his own heart was destroyed. Not to mention the Qi refining stage, even at the foundation establishment stage, destruction of the heart is certain death. Tan Feng didn't bother to strike again. Why waste effort on someone already doomed? Biao. He Fenghong stood helpless, supporting Wen Huobiu's gradually fading body. Leaning on He Fenghong, Wen Huobiu cast one last longing glance at her unclothed figure, thinking to himself, how wonderful to see this one last time before dying. Slowly, he collapsed to the ground, breath fading away. He Fenghong merely glanced indifferently at Wen Huobiu lying on the ground. She raised her head to look at Tan Feng, twisted her alluring body seductively, and said in a soft, coquettish voice, "Young master, this servant sincerely wishes to follow you. I am willing to serve as your mate in the future. Please do not reject me." Tan Feng glanced indifferently at her curvaceous, fair-skinned figure and said, "Forget it, I've seen enough." While He Fenghong was still puzzled, Tan Feng had already charged forward with his sword, effortlessly shattering the wind blades with a few strikes. Showing no mercy for her beauty, the final sword stroke severed her still bewildered head. The headless corpse lay on the ground, its beauty now forever extinguished. Little Tan, do you dislike her because she wasn't pretty enough? And now you've chopped off her head, doesn't that make her even uglier? Oh, whatever. Hurry up while she's still warm. Listening to the system's shamelessly mocking voice, Tan Feng found himself momentarily too exhausted to even complain. How could there exist such a shameless, despicable, and utterly unethical system in this world? System, there must be a reward this time, right? As soon as the battle ended, Tan Feng immediately asked about the reward. Hee, not bad, not bad. This time you were shameless and despicable enough to earn B points. 500. How come it's only 100? Feng was dissatisfied. That's not bad. When you caused trouble, only those two were present, and in the end, you even killed everyone. Who would spread your notorious reputation? If you had let them all go in the end, you could have gotten dozens or even 100 more. If there had been a lot of people at the scene, say a few hundred, you'd probably have several hundred B points this time. Feng's face darkened. So you're saying that when I do bad things, I have to leave someone alive to spread my notoriety, and only then will the rewards be higher. Exactly, young man. You've got the right idea. Damn it. The things I've done before, including what just happened, are already embarrassing enough. Even if I were to silence the witnesses in the end, it would still feel humiliating. Now they're saying the reward is higher if someone spreads this kind of thing around. Do I have no shame? Check the balance. B points 1350. Round coins 700. It's enough for the chi refining stage for now, but it might be a bit tight when reaching foundation establishment. Whether it's foundation establishment pills, cultivation techniques, or magical treasures. And upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, one's physique should also be upgraded, which will entail another significant expense. After pondering for a moment, Feng began collecting the spoils of battle. Every individual was thoroughly searched by Feng, including even Feng. Though she wasn't wearing clothes, who knew where she had hidden the treasures? In the end, the group managed to search out 3 storage pouches, containing over 100 spirit stones in total. There were also some miscellaneous pills and elixirs. A few secret manuals were found, all related to various elemental spells. There are 2 more cultivation techniques, of the upper-grade yellow rank. Feng glanced at them before tossing them into his storage space. All in all, it wasn't much of a game, but better than nothing. He then dug 2 more pits. Wen Huobiu and Feng are in one pit. The male actor and Xia Lingkun are in another pit. Killing is about grudges, but managing both killing and burying shows a person's quality and cultivation. Feng always believed he not only had quality but also cared for the environment. I originally planned to bury Feng with the male actor, since they really seemed to have something going on right out in the open, no less. But then I thought better of it. Their kind of affection was just a fleeting thing. Burying them together would probably lead to arguments later. With everything settled, Feng clapped his hands. Releasing the flying boat, they set off on their journey once again. Not long after Feng left, a group of people arrived. After all, most of these criminal gangs were familiar with each other. I had been secretly following from a distance just now, only I didn't dare get too close. If the fetch ship were to notice and get scared off, it would surely offend someone. If others were to interfere when I find fetch ship again in the future, that would be troublesome. And so, even Feng didn't notice the person trailing behind him. However, the people behind also lost track of Feng. After all, the speed of his flying boat was much faster. These dozen or so people still followed in the general direction. It should be just ahead. I wonder if they succeeded. Hee, I bet that guy fell for the trap. Even if he didn't, as long as he went underground, he's definitely dead. The group chatted as they walked, coming to check if the guy had escaped. If he had escaped, and if he was seriously injured or something, then they still had a chance. If both sides perished together, that would be even better. Although the chance is slim, encountering it just once would mean striking it rich. Over here! A shout came from ahead, and everyone quickly sped up. Right here! That's right, this is the battlefield. The group looked at the nearby vegetation, chaotically hacked and severed. But where are the people? Did they run away? Look over here quickly. The person pointed at 2 small mounds of earth in front of them, clearly freshly dug. Did someone die and get buried here? Who died? Would that bastard Bill be so kind as to bury his victims? That's right, that bastard always leaves his victims' corpses exposed in the wilderness. Then it seems they were their own people. 2 of them actually died. This kid seems quite troublesome, someone remarked with a sigh. Dig it up and take a look. Moments later, a grave mound was dug open. Inside were none other than the male actor and Sia Lincoln. This is actually the second and third brothers. That's strange. Then whose is the other one? Quick, dig it open and see. Hurry! Someone already had a bad feeling. There were 2 burial mounds in total. One buried 2 people, so what about the other? Before long, everyone fell into silence as they stared at the 2 unearthed corpses. This, oh my God! Even Sam and Bill and Hin Young are dead. All 4 of them are actually dead. That kid was no fat sheep, he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Only then did the crowd feel a wave of fear, relieved that they hadn't been the ones to act, or else they would have been buried here too. Didn't you notice something was off? Where's Hin Young's clothes? At these words, everyone's lingering fear turned into sheer horror. Really? Where are the clothes? Completely naked. It must be that kid's doing. Who would have thought? A wolf in sheep's clothing. He looks like a gentleman with such grace and elegance, yet he turns out to be such a beast. Indeed, before Sam Bell's body was even cold, he was already with Lady He, probably right in front of Sam Bell's face. It must have been forced by him. What I find even stranger now is whether it happened before or after Lady He's death. Gasp! Gasp! Hearing this, everyone's faces turned pale with fright. Indeed, was it before death or after? Alas, you may know a person's face but not their heart. This person must absolutely not be provoked. The crowd fell into deep thought, leaving one after another with mixed emotions. Only 4 corpses were left exposed in the wilderness, with He Fanghong's appearance being particularly gruesome. Tan Feng was completely unaware of what happened behind his back. Had he known, he would probably have been furious. To be burdened with such a big black pot for no reason at all. It's not like I did it myself. I just took a few glances, that's all. At this moment, Tan Feng stood on the flying boat, with the surrounding scenery constantly receding. According to the map, at my current speed, I should reach the Shaojing mountain range where the Qingshan sect is located in less than a day. However, going to the Qingshan sect is impossible. I probably wouldn't even make it past the mountain gate. Still, there is a city called Shaojing City nearby, said to be the largest settlement around the Shaojing mountain range. Disciples from several major sects in the area often frequent the city, and it's rumored there are quite a few foundation establishment cultivators there. That might be a good place to settle for now. The destination was decided while Tan Feng was still at the market. Now it's just a matter of checking the map again to see if we've taken the wrong route. Seeing that the route was correct, Tan Feng once again infused a surge of true qi into the flying skyboat. In an instant, the flying boat's speed increased yet again. The fierce wind howled, lashing at Tan Feng's face and clothes. Looks like I'll need to install a windshield in the future. It's messing up my hairstyle. Just half an hour's walk ahead, there's a market town, and then with our pace, we can reach Shaojing City in a little over a day. Yun Li took a deep breath and spoke up. Finally we're almost back to the sect. The junior sister sighed in relief, also panting heavily. A group of people all looked travel-worn and weary, a far cry from the imposing air they had when they first set off for Pingyang City aboard the flying vessel. After more than 10 days of arduous travel, the group finally arrived at this place. Even Hong Ling, who was usually as cold as ice, let out a sigh of relief. Among the 4, perhaps only junior brother Wu felt somewhat reluctant to leave Pingyang City. The mountains are high and the emperor is far away. What could be done in Pingyang City simply couldn't be done in Shaojing City. If we get caught, we'll be in big trouble. Traveling together and holding each other's secrets, they miraculously grew slightly closer. Perhaps they had all suffered from Tenfeng's harm or witnessed his misdeeds. They even found a common topic whenever they had time. They would curse the 10 brothers. Half an hour later, the group arrived at a marketplace. It was the very marketplace Feng had just left. As soon as they entered, they overheard many people discussing. Did you hear? There was a devil earlier who wouldn't even spare the corpses. I heard about it earlier, but wasn't it said they did that thing first and then killed? Oh, your information is outdated. Rumor has it they killed first and then did that thing. What? How could there be such a ruthless person? Ugh, a wolf in sheep's clothing. How could someone who looks so decent do such a thing? If it weren't for them digging people out, we really wouldn't have known. They say that demon particularly enjoys killing young and beautiful women first, and then. As Yunli and his group had just entered the market, especially Hongling and the junior sisters' faces grew increasingly pale the more they heard. Who would have thought that just after escaping the clutches of the 10 brothers, they'd now fallen into a wolf's den? A day later, Feng finally staggered his way to Shaojing City. Is this Shaojing City? Feng stared blankly at the massive city before him. Compared to Shaojing City, Pingyang City was completely incomparable. In comparison, Pingyang City seemed like nothing more than a small town. So small and not grand at all. Feng gazed at the distant city that dominated much of his field of vision, momentarily struck with awe. A rough estimate suggested it was at least several times, if not over 10 times, the size of Pingyang City. As the distance closed, Feng finally saw more details. The city wall was tall and majestic, standing nearly 20 zhang high, making one look up in awe and feel a sense of insignificance. The wall was covered with scars, bearing marks of swords, spears, halberds, and the aftermath of magical bombardments. At regular intervals stood tall towers, from which faint magical fluctuations emanated, though their purpose remained unclear. Moreover, there are black stains everywhere, resembling the appearance of dried blood. A vast, ancient aura rushes forth, making it impossible to tell how many years have passed since this city was built. Is there still war here? Looking at the state of the city walls, Feng couldn't help but voice a question. Dismounting the flying boat before the city gate, Feng proceeded on foot. I've heard that in fantasy worlds, there are all sorts of no-fly zones, or those with insufficient cultivation or status aren't allowed to fly. Better not try it. Looking up at the city gate before him, it was a full 10 zhang wide. People came and went in an endless stream, bustling with activity. Without appearing crowded. Everything is in perfect order. A man in a robe sat at a table, holding a brush and making strokes. Is this your first time in Shaojing City? Feng sensed it briefly. It was actually the 5th level of qi refining. Damn, in Pingyang City, this guy could practically reign supreme. Yes. 2 spirit stones will let you stay in Shaojing City for 7 days. You can choose not to pay, but overnight stays are not allowed. The man spoke without looking up. Cultivators were required to pay in spirit stones, while ordinary people had to pay in silver. After all, the operation of a city still relied on common folk. However, most ordinary people are not allowed to stay overnight in the city. Only those who have jobs or property within the city are permitted. Feng casually tossed 2 spirit stones over. The man picked them up, glanced at them, then retrieved a token from the side. After infusing it with a surge of qi, he tossed it back to Feng. Within 7 days, you can freely enter and exit Shaojing City. Just show the token. If you don't want to leave when the time is up, make sure to pay the fee promptly. Otherwise, if caught, the penalty will be severe. The man still didn't raise his head. Feng took the token and examined it. It was simply made, with few patterns or lines. One side was engraved with the 3 characters Shaojin City. He had no idea how to verify its authenticity. Perhaps only by getting caught would he find out. "Thank you." With a cupped hand salute, Tan Feng walked inside. He was generally polite to strangers who bore him no grudge. As soon as I stepped out of the city gate, it felt like entering another world, bustling with voices. A main road stretched beyond sight, nearly 10 zhang wide. The crowd surged, merchants hauling goods with horse-drawn carts. There were also swift-mounted courier soldiers and cultivators wielding swords. The streets were bustling with traffic and crowded with people, a true spectacle of hustle and bustle. The buildings on either side were far more luxurious than those in Pinjiang City, with 6 or 7-story structures everywhere in sight. Inside, a dazzling array of colorful goods was displayed, a feast for the eyes. Even though he had witnessed the urban marvels of modern technological civilization, everything before Tan Feng's eyes now still left him in awe. Moving forward along the main road, Tan Feng sensed that there were indeed quite a few cultivators around. Mortals were naturally present, but cultivators were also numerous. In just a short while, Tan Feng had already spotted several at the 8th or 9th level of qi refining. Who knew how many more cultivators there were in the entire city? There might even be foundation establishment cultivators. Listening to the hawking sounds around him, Tan Feng headed toward a quieter area. He needed to find a place to stay, and the inns in the bustling districts were bound to be expensive. A moment later, Tan Feng looked up at the inn before him. Though not in the most bustling area, it was still quite impressive. With emerald green tiles and vermilion eaves, carved beams and painted rafters. Standing a full 7 stories tall, it occupied no small amount of land. "Step through the gate. Give me a standard room," Tan Feng called out before even reaching the front desk. Moments later, Tan Feng found himself inside a room. Simple and plain, but reasonably clean. "It's so expensive. This shabby room actually costs 2 taels of silver per night." Tan Feng couldn't help but complain. Back in the inn at Pinjiang City, even for the same Earth-class room, it only cost 1 tael of silver for 2 nights. Looks like real estate is everywhere. Tan Feng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. After settling down, he found himself momentarily at a loss for what to do. "Let's go grab something to eat and listen for any news while we're at it. Maybe there's someone in need of some warmth." The first and second floors below were dedicated to food and drink, offering solutions whether one wanted a meal or just a drink. I went upstairs to the second floor and found a seat by the window. It was noon, and the place was quite crowded. While enjoying the food and wine, I carefully listened to the conversations around me. "Ah, the Qiang sect is really in trouble this time." A man downed his cup of wine in one gulp and sighed with a look of pity. "What do you mean? What happened to the Qiang sect?" "Don't listen to his nonsense. It's just a few inner disciples who went to the Shaojin Mountains for training, and only one came back, someone immediately exposed." "How? Isn't it a big deal that several died?" The man, seeing his bluff called, couldn't help but get a little annoyed. "The real big event is half a month from now." "That's right, half a month from now, the secret realm will open. I wonder how many people will die this time." "Heh, go ahead if you want. Only fools would spend spirit stones to enter and die." "Humph, coward. If you don't go in, you'll never reach the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime. As if entering guarantees you'll come out alive or even reach foundation establishment." The person sneered. "A secret realm? And it's related to foundation establishment?" Tan Feng, listening nearby, immediately felt his curiosity piqued. Although with the system in hand, he could probably achieve foundation establishment even without entering this secret realm. But Tan Feng's troublemaking heart understood that this might just be an opportunity to stir things up. Opportunity knocks but once. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the waiter over. Sir, how may I assist you? The waiter bowed respectfully. I have something to ask you. Feng casually tossed a tael of silver to the waiter. Sir, feel free to ask whatever you'd like. I'll answer everything I know without holding back. The waiter beamed with joy. A tael of silver was nearly half a month's wages for him. I just heard something about a secret realm that's related to Foundation establishment. What's going on? You must have just arrived in Shaojin City from elsewhere, sir. The waiter remained respectful, without a trace of looking down on others. Though he couldn't discern the young man's exact cultivation level, anyone who could travel from afar to Shaojin City surely wouldn't have low cultivation. Because those with too low cultivation would likely die along the way. Besides, I'm just an ordinary person. How dare I look down on others? Exactly. Feng didn't deny it. Speaking of that secret realm, its full name is the Bloody Secret Realm, currently controlled jointly by several major sects. As for why the secret realm is related to Foundation establishment, it's said to contain certain herbs required for Foundation establishment. To enter, one must also pay 10 spirit stones to the various sects. Listening to the waiter's eloquent explanation, Feng also gained some understanding. Why is it called the Bloody Secret Realm? It's said that because a large number of people die there every time, with rivers of blood flowing, hence the name Bloody Secret Realm. Are these medicinal herbs not available elsewhere? The waiter thought for a moment and said with some difficulty, I'm not too sure about that. I've heard some sects have it, but not in large quantities. It grows more easily in the secret realm, so most of it has to be obtained by entering the secret realm. Alright, that's all. You may go. Seeing that he had asked all the necessary questions, he waved his hand to dismiss the waiter. There's still half a month left, so there's no rush. Bloody Secret Realm. Feng felt a bit puzzled. Why was it the same in the novels he read before crossing over? Foundation building always required entering certain secret realms. But now, upon careful reflection, it seemed to make sense. This situation often occurs in regions with relatively scarce resources. The available resources couldn't support all qi refining 9th level cultivators in breaking through to foundation building. Not even 1/10 or 100th can be provided. If usage were unrestricted, it would inevitably lead to fierce competition, possibly driving the elixirs to extinction. By that day, everyone would have to rely solely on their own innate talents to break through. Under the current system, where major sects control the supply, at least the elixirs have time to grow. And those unwilling to be mediocre rogue cultivators can also take a chance and enter. Of course, the major sects probably aren't so generous as to only charge 10 spirit stones. There must be some hidden agenda. Still half a month left. In half a month, my own cultivation realm should be sufficiently refined. Wait until the secret realm ends before attempting to break through to Foundation establishment. I wonder if Foundation establishment cultivators can enter the secret realm. If they can't get in, then inside the secret realm, I can probably do whatever I want. Hee hee. The next day. Is this the Shaojin mountain range? With nothing to do in the city, Feng packed all his belongings into his storage space and decided to take a stroll through the Shaojin mountain range. Shaojin City has two main gates, the South Gate and the North Gate. As soon as Feng stepped out of the North Gate, his eyes met the endless stretch of mountains. Whether looking east or west, there was simply no end in sight. Majestic and spectacular, a vast expanse stretched endlessly. It dominated the entire field of vision. Mountains deceive the eye, as the saying goes. Feng piloted the flying vessel for a full half-hour before finally approaching the Shaojin mountain range. Listening to the faint roars of beasts and the chirping of insects in the distance, Feng's adventurous heart grew unexpectedly eager. I wonder if I can bring some warmth to the demon beasts. After this period of time, Feng had also learned that this world was home to demon beasts. Moreover, many of these demon beasts were no weaker in strength than human cultivators. Steering the flying vessel into the howling scenery mountain range, I dared not venture too deep and soon descended to the ground, recalling the vessel. Though unafraid of death, it would be too great a disservice to Yunli if a powerful demon beast destroyed the flying vessel while I was piloting it inside. Everywhere I looked, towering ancient trees filled the view. Breathing in the sweet fragrance in the air, I focused slightly to sense my surroundings. The spiritual energy here is surprisingly much denser. Well, it makes sense for remote mountains and deep forests to have richer spiritual energy. Otherwise, those major sects wouldn't have established their headquarters within the Shaojing mountain range. It seems I can find a cave dwelling in the Shaojing mountain range for cultivation. When I'm free, not only is it free, but the spiritual energy is abundant too. As for the greatest dangers within the Shaojing mountain range, they meant nothing to Feng. What's danger? At worst, it's just death. Feng, wielding the frost sword, leaped continuously among the trees. The deeper he ventured, the more animals he encountered. But up to now, there's still no trace of any demonic beasts. It seems the outermost demonic beasts have almost all been hunted down. Is that a blazing tiger? As he ventured deeper, Feng finally spotted a demonic beast. Feng saw a tall tiger ahead, its fur a fiery red. Feng had purchased a bestiary in Shaojing City, so he could recognize it. The blazing tiger could spew flames, its power not to be underestimated. Whether with its teeth or claws, combined with its strength, it posed a significant threat. It's actually a first-tier demon beast, and this aura suggests it's at the late stage. First-tier demon beasts correspond to cultivators at the qi refining stage, but unlike qi refining cultivators, who are divided into 9 layers, demon beasts are simply categorized as early, middle, and late stages. A late-stage first-tier demon beast is equivalent to a cultivator at layers 7 to 9 of qi refining. Only after reaching the second tier do demon beasts adopt the same concepts of peak and perfection as cultivators. As Feng stared at the blazing tiger, the latter also fixed its gaze intently on him. The demon beast possessed some intelligence and could sense the danger emanating from the person before it, so it did not attack immediately. But after all, a demon beast is still a beast. After observing for a moment, it could no longer restrain itself. Opening its bloody maw, a fireball rapidly condensed within its mouth. He immediately charged straight towards Feng. Feng didn't take the attack head-on. At this speed, it wasn't fast in his eyes, so he casually sidestepped to evade. Boom! A shockwave erupted behind him, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds and a surge of scorching heat. The trees behind him bore the brunt, bursting into raging flames. I wonder if a fire might break out. Burning down a forest means life in prison. What a beast, utterly uneducated. Feng muttered to himself before charging forward with his frost blade in hand. You vile creature, how dare you have the audacity to set the mountain ablaze? Feng thrust his frost blade into the wind, a flash of cold light aimed straight for the blazing tiger's eyes. The sword had not yet arrived, but its chilling sword aura had already pierced through the air. Today, I shall uphold justice on behalf of heaven. Though it didn't understand the meaning behind the words spoken by the person before it, the blazing tiger was not one to be trifled with. Its massive tiger body took a step forward, its paw raised high, and with a single swipe, it struck the blade. Bang! A tremendous force acted upon the sword, causing Feng's blade to twist involuntarily. This strike failed to achieve its intended effect. Taking a quick glance, Feng saw that the flame tiger's paw remained completely unharmed. Pretty decent defense. Seeing the blazing tiger open its mouth to unleash another fireball, Feng lightly tapped his toes, moving to one side to temporarily avoid its fierce attack. Finally back. Ha 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 ha! Yunli and his group looked at the city before them and collectively let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't easy. From Pingyang City to Shaojin City, it took a full 10+ days of enduring wind and sun, eating and sleeping in the open. The reason for not riding horses is that neither junior sister nor junior brother Wu knows how to ride, and on top of that, taking care of the horses along the way, who among them could manage that? And taking a carriage would be even slower. Now that we're here, there's no need to worry about the 10 brothers anymore. Yunli let out a sigh of relief, truly having been frightened by Tan Sanfeng. Yes, although all 3 brothers are dead, there's still Tan Sifeng. The junior sister nodded in agreement, terrified that Tan Sifeng might also frame her. It's said that among the brothers, the youngest one had the highest talent. Hongling also spoke up, feeling somewhat uneasy in her heart. This was actually what they feared the most. Apart from their lack of virtue, the 10 brothers were known for their unreasonable talent. They were wary of Tan Sifeng's strength. As far as they knew, Tan Feng was an ordinary person. Tan Erfeng was at the qi refining 3rd or 4th layer, while Tan Sanfeng was actually at the qi refining 8th layer. If that's the case, could Tan Sifeng be at the qi refining 9th layer, or even the foundation establishment stage? Yunli had once fought with Tan Sanfeng, and the two were evenly matched for a time. So what if he were to face Tan Sifeng? Yunli was also uncertain in his heart, which was why he chose to leave Pingyang City. Are we heading back to the sect now? Junior brother Wu spoke up. Can we stay in Shaojin City for a few more days to have some fun? The junior sister said with reluctance, having just arrived in Shaojin City and not yet had the chance to explore. Alright, let's stay and enjoy a few more days. Yunli replied, though he wore a smile. A trace of worry lingered in his heart. Nothing else, but both the flying boat and the storage bag were lost and the flying boat was borrowed. Alright, let's stay here for a few days and see if any major events have happened recently. Hongling also agreed. As disciples of the Qingshan sect, they naturally didn't need to pay spirit stones to enter the city. After all, Shaojin City was largely managed by a few major sects. When it comes to major events, I suppose it's the Bloody Secret Realm opening in half a month. Yunli's eyes held both longing and unease. Hearing this, Hongling's gaze dimmed as she murmured, indeed. It's a pity I'm only at Qi refining layer 8. I wonder if I can reach layer 9 in half a month. It's not that only Qi refining layer 9 cultivators can enter the secret realm, but those at layer 8 gain no advantage. Their mortality rate increases significantly. Missing this opportunity would mean waiting another 3 years for the Bloody Secret Realm to reopen, which is unbearable for Hongling, who pursues the Great Dao. It's alright, with your exceptional talent, the sect will surely reward you with a foundation establishment pill. Yunli comforted. Now, he no longer wanted to pursue Hongling. Firstly, because she knew about his embarrassing incident, and secondly, he still couldn't tell whether her chest was real or fake after all. This was information Tan Sanfeng had risked his life to obtain. Just one foundation establishment pill. How many people have the talent to reach foundation establishment with just one pill? Although confident in her own abilities, Hongling still found it quite difficult. 2 pills should be about right. Hongling pondered silently. The frost blade was pulled out from the flaming tiger's eye socket. The massive tiger struggled for a moment before losing all movement, lying completely still. After a fierce battle, Tan Feng finally managed to kill it. It also took quite a bit of effort. They say the blazing tiger is a treasure trove from head to tail. This is indeed true, whether it's the tiger bones, hide, or fangs, all are precious. Not to mention the lifeblood of any demonic beast, the inner core hidden within its body. Tan Feng proceeded to dissect the blazing tiger's belly and, after some searching, finally felt a lump. With a forceful pull, a thumb-sized round object was brought out, mixed with blood. The demon beast's inner core was extremely sturdy, containing intense energy fluctuations within. However, likely due to the blazing tiger's relatively weak strength, the inner core appeared somewhat mottled. The demon beast's inner core is formed by the beast absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and condensing its own vital energy, essence, and spirit. If the inner core is destroyed, the consequences range from severe injuries and regression in cultivation to death. It's said that this thing can, to some extent, replace spirit stones for cultivation. However, few people use it for cultivation because, compared to spirit stones, using an inner core requires more caution and a longer refining process. Ordinary people usually use demon beast cores for crafting artifacts or refining medicine. Of course, for those rogue cultivators lacking resources, having something is better than nothing. It just means spending more time refining them. Feng had no intention of using it for cultivation. He stored both the core and the blazing tiger in his storage space, planning to sell them once he returned to Shaojing City. After a short rest, he set off again. The previous battle had consumed much of his energy. As Feng ventured deeper, the encounters with demonic beasts became increasingly frequent. Whether through arduous or effortless battles, they always managed to escape danger unscathed. Feng surveyed his surroundings. He had already ventured deep into the Shaojing mountain range. Withered vines and ancient trees stretched endlessly, a vast sea of forest. Human footprints have almost disappeared. All around, the roars of beasts and chirps of insects can be heard. A normal person in this position would have long since tried to find a way back. But Feng is not normal. Easily killing a mid-stage first-tier demonic beast, Feng climbed up a hill. Ahead lay a lush valley. The further he walked, the quieter the surrounding sounds became. Could there be a boss? Feng felt a bit excited. Having a boss was truly fantastic. It's said that the more powerful a demonic beast is, the fewer other beasts dare to approach its vicinity. A pond appeared before Feng, its waters overgrown with weeds, eerily quiet, its depth unknowable. The towering trees cast deep shadows, blocking out the sunlight, making visibility rather poor. At this moment, this place seemed to have fallen silent, utterly quiet. Feng swallowed hard. The unknown was the most terrifying. Though unafraid of death, no one could predict what might jump out to startle him. Little Tan, can you handle this or not? The system noticed Feng's nervousness and mocked him from the side. Not even afraid of death, yet still so timid. The system's sudden voice startled Feng, who retorted irritably, "Oh, you're so great, so noble, why don't you do it yourself then?" TCH. The system stopped and fell silent. Feng couldn't be bothered with it either. He picked up a palm-sized rock and hurled it into the pond with force. Plop! Water splashed everywhere, accompanied by countless ripples. Even a blind person would have been startled by such commotion, but apart from the ripples, the pond remained completely still. Feng trusted his intuition deeply. It told him the water was dangerous. After waiting quietly for a while, there was still no movement. It seems I'll have to use my 100-pound body to seduce. Feng walked slowly toward the pond, but his mind was already on high alert, ready to flee at any moment. All was silent, except for the sound of his own footsteps. The ripples from earlier were still there, gradually smoothing out. Suddenly, Feng, who had been fully focused on the water's surface, noticed something amiss. The ripples seemed to have changed slightly, becoming chaotic. Ram! That was the only thought in his mind. The thought arose and he immediately turned around, fully activating the cloud stepping technique, retreating several steps in an instant. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, as if some colossal object had crashed to the ground. Feng seized a moment to glance back and was instantly terrified out of his wits, his hair standing on end. Damn it! Holy shit! Scared the hell out of me. Even the system let out a startled cry, equally frightened. Behind him, a massive black serpent appeared, its head as large as a human's, flicking its forked tongue, while glistening droplets dripped from its mouth onto the ground. Its crimson serpentine eyes locked onto Feng, as if curious how its prey had managed to dodge at the critical moment. Swaying its enormous body, it began to pursue him. Feng felt goosebumps rise all over his body and, not daring to hesitate, immediately broke into a frantic sprint. This python is at least at the early stage of the second rank. There's no way to fight it, so running is the only option. Detected being pursued by an enemy, providing an additional 30% speed boost. Bravo! Feng was overjoyed. Otherwise, relying solely on his own speed, he wouldn't have been confident of escaping. With his speed increased once more and the relentless pursuit of a second-rank demon beast, his understanding of the cloud-stepping technique he was currently using grew deeper and more profound. He had already reached the great perfection realm before and felt that it wouldn't be long before he achieved the complete perfection realm. Fortunately, most demonic beasts at the early second stage can't fly yet, unlike cultivators who can fly as soon as they reach foundation establishment. Feng kept running while still having the presence of mind to think. That serpent seems to be a black-scaled python. I've heard that cultivators of the same realm find it extremely difficult to break its defense, and its black scales can be crafted into armor and treasure robes, making them quite valuable. The black-scaled python behind him didn't think that much, although its intelligence at this level was no weaker than that of a human child. What puzzled it most at the moment was how the person in front had just dodged its attack and why they were running so fast. Previously, it had encountered individuals whose aura was almost identical to the person before it, and it could usually swallow them with a single ambush. Even if they dodged the ambush, it could still devour them in just a few moves. Where was it like this time, chasing for so long without catching up, even though it wasn't particularly skilled in speed? Gradually losing patience, the black-scaled python began to stimulate the demonic power within its inner core, circulating it throughout its body. In an instant, a surge of strength filled its serpentine form, and its speed involuntarily increased by several notches. The python's over 3-jaw-long body nimbly weaved around the large trees, while smaller trees were rudely crashed through without hesitation. From time to time, when encountering a downhill slope, he would shoot forward like an arrow. This left Feng utterly miserable. Just moments ago, he had been handling the situation with ease, but now it felt like walking a tightrope. One misstep and he would meet his end in the serpent's jaws. Feng had just leaped onto a massive tree and didn't he dare pause for even a moment. With a powerful push from his legs, he immediately sprang onto the trunk of another tree. Boom! A loud crash came from behind. There was no need to look to know that the tree trunk had been shattered. Accompanied by the hissing sound was an indescribable stench, nauseating to the point of making one want to vomit. Without time to think, with no large trees ahead, Feng leaped to the ground in one swift motion. He sprinted at full speed. It wasn't that he didn't want to run towards areas with more obstacles, but he realized this giant serpent was the true master of obstacles. What it couldn't squeeze through easily, it managed to slip past effortlessly. Where it couldn't pass, only its head could make it through. As his strength and chi gradually depleted, Feng knew he couldn't hold on much longer. But if word of his deeds today spread, it would surely leave countless people utterly astonished. A mere 9th-level chi refining cultivator had actually managed to evade a second-tier black-scaled python for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Even though the black-scaled python isn't known for its speed, it's still a second-tier demon beast. Luckily, even if I can't escape, today was worth it. Not to mention the runaway coins. Even the cloud stepping technique is about to reach perfection. Even while being pursued, Feng was still in high spirits. Meanwhile, in the same howling scenery mountain range, several cultivators dressed in the same sect attire had just slain a late-stage first-tier demon beast. That was close, too close. A young man at the chi refining 8th level wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Senior Sister Lin saved the day just now, or we would have been in trouble. Another female disciple, also at the chi refining 8th level, flattered a graceful and dignified woman. Yes, yes. If it weren't for Senior Sister Lin just now, I would have been in danger. Another chi refining 8th level disciple chimed in. No need to be polite. We're all fellow disciples, helping each other is a must. Senior Sister Lin, at the chi refining 9th level, replied with a radiant smile, completely unfazed by the flattery from the others. Junior Sister Lin is too polite. While mutual assistance among fellow disciples is essential, you must prioritize your own safety first, said a handsome young man, also at chi refining level 9, his face full of concern. Senior brother Wang worries too much. I naturally act only when confident. Lin Jing was reluctant to dwell on the topic and added, we've already ventured deep into the Shaojing mountain range. We can't go any further, it's too dangerous, with a high chance of encountering second-tier demonic beasts. Lin Jing was gentle and amiable, treating others with kindness. With her fair complexion, striking beauty, and decent talent having already reached chi refining level 9 at just 21, it was no wonder Wang Xiuhong had developed a secret affection for her. Junior sister is right. We shouldn't go any further. Wang Xiuhong nodded in agreement. Even if they had wanted to proceed, he would have stopped them. Venturing deeper would be far too perilous, risking their very lives. Right, let's hurry back. We'll follow senior brother and sister's lead. Their group of 5 consisted of 2 at the 9th level of chi refining and 3 at the 8th level. Lin Jing and Wang Xiuhong had come both to help their junior disciples gain experience and to prepare themselves for entering the bloody secret realm half a month later. After all, entering the blood-red secret realm is equivalent to risking one's life. If we don't take this opportunity to improve our combat skills now, we'll only regret it once we're inside. It's not just cultivators in there are also demonic beasts. Let's go, turn back. With great difficulty, Feng dodged the black-scaled python's lunge, rolling on the ground as the stench and scattered stones struck his body, causing waves of pain. His legs, which had felt as heavy as if filled with lead, now made him laugh excitedly. Ha ha ha! The cloud stepping technique has reached perfection. In an instant, Feng's understanding of the flowing cloud step reached a new level. With a quick flip, he stood up and sprinted away. His steps became increasingly light and graceful. With a light tap of the toes, the body floated several steps away as if weightless, moving and dodging with effortless grace, like flowing clouds and water, yet also like underwater currents, elusive and unpredictable. Neither the landing point nor the direction can be discerned. With effortless grace, he sidestepped the black-scaled python's lunge. By now, Feng had grown much more at ease. As long as his strength and inner energy held out, he wasn't worried about the python landing a hit. Bam! The black-scaled python swung its tail, sending a massive boulder hurtling toward Feng. Whooshing sound. Feng saw clearly that if the boulder's force hit him, it would surely break bones and tendons, leaving him either dead or crippled. No way to avoid it. Dodging to either side would allow the enemy to close in. Jumping up would leave you with no leverage to push off, making it easy to be caught. Feng's expression was grave, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. As the boulder closed in, he channeled his inner energy into his legs, repeatedly stepping on the massive rock. It was as if wisps of white clouds formed beneath his feet, both protecting his legs and slowing the boulder's momentum. A tremendous force continuously surged from beneath his feet, accompanied by pain. It was as if an ordinary person kept jumping from a height of 10 feet. Feng dared not be careless, his legs stepping out repeatedly. This also allowed him to leverage the boulder's momentum to move even faster. The distance from the black-scaled python grew increasingly greater. "Look, what's that?" The 5 members of Fishy sect heard a loud rumbling sound and quickly turned to look. They dared not be careless. In the Shaojing mountain range, they had to proceed with utmost caution, paying attention to every rustle and movement, as a single moment of negligence could mean death and the end of their cultivation path. "Oh no, it's actually a black-scaled python. He's done for. That man is done for." But then came another exclamation of shock. "Oh my God!" Lin Jin's face was filled with disbelief. This is simply unbelievable. This is impossible." Wang Shouhen's face was filled with astonishment, unable to believe it. This scene completely overturned their understanding. Even though the facts were right before their eyes, they still couldn't believe it. What they saw was Feng and the black-scaled python charging out together. At first, they were terrified when they saw the black-scaled python, but when they noticed it attacking the mere chi refining level 9 cultivator before them, they all thought the man was surely doomed. But then they witnessed a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The boulder sent flying by the black-scaled python, even though they weren't too close, clearly demonstrated the sheer force behind it. Had the 5 of them been in the same position, all 5 would likely have perished. After all, that was a second-tier demon beast, and a strength type 1 at that anyone struck by the boulder it hurled would surely die. Even a foundation establishment stage cultivator would need to be cautious when facing this strike. Yet they witnessed that chi refining 9th layer cultivator daring to make physical contact with it. Even if it was just with his legs, any other chi refining 9th layer cultivator would have had their leg bones shattered upon touching the boulder, dying tragically beneath it. But this cultivator stepped repeatedly with both legs, completely unharmed, appearing ethereal and transcendent. Moreover, he used the boulders to widen the distance between himself and the black-scaled python. "Ho, little mud loach, seems like this is all you've got." Feng was in high spirits and couldn't resist taunting, regardless of whether the black-scaled python could understand him. "But don't lose heart. My soles are a bit sore right now. If you train for a few more years, you might just qualify as a foot masseur." Feng kept running without pause, determined to shake off the black-scaled python as quickly as possible. Although he spoke lightly, both his strength and inner energy were nearly exhausted. His legs weren't as relaxed as his mouth claimed. The soles of his feet were probably bruised, and every step sent a piercing pain through them. In the end, it's still this pedicurist's lack of skill too heavy-handed. Feng silently shifted the blame onto the black-scaled python. Though the black-scaled python didn't fully grasp Feng's exact meaning, it was well aware that the man before it was mocking it. Without stopping, it chased after him, intending to swallow this person whole. Watching the man and the python disappear into the distance, the 5 from Fishy sect finally snapped back to reality. Though it felt like a long time, from the appearance to the disappearance of the man and the python, it had only been a few breaths. That was just too incredible. Which sect does this senior brother belong to? He's truly outstanding. So handsome. I wonder what this senior brother's name is. Lin Jin observed the admiration and praise from the junior disciples without saying a word, but inwardly, his mind was in turmoil. A 9th level chi refining cultivator could actually remain composed while being pursued by a 2nd-tier demonic beast. Even taunting it, this was simply unheard of. Even if the black-scaled python isn't known for its speed, it's still a 2nd-tier demon beast. Other chi refining 9th level cultivators would have no choice but to await death under the black-scaled python's pursuit. Not to mention others, If the black-scaled python were chasing our group of 5, we would undoubtedly be doomed unless we used treasures. But she had seen clearly just now that unknown senior brother relied entirely on his own strength. Hey, it's just that he relied on treasures. His legs are useless now, and he might have already been devoured by snakes. Listening to the admiration of his junior brothers and sisters, Wang Xiuheng felt a sour taste in his heart. If it were me, I could have escaped too with the treasure. Lin Jing ignored Wang Xiuheng's words. She was well aware of his thoughts and capabilities. Whether he could escape or not was one thing, but she doubted he would even dare to face the black-scaled python. We should leave quickly. Lin Jing knew this was no place to linger. Whether the black-scaled python succeeds in killing its target or not, it will return soon. If it fails, it'll probably be even angrier. If it takes its anger out on us, we'll be in trouble. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone finally realized the situation. That's right. If the black-scaled python comes back and finds them, they'll be in big trouble, likely facing total annihilation. Yes. Let's get out of here quickly. Hurry, we can't stay here any longer. Wang Xiuheng also came to his senses at this moment when the black-scaled python was chasing that person earlier. It couldn't be bothered with them. But once it returns, it probably won't let them off. He quickly spoke up, Right, let's get out of here now. Alright, let's go the other way. Seeing that everyone agreed, Lin Jing took the lead. To avoid encountering the black-scaled python midway, they decided to head in the opposite direction. Though the black-scaled python was getting farther away, Feng couldn't feel happy about it. Because both his inner energy and physical strength were nearly exhausted. There's no way to shake it off. Even if I did, the black-scaled python could easily track me down with its sense of smell. It seems I'll have to flee the howling scenery mountains. I refuse to believe it would dare chase me beyond them. If possible, he naturally didn't want to die. Even if he could resurrect, relying on death to escape every crisis wouldn't make him stronger. From the start, he had been running toward the edge of the howling scenery mountains, and now he was getting quite close. A moment later, gazing at the scenery beyond the howling peaks from a distance, Feng let out a sigh of relief. But now was not the time to rest, so his footsteps continued without pause. Before long, he crossed the last stretch of forest and arrived at the plains beyond the howling peaks. The black-scaled python chased him for several zhong before growing hesitant and stopping in its tracks. Flicking its forked tongue, it cast a few unwilling glances at Feng before turning and slithering back into the forest. Whew! Feng exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, thoroughly exhausted. Seeing no more danger, he lay down on the grassy ground. At this moment, his entire body ached, especially his legs, which were trembling uncontrollably. After all, escaping from the jaws of a second-tier demonic beast at the Qi refining 9th level was no simple feat. Could it be the black-scaled python? It's actually a second-tier demonic beast, the black-scaled python. And this person managed to escape at just the Qi refining 9th level. Luckily the black-scaled python went back, otherwise we'd have to flee. Outside the Shaojing mountain range, there were quite a few people at the moment, some preparing to enter, others just having come out. Seeing the black-scaled python chase out startled them all. Fortunately, demon beasts from the Shaojing mountain range generally don't dare to come out, as they would be killed by cultivators the moment they emerge. Second-order demon beasts dare to come out, and Foundation establishment cultivators will take action, with most of them being very willing to do so. Because demon beasts are treasure troves from head to toe, but if cultivators venture deep into the howling scenery mountains, it becomes extremely dangerous. However, if the demon beasts leave the mountains, this concern disappears. Many Foundation establishment cultivators eagerly hope for demon beasts to emerge. Of course, if they come out en masse, that would be a beast tide, and no one wants a beast tied to a cur. I wonder how long the black-scaled python has been chasing him. Someone curiously asked. Not just him. Everyone present had the same question. If the black-scaled python was only spotted at the very edge of the Howling Peaks mountain range and began chasing from a distance, a very few Chi refinement 9th level cultivators might feel they had a chance to escape. After all, as long as they fled beyond the Howling Peaks, the black-scaled python would usually give up. In that case, it wouldn't be considered too formidable. But if the pursuit began deep within the mountains, it would be a different story. Almost no Chi refinement 9th level cultivator would dare attempt it, as that would almost certainly mean death. Even though the black-scaled python isn't particularly fast, it is still a second-tier creature, especially within the forest. The obstacles in the forest mean nothing to the black-scaled python. On the contrary, it's the cultivators who need to be most wary of those hindrances. Though everyone had questions in their hearts, no one dared to voice them. Because everyone could see that the cultivator was utterly exhausted, lying motionless on the ground with his eyes closed. Rushing forward to disturb might offend someone. If not for the slight rise and fall of his chest, if not for his faint breath, everyone would have thought he had worked himself to death. However, though Feng was exhausted at this moment, his mind was occupied with something else. System, where's my reward? Congratulations, host. You've received 1200 popcoin. Ha ha ha! Although Feng was exhausted, his heart was filled with joy. This time, despite the exhaustion, not only had his cloud stepping technique reached perfection, but he had also earned 1,200 round coins. However, Feng didn't think it was excessive, given the huge gap in strength between them. One was at the 9th level of Chi refining, while the other was at the early stage of the second tier. After such a prolonged chase, Feng also came to understand the strength of this black-scaled python. It should be at the early stage of the second rank. The vast difference in strength between them, along with numerous near-death experiences and nearly half an hour of frantic running. Earning 1,200 purple coins is not surprising. B points, 1350. Running coins, 1900. Looking at the balance, although there was plenty of currency, Feng didn't feel at ease. Currently, the consumption during the Chi refining stage is minimal. However, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage still requires purchasing a foundation establishment pill. Actually, the foundation establishment pill isn't expensive, and Feng doesn't care about it. But the major expenses come after reaching the foundation establishment stage. By that time, whether it's purchasing a new physique, new cultivation techniques, or even elixirs and magical treasures, none of them would come cheap. Additionally, there are also offensive and defensive secret manuals. The prices for these are all quite substantial. More importantly, after fighting in so many battles, Feng has also discovered which weapons suit him best. That is the sword. Yet the way of the sword is not limited to the blade held in hand. Feng had already made up his mind. But the resources required for that path are not insignificant. Are you feeling better now? Just as Feng closed his eyes in deep thought, a soft and delicate voice reached his ears. Melodious and clear, like the song of an oriole. Feng opened his eyes and looked. A little girl of about 10 years old was staring at him with wide eyes. Her delicate features gave her the appearance of a young lady from a refined family. With a faint smile on her face, she was looking at him with some concern. Behind her, 2 fellow disciples were watching her with concern, poised to act, as if afraid she might get hurt. I'm fine. Feng blurted out without thinking. My name is In'er, from Fishy Sect. In'er greeted with a sweet smile. You look like you've exhausted your true chi. Don't you have any elixirs? My name is Feng. I'm a rope cultivator. Pills. I usually just meditate to recover when I'm exhausted. Indeed, when had he ever been truly exhausted? That's why he hadn't even prepared any pills to restore his qi. It seems he'll need to prepare some recovery pills in the future. Inger took out a bottle from her storage bag and poured out a crystal clear pill, handing it to Feng. She said, "This is called the revitalizing pill. It can quickly restore your qi. I don't have many, so I can only give you one." He said this while looking somewhat pained. Feng found this little girl quite amusing. She was clearly reluctant but still gave it to him. Feng grabbed it without hesitation and immediately stuffed it into his mouth without even looking. You didn't even glance at it. Aren't you afraid it might be poisoned?" Inger widened her eyes. "My master said you should never eat anything from strangers when you're outside. Because I think you're a good person," Feng said with a laugh, unafraid of any poison. Even though you say I'm a good person, you still shouldn't just eat anything from others in the future. At least check first." Inger pouted, though it was clear she was quite pleased that Feng had called her a good person. "By the way, how long was that black-scaled python chasing you just now?" She was also quite curious about this question. Probably about the time it takes for 1 or 2 incense sticks to burn. 2 incense sticks roughly equate to an hour, or half a short-term traditional Chinese time unit. Be bullshit. Inger pouted her lips, seemingly not believing it at all. But Feng didn't care at all and said indifferently, "Why would I lie to a little girl like you?" I'm not a little girl," Inger muttered, pouting. "Don't believe me then. I'm going to refine the elixir now." With that, Feng closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in meditation. "Are you faking it? How is this possible? The black-scaled python chased him for so long and still couldn't swallow him. Not even 2 sticks of incense. I wouldn't believe it for one. I wouldn't believe it for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea." Feng ignored the surrounding discussions and focused on refining the medicinal effects. Now, his face is almost as thick as his mastery of the cloud stepping technique. After all, with such a morally bankrupt system, having a thick skin is key. The key among keys. Would you dare to die on someone else's ancestral grave without a thick skin? Would you dare to steal clothes from the brothel? Dare to touch Hong Ling? Dare to look at Hong with righteous indignation? While Feng was refining the medicinal power, Inger was pulled aside by her fellow disciples. "Little junior sister, you shouldn't have given him the revival pill. Right? With all that nonsense he was spouting, and he claims to have been chased by a black-scaled python for 2 incense sticks worth of time." "Exactly. In my opinion, he probably just spotted the black-scaled python from the edge of the Howling Peaks and barely escaped after being chased." "That's right. Even if he was only chased at the edge, just saying that would still make many think he's impressive. But there's no need to exaggerate." Listening to her fellow disciples' criticisms, Inger also felt a bit downcast. "Oh, come on, it's just a youth restoration pill, isn't it?" Her tone was somewhat dejected. She had only wanted to give him the pill because she saw how exhausted he was. Seeing her like this, her fellow disciples found it hard to press the matter further and quickly changed the subject. "I wonder when senior sister Lin and senior brother Wang will come out. Damn it! What's wrong? The black-scaled python has gone back. I hope our senior brothers and sisters don't run into it on their way." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Even Inger, who had been sullen just moments ago, now looked tense. "What should we do then? There's nothing we can do. Even if we go in, we'd only be getting in the way. All we can do is pray." In no time, Feng stood up. By now, about 10 to 20% of his true qi had recovered, and half of the medicinal potency had been refined. He could leave now and return to Shaojing City to continue his recovery at leisure. Miss Ying, I'll take my leave now. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Tan Feng bid farewell to Ying. All right, till we meet again. Ying forced a smile and waved her hand. Yet, her heart remained troubled with concern for her senior brothers and sisters. Unaware, Tan Feng nodded and summoned his flying vessel. In an instant, the flying boat expanded against the wind, and Tan Feng stepped onto it, swiftly heading toward Shaojing City. The crowd turned their gaze upon seeing his flying boat, as it was relatively rare for a qi refining stage cultivator to possess one. Do you think he managed to escape the black-scaled python's pursuit because of the flying boat? That's possible. A second-stage early black-scaled python can't fly yet, so it couldn't do anything to him while he was in the air. But this is also very dangerous. Flying in the air would make him a target for birds of prey. The Shaojing Mountains aren't just dangerous on the ground, truth be told. The sky is even more perilous because it's much easier to be spotted up there. So, it's likely he got lucky by flying in the air and managed to evade the black-scaled python's pursuit. If that's the case, his claim of being chased by the python for the time it takes 2 incense sticks to burn might not be false after all. How? He just got lucky not to be spotted by flying demonic beasts. If I had that kind of luck, I could do it too. I feel like I could pull it off as well. Not long after Tan Feng left, 5 more people emerged from the Shaojing mountain range. However, the place they emerged from was not the same as where Tan Feng had come out. It was Lin Jing and her 4 companions, who had detoured out of fear of encountering the black-scaled python midway. The group let out a sigh of relief as soon as they emerged. That was close. We didn't run into the black-scaled python. Thank heavens. I wonder if that person managed to escape. As soon as they emerged, the group hurried in Ying's direction. "Se, senior sister!" Ying exclaimed upon seeing Lin Jing and the others, immediately beaming with joy as she ran forward and hugged the latter. "I'm so glad you're all safe. I was so worried about you just now." "What's wrong?" Lin Jing felt a bit puzzled. Why did their junior sister seem so concerned? Although entering the Shaojing mountain range was dangerous, she had never seen Ying this worried before. A black-scaled python just rushed out from inside, but thankfully it retreated back. Ying said while patting her barely budding chest, adding with lingering fear, "It scared me to death." "What? The black-scaled python has emerged?" Lin Jing's expression changed upon hearing this. Yes. It's so big and long, that black-scaled python, absolutely terrifying." Ying chattered excitedly, gesturing with her hands. "Did you see anyone being chased out by it?" Wang Xiuheng asked urgently. "Right, little junior sister, did you see anything?" Lin Jing also looked anxious. Yes. I even gave him a revitalizing pill when I saw how exhausted he was." Ying said with a laugh, but then her mood quickly darkened again. But the other senior brothers and sisters all said he was just bragging. He actually managed to escape. Lin Jing's face was filled with astonishment. This can't be. Wang Xiuheng couldn't believe it. Wow! He really got away, that's amazing. It's unbelievable. Their junior brothers and sisters who had entered the howling scenery mountains with them were now wide-eyed with excitement. "Senior brother and sister, do you also know him?" Ying also noticed something was amiss. "Yes, we spotted him being chased by a black-scaled python in the Shaojing mountains." Lin Jing nodded. "Is what he said actually true?" "That can't be, right? He said he was being chased for the time it takes to burn 1 or 2 incense sticks. How is that possible?" The fellow disciples guarding outside with Ying didn't believe it. Lin Jing, listening to their conversation, had grasped most of the situation. It seems they also saw that person being chased out by the black-scaled python outside. But no one was willing to believe what that person said. What he said must be true. Judging from where we found him being chased by the black-scaled python, even at their speed, it would take the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn to get here, let alone the fact that he was already being pursued before we discovered him. Lin Jing said absent-mindedly, though her mind was preoccupied with curiosity about who this person was and which sex disciple he might be. How is this possible? Exactly. How could a chi refining 9th layer cultivator survive being chased by a second-tier demonic beast, the black-scaled python, for the time it takes 1 or 2 sticks of incense to burn? The cultivators left outside all found it unbelievable. An ordinary chi refining 9th level cultivator would probably be instantly killed upon encountering a second-tier black-scaled python, yet the result was actually, what's impossible? You didn't see how amazing he was at that time. Lin Jing's fellow disciples who entered the Shaojing Mountains with her immediately became displeased. Recalling the scene they had witnessed, their blood boiled as if they themselves had been the ones to accomplish it. You didn't see how amazing he was when he was being chased by the black-scaled python. The boulder, so large that a person couldn't even wrap their arms around it, was sent flying by the black-scaled python's tail, hurtling straight toward him. With the sheer size of the rock and the python's immense force, even 5 of me going all out to resist would have been turned into pulp. So, guess what he did? He leaped into the air, his feet continuously stepping on the boulders, remaining unscathed and ethereal, while using the force of the rocks to steadily widen the distance between himself and the black-scaled python. What a pity, they were too fast and soon disappeared from our sight. Listening to his description, everyone present could vividly imagine the scene in their minds. Some were unwilling to believe it and turned to glance at Lin Jing and Wang Xiuhen. Yet, they saw that neither of the two spoke up to refute it. It seems to be true. His heart was even more shocked. There's actually such a formidable fellow cultivator. I wonder which sect they're from. This person looks quite unfamiliar. I don't think we've met before. Among those present were also people not from Fishy sect. Hearing the description from the Fishy sect disciples, they too became very curious. Little junior sister, didn't you just give him a rejuvenation pill? Do you know what his name is? Lin Jing now also recalled what Ying'er had said earlier. His name is Feng. He said he's a wandering cultivator. Ying'er was very happy at this moment because this way no one could say she had misjudged him. Liu's cultivator. Feng. Never heard of him. Such a person exists. The nearby cultivators all searched their memories for any information about this person, but to no avail. Lone cultivator Feng. Lin Jing murmured to herself. He must be here for the Blood Mist secret realm. Perhaps we'll meet again in half a month. Within Shaojing City, the 4 members of the Green Mountain sect were unusually relaxed at the moment. The food at this restaurant is quite good. Yunli walked out of a tavern with his hands clasped behind his back, swaying slightly. Behind him followed 3 junior disciples. Senior brother Yun is being generous. The youngest junior sister giggled. Yunli remained silent, but only he knew that this silver was still taken from the Hong family. Ordinary food and drink at the tavern were still paid for with silver, while only those made from demon beast flesh and blood required spirit stones. It had been a long time since the group had relaxed like this, as they had been constantly on guard against the 10 brothers in Pingyang City. After leaving Pingyang City, they had been busy traveling. It's really nice not having the 10 brothers here. Yunli stretched lazily. Both junior sisters nodded subtly, without a trace. However, junior brother Wu seemed somewhat melancholic. Suddenly, junior brother Wu widened his eyes as if he had seen some terrifying beast. Staring blankly at a spot ahead, motionless. What's wrong with you? Hong Ling noticed something was off about him. Yunli also turned his head to look at him. 10. Junior brother Wu was dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word. What are you playing at? Yunli was utterly confused, following Wu Shidi's gaze. 10 Sifeng? Yunli's eyes widened in shock. No, it's 10 Sifeng. Why is he here? Hongling also wore a look of terror. She feared this 10 Sifeng might be just like 10 Sifeng, using his own life to smear her reputation. If he had groped me in Shaojing City and then self-destructed, this blame would definitely fall on me. Not only the Qinshan sect, but other major sects would also see me as a laughingstock. Yunli was also feeling extremely uneasy at this moment, even though he hadn't found the storage bag and the flying boat last time. The items were most likely on 10 Sifeng, but he didn't dare to act. People fear madmen the most, especially those who are unafraid of death and utterly unscrupulous. What if 10 Sifeng was as unscrupulous and unafraid of death as his third brother? Publicly touch one's own genitals, then tell others they're fake or defective, and then self-destruct. What should one do then? Take them off to prove innocence. Yunli lowered his head and silently returned to the tavern without a word. Seeing this, Hongling and the other two followed suit, and the group of 4, having just stepped out the door, retreated back inside. They also considered whether to strike first and kill 10 Sifeng. But then they thought again, who knows if 10 Sifeng has any younger brothers left. After all, who could have guessed that after Hong Chuo killed 1 Tenfeng, 3 younger brothers would come seeking revenge? Damn it, the younger ones even have higher talent. If a 5th Feng shows up, would he already be at the foundation establishment stage? Among Yunli and his group, none of them would submit to anyone except the mother of Tenfeng and his brothers. They were truly impressed by how prolific she was, with each child stronger than the last. Honored guests, were you still hungry just now? Would you like to order a few more of our signature dishes? The waiter, seeing the group step out of the restaurant only to turn back immediately, found it odd but still greeted them warmly. Tenfeng naturally noticed Yunli and his group, but he couldn't be bothered to deal with them. For one, he wasn't in the best condition right now, and secondly, he had already screwed them over pretty badly. Yunli's storage bag and flying boat were stolen by me, and I even led him on a chase through half of Pingyang City. As for Hongling, although there's some enmity, I've already wiped out the entire Hong family. If she doesn't come seeking revenge, I can't be bothered with her. If she does, I'll just kill her. If Qinshan sect dares to seek revenge, then I'll wipe them out along with her. Big-breasted woman, you must control yourself. The lives of the entire Qin Mountain sect rest on your decision. Tenfeng quickly put everything behind him and checked into an inn. Senior brother, he probably didn't see us, right? The junior sister's face looked rather pale at the moment. Probably not. I think. Yunli himself wasn't entirely sure. How did he get to Shaolin City? The junior sister suddenly remembered something, her face turning deathly white. He couldn't be here to hunt us down, could he? At these words, the expressions of the group all changed. It shouldn't be. I just observed his cultivation level is at the 9th layer of qi refining. Yunli blurted out without thinking. In that case, he must be here for the blood mist secret realm. Hongling sighed in relief. Then, with a hint of schadenfreude, she added, since he's here for the blood mist secret realm, senior brother Yun, you. Yunli also came to his senses, looking utterly dejected. Then I'm very likely to encounter him in the bloody secret realm. Junior brother Wu and little junior sister were also looking at him with pity at this moment. Running into such a despicable character in the bloody secret realm, there's nowhere to escape. What's there to fear? Suddenly, Yunli straightened his back. At least I'm prepared. Those who don't know his true nature will probably fall for his tricks in no time. Thinking this way, he wasn't as scared anymore after all. There would be plenty of people around. Feng couldn't possibly focus solely on him. Couldn't he just keep his distance if needed? I wonder how many people will end up getting scammed inside. Hong Ling sighed with a mix of pity and amusement. Yes. Senior brother Yun, you must tell us all about it later. The junior sister No realized how delightfully satisfying it was to derive joy from others' misfortunes. No problem. Yun Li was also somewhat looking forward to it, anticipating the opening of the Bloody Secret Realm. He wondered what would happen inside the Bloody Secret Realm when the time came. Feng paid the silver and checked into the inn. Sitting cross-legged, he sensed the remaining 20% of his true qi within his body. It would probably take half a night of meditation to fully recover. Of course, taking elixirs would likely speed up the process significantly. This is largely due to his ethereal physique and high-level cultivation technique. For those with poor constitutions or inferior techniques, recovery might take an entire night or more. After carefully examining his injuries, he found that most areas were fine. Only his legs had sustained some damage, which would probably take a day or two to fully heal. After all, the stone flung by the black-scaled python was no small matter. Even a foundation establishment cultivator would have to take it seriously. To come away with only minor injuries is already quite fortunate. It seems I still need to buy some healing and qi replenishing pills. After all, one can't just commit suicide over every minor injury, right? Injuries and healing can actually be beneficial for cultivation. Of course, those that damage the foundation don't count. Although the system also has healing and energy restoring pills, spending system currency on such pills is too wasteful. Good steel should be used for the blade. Healing pills can be bought with spirit stones. 10 days later, in a certain cave within the Shaojing mountain range. The cave wasn't deep, and by the faint light, one could see a young man sitting cross-legged in meditation. This person was none other than Feng. After recovering in Shaojing City for 2 days, they once again arrived at the Shaojing Mountains. First, the spiritual energy here is more abundant, and it's free. Second, it's also a way to train oneself. Going out to hunt monsters from time to time can hone one's cultivation, which is beneficial for practice. Lastly, demon beasts can also be sold for spirit stones. The Bloody Secret Realm will open in just a few days. Feng stood up and dusted off his pants. Recently, he had made significant progress again at the 9th level of qi refining. With the combination of his ethereal body, the evergreen technique, and the top-grade elixirs provided by the system, his advancement was remarkably swift. There are frequent battles, and although each one consumes a significant amount of true qi, the true essence within the body becomes increasingly refined. He felt that in just a few more days, he might be able to reach the peak of the 9th level of qi refining. Then, he could purchase a foundation establishment pill and attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage. After reaching foundation establishment, his combat power would skyrocket. After all, the vast amount of B points and purple coins he had saved up were precisely for use after foundation establishment. It's time to leave. Feng walked out of the cave without looking back. Only someone as fearless as him would dare to cultivate in the Shaojing mountain range with just qi refining stage cultivation. Others, even if they came, would have to meditate cautiously, unable to calm their minds at all. Without any major mishaps, they arrived at the outskirts of the Shaojing mountain range. Amidst a sea of envious gazes, Feng summoned his flying boat and soared into the sky. Using Yun Li's belongings to show off feels pretty good. Shaojing City. Feng watched the passing crowd, noticing there were quite a few more cultivators now. Especially those at the 9th level of qi refinement. Most of them must be here for the Blood Secret Realm, right? He looked up at the small building before him. It stood 5 stories tall, with upturned eaves and corners. On a plaque, 3 large characters were carved in a flowing and dynamic style. Treasure Pavilion. Feng silently read the words in his mind and stepped inside. Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? Feng had just stepped inside when a waiter greeted him. I have some demon beast carcasses, all well preserved. Do you buy them here? Before coming, Feng had already learned that this treasure pavilion was essentially like a general store. They sold everything: pills, weapons, cultivation techniques, and more. The corpses of demonic beasts, whether it's their fur, inner cores, or even their teeth and claws, are all treasures. Of course, we'll take them. The waiter froze for a moment before quickly regaining his smile. Of course we'll take them. All right, where should I put this demon beast? Just put it here. The waiter was somewhat puzzled why not just release the demon beast directly. Won't placing it here affect your business? The waiter glanced around. The entire first floor spanned over 100 square meters, with some areas occupied by goods and others needed for standing. But it's more than enough to put down a few demon beast corpses. In his eyes, Feng, having 3 demon beasts, would already be considered good. But before the waiter could speak, an untimely voice suddenly chimed in. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Killed 1 or 2 low-level demon beasts and think you're something special now? Worried others won't have enough space? Ha ha ha! You're killing me. You should worry about how embarrassing it'll be when you can only produce 1 or 2 measly demon beasts. The tone dripped with mockery, every word dripping with playful taunts. Feng's eyes lit up. Was this the legendary opportunity to show off and slap someone's face? Had someone volunteered to deliver warmth? Turning his head, he saw a sinister-looking young man sneering at him. Feng could clearly see that this person was at the 9th level of Qi refinement. People from the Crimson Sun sect. Feng noticed the crimson robe worn by this person, which was precisely the attire of the Crimson Sun sect, adorned with their sex emblem, a red sun embroidered on the cuff. There were several fellow disciples behind him, dressed the same as him. Feng felt somewhat angry upon seeing this red sun. He decided to go along with the scheme and spoke with an indignant expression. What kind of thing are you? The sinister man was instantly enraged. Who in Shaojin City wouldn't give him some respect? Yet this country bumpkin and rogue cultivator, who came from who knows where, actually dared to insult him. Humph, you country bumpkin, I'm from the Qiang sect. Scared now? Oh. Feng suddenly understood. So it's a thing from the Qiang sect. Your Crimson Sun sect stuff is truly worthless. You. The sinister-looking man was furious, gathering magical power in his hand as flames instantly erupted from his palm, ready to strike. His fellow disciples behind him were equally enraged. Master Piao, hold on. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a calm demeanor quickly stepped forward to intervene. After a moment of hesitation, Park Wang snorted coldly. Today, I'm giving you face by not making a scene in your shop. Piao Wang is no fool. The treasure-gathering pavilion is not a local force in Shaojin City, but rather an external entity. Even Foundation establishment cultivators dare not act recklessly in the treasure-gathering pavilion. Rumor has it that even Golden Core cultivators must show them some respect. Although his own background is not bad, it still falls short of a Golden Core cultivators. Many thanks, young Master Piao. The middle-aged man expressed his gratitude to Piao Wang, then turned to Feng with a cupped hand salute and a smile, saying, Esteemed young master, I am the current manager of the treasure-gathering pavilion. Feng wouldn't hit a smiling face. The treasure pavilion, including this shopkeeper, hadn't offended him, so of course he wouldn't embarrass them. He also cupped his hands and said, Hello, shopkeeper. I came in to sell monster carcasses, but this person started mocking me for no reason. If you hadn't shown up, he might have even resorted to violence. Hey! The shopkeeper chuckled, unwilling to dwell on the matter. Young master, you can bring out the monster carcasses. I assure you, this old man will offer a fair price. Should I put it here? Feng asked again. Of course you can. Humph, not afraid of biting your tongue in the wind. Wang sneered from the side once more, his eyes filled with disdain. Feng couldn't be bothered to respond to him. He patted the 5 storage bags hanging at his waist. Some of these storage bags belonged to Wen Huobiu and his group. One was Yungli's, and the rest were picked up in the Shaolin mountain range. Not a single one was bought by Feng. In an instant, the corpses of demonic beasts densely flew out from the system's storage space. The act of patting the storage bag was merely to deceive onlookers. The demon beasts varied in size, piling up into a small hill in an instant. The originally spacious first floor hall suddenly became cramped. At first glance, there were easily 20 to 30 demon beast corpses. Please, shopkeeper, set a price for me. Feng looked at the shopkeeper, who had instinctively stepped aside upon seeing the sudden appearance of a large number of demon beast corpses. Indeed, it wasn't just the shopkeeper who retreated. The waiter, along with Wang and his fellow disciples, as well as the other spectators from earlier, had all stepped aside by now. Because if they hadn't retreated just now, they might very well have been crushed beneath the carcass of the demon beast. What was once a relatively spacious hall had now become unbearably cramped. This. The shopkeeper was dumbfounded, stuttering without being able to utter the next word. Impossible. Wang's face was full of disbelief. How could there be so many? He could see clearly that the demon beast corpses present were all formidable in their lifetime. Although dead, their forms still revealed that most had been at the late first order stage when alive. Even facing just one beast of this level alone would require extreme caution. Even after killing one, I'd need a full day's rest before daring to strike again. First, the energy expenditure is enormous, and second, there's the fear of attracting other beasts and getting surrounded. Yet this wandering cultivator from who knows where actually has 20 to 30 of them. No way. These couldn't have been hunted by him alone, it must be the work of his entire gang. Wang pondered silently in his heart. This was the only possibility. Unless this person's combat power was extremely high and he wasn't afraid of death, unconcerned about being surrounded by demonic beasts. Shopkeeper, could you calculate the value for me? Feng ignored the murmurs and astonished looks from the crowd. Certainly, young master. The shopkeeper replied before quickly gathering a few assistants to tally the items. They had to work swiftly, otherwise they'd block the first floor and disrupt business. A moment later, the shopkeeper approached Feng with a cheerful smile and said, Young master, we've finished counting. The shopkeeper's tone carried a hint of enthusiasm. There are a total of 23 demon beast carcasses, including 6 at the mid-stage of the first rank and 17 at the late stage of the first rank. The price varies depending on the beast's strength and species. Each one is priced differently. The total comes to 690 spirit stones, but as a gesture of friendship, I'll round it up to 700 spirit stones for you, young master. Feng nodded slightly, as he wasn't very familiar with the pricing. But this price seems about right. After all, Yunli and Sun Yun only had around 30 spirit stones in their pockets. All right, let's settle on that. The shopkeeper beamed upon hearing this. He hadn't actually tried to cheat Feng. Still, securing such a batch of goods counted as an achievement for him. The blood of demonic beasts can be used to craft talismans, and their meat can be sold to restaurants or even used for alchemy. The bloody secret realm will open soon, so producing a batch now would be just in time for the market. Not to mention other parts of the demon beast are also treasures. Having worked at the treasure pavilion for so many years, This was the first time he had seen a Qi refining level 9 rogue cultivator sell so many demon beast corpses at once. It seems this person is quite powerful. Kid, not bad. Before he could speak with Feng, he was interrupted by Pio Wang beside him. The innkeeper had no choice but to swallow his words. Be smart and hand over half of the spirit stones, and I'll forgive your earlier behavior. Pio Wang crossed his arms, his face full of arrogance. He also had his eye on this sum of spirit stones. A total of 700 spirit stones. A flying boat only costs around 200 spirit stones to buy. Even if I only get half, that's still over 300. Of course, he wouldn't let the other half slip away. He had already made up his mind once this rogue cultivator left Shaojin City, he would kill him. After all, a rogue cultivator has no backing. How could a rogue cultivator's connections compare to the might of the Qiang sect? Venting the anger just now, while also snatching the spirit stones. Demanding the spirit stones now serves two purposes. First, to lull him into thinking the matter is settled, and second, to secure the gains while they're within reach. The shopkeeper looked displeased and said, Mr. Pio, please do not threaten our customers in my treasure pavilion. Shopkeeper Qian, I haven't taken any action in your treasure pavilion, have I? I was merely stating a fact to him. Is that not allowed? Pio Wang shrugged, his face full of indifference. Hearing this, shopkeeper Qian found it hard to press further, as the man indeed had not taken any action. Moreover, this deceased father of Pu was an elder of the Scarlet Sun sect, with peak foundation establishment cultivation. It was indeed unwise to offend him too much. As long as he didn't make a move, there was nothing she could do to him either. Why should I give you half? Feng found it amusing. Recalling Hong Tuo from back then seems like another one in need of some warmth. Why? Because I can take your life anytime I want. Pio Wang raised his head arrogantly. Need pocket money? Call me daddy, and I'll give you some. Feng said with a grin. You're asking for death. Pio Wang flew into a rage on the spot. Who didn't he know who his father was? Who dared joke like that? In an instant, it seemed as if Park Wang had thought of something. He exclaimed in surprise, Do you know who my father is? In his mind, he believed this person must not know who his father was, hence the audacity to act so recklessly. Upon hearing this, Feng almost burst out laughing. Was this guy offering his face to be slapped? Pretending to ponder for a moment, he then said, Well, I really don't know. There were too many people back then. Forget about me, even your mom probably can't remember. Ha ha ha! The people present had long been watching the standoff between the two. Hearing Feng's words at this moment, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even shopkeeper Qian quickly covered his mouth. These guy's words were too harsh, but isn't he afraid of death? Humiliating a peak foundation establishment cultivator is surely a death sentence. You! Pio Wang listened to the suppressed laughter around him, his face now livid with rage. You're asking for death? Do you know my father is? Before he could finish his usual boast, he immediately shut his mouth, fearing another humiliation. My father is an elder of the Crimson Sun sect, with peak foundation establishment cultivation. It's too late for regrets, now you're dead for sure. Pu Wang roared, wanting to see Feng's terrified expression. But he was disappointed. Feng remained as calm and unruffled as ever. Oh, so impressive. While saying how impressive it was, they also picked at their ear. So is he your dad? No one could laugh at these words. Everyone looked at Feng in shock and fear. Was this guy truly unafraid of death? This statement has thoroughly offended the entire Park family to the point of no return. Park Wang was also completely stunned. He had never seen someone so sharp-tongued and fearless of death. Was he truly unafraid of death, or did he have something to rely on? This was the question in everyone's mind present there. Good lad, you're asking for death. Parkman knew he couldn't win a war of words with this person, so he dropped a harsh remark and headed for the door. So you're going back to tell your foster father? Feng asked with genuine curiosity. Parkman stumbled slightly in his steps but left without saying a word. He couldn't fight in the treasure pavilion, and he wasn't skilled enough in verbal sparring. What else could he do but leave? As soon as they stepped out of the treasure pavilion, Pu Wang could no longer contain his rage. Let's wait for him right here. If he dares to come out, I'll kill him on the spot. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Never in his life had he suffered such humiliation. Senior brother Pu, perhaps we should reconsider this matter carefully, a fellow disciple beside him advised. Fuck your mother. Piao Wang immediately cursed. After being humiliated like this, you still want me to think it over carefully? Senior brother Piao, I suggest we first figure out his background. Doesn't he seem afraid of Elder Piao? So he might have some powerful backing. If we kill him recklessly, it could cause trouble, another fellow disciple advised. Piao Wang wasn't a fool. He stroked his chin and remained silent, but swallowing his anger was out of the question. I think he must have some background. Being able to kill so many demonic beasts means either he has help or he is incredibly strong. Either way, he is not simple. However, since he dared to insult Elder Park, we can just capture him, humiliate and torment him, then wait for his elders to come begging for forgiveness before allowing him to be taken back. No one can say we're in the wrong. Piao Wang nodded as he listened to the discussion among his fellow disciples. He's at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Could he be here for the Blood Mist secret realm? Piao Wang's eyes lit up upon hearing another disciple's speculation. Since he came to participate in the Blood secret realm, there are many things that can be done. Yes, exactly. He must be here for the Blood secret realm. Piao Wang was visibly excited at this moment. In that case, we don't need to retaliate against him outside. We'll take revenge on him in the bloody secret realm and seize all his possessions. Then we'll humiliate him before finally killing him. Inside there, he can cry to heaven and earth, but no one will answer. Even if he dies, his elders won't have any proof that we did it. A flawless plan, ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Pu Wang decided not to seek revenge immediately. Taking revenge in the bloody secret realm would be the most satisfying. Disciples from rival sects near the Shaojing mountain range often preferred to settle their disputes inside the realm. That way, no one would know, and no traces would be left behind. Truly the perfect choice for murder and plunder. Leave someone to keep an eye on him. If he tries to run, notify me. Is this guy not afraid of death? Maybe he's just a newborn calf fearless. Youth is still youth after all. Even if his family has foundation establishment stage elders, even peak or perfected ones, humiliating the Park family like this Elder Park will never let him off. At the very least, he'll have to apologize and make amends, if not face death. Whispers spread through the crowd. Ah, young master, you were too impulsive. Though it was satisfying, still. Shopkeeper Chen started to say but then changed the subject. Shall I fetch the spirit stone for you now? Feng didn't care in the slightest. At worst, it would mean death and it wasn't like he hadn't died before. Not in a hurry yet, I still need to buy some things. Upon hearing this, Shopkeeper Chen was delighted. What a premium customer. Selling items to himself and then using spirit stones to purchase goods from his own shop. May I ask what the young master wishes to buy? Shopkeeper Chen instructed his assistant to store the demon beast carcass while greeting Feng. Ordinarily, greeting a customer like Feng could be left to the shop assistants, but Shopkeeper Chen knew this client was no ordinary one. There were at least 700 spirit stones involved. Nothing much, really. I just need to buy some talismans, healing medicines, and pills to restore my spiritual energy. Hearing this, shopkeeper Qian grew even more delighted and cheerfully said, In that case, let's head to the second floor. The talismans and pills are all upstairs. The first floor mostly carried weapons and armor, along with some medicines and talismans, but the selection was limited. Feng nodded and followed shopkeeper Qian to the second floor. The second floor appeared much more upscale. In contrast, the first floor was more chaotic. On the second floor, counters were lined with a dazzling array of goods. There are bottles containing elixirs and palm-sized talismans. All emit a faint glow, with subtle spiritual energy flowing within. Even cultivation techniques are available for sale here. Young master, look. This is a blood-activating pill, most suitable for qi refining stage cultivators to heal their injuries. Shopkeeper Qian brought over a bottle of medicinal pills. And this is the revitalizing pill, most suitable for qi refining stage cultivators to restore their spiritual energy. This. Young master, would you like some qi gathering pills? They can enhance your cultivation speed. The quality of our pills here is truly excellent. Shopkeeper Qian inquired. No need. Do you have any talismans here that can increase speed? As for the qi gathering pills, they were naturally unnecessary no matter how high quality. Could they compare to those produced by the system? Shopkeeper Qian didn't press further. He picked up a blue talisman and said, This is a wind-rushing talisman. It can harness wind energy to enhance your body, reduce your weight, and also speed up your travel. Feng took it and examined it, feeling quite satisfied. What are the prices for this blood-activating pill, revival pill, and wind speed talisman? Both the blood-activating pill and revival pill are 20 spirit stones each, containing 5 pills per bottle. As for the wind speed talisman, it's 20 spirit stones per sheet. Feng couldn't help but secretly gasp at the prices so expensive. Considering that even cultivators like Wen Huobiu and Sun Yun only had enough spirit stones to buy 1 bottle of pills, it seems life is truly tough for rogue cultivators. Give me 1 bottle of Huishu Dan, 2 bottles of Huichang Dan, and 3 Fengxing Fu talismans. Ah, excellent. Shopkeeper Qian's eyes crinkled with delight. Won't you give me a discount? Feng asked with a smile. The original price is 120 spirit stones, but I'll charge you 110. Shopkeeper Qian put on a pained expression. Feng knew that if he kept haggling, he could probably save a few more spirit stones, but it wasn't necessary. All right, let's leave it at that. A moment later, everything was handed over to Feng, including the remaining 590 spirit stones. Now, Feng's spirit stones, combined with his previous stash, totaled over 700, nearly 800 spirit stones. Under the watchful gaze of shopkeeper Qian, Feng left the treasure pavilion and checked into an inn. After Feng left, the fellow disciples left by Pu Wang noticed and immediately followed him to the inn. Soon after, Pu Wang received the message, including what Feng had purchased at the treasure pavilion. It seems he really intends to enter the bloody secret realm. He's practically asking for death. Since he wants to die, I won't let him die so easily. Pu Wang was already plotting in his mind how to exact revenge when the time came. Every time he recalls the events at the treasure pavilion, he gets furious. But he never considers that if he hadn't mocked Feng first, why would Feng have provoked him for no reason? There are so many people today. After cultivating in the inn for a few more days, the day finally arrived for the Blood Mist secret realm to open. The central square of Shaojing City was bustling with activity, filled with cultivators coming and going. Many rogue cultivators were also lining up, all preparing to enter the Blood Mist secret realm. More rogue cultivators were watching from the sidelines, as the mortality rate in the bloody secret realm was too high, and not everyone had the courage to enter. Feng followed at the back of the line, and soon it was his turn. Several cultivators at the 7th or 8th level of qi refining were seated by a table, all of them disciples from major sects. This was the spot where the major sects collected the entrance fees. Each rogue cultivator pays 10 spirit stones, which will eventually be divided equally among the major sects. Of course, these sects aren't just interested in these few spirit stones, they have greater ambitions. 10 spirit stones for entry. You know the rules, right? A sect disciple spoke up, a disciple from the Feishi sect. As for the disciples from other sects, they stood by watching, likely keeping an eye on each other. Feng was well aware of the rules of the blood-red secret realm, as they were clearly posted outside. The 10 spirit stones required for entry were just a small fee. The real cost was that 70% of the spiritual plants obtained had to be handed over to the major sects. The only somewhat favorable aspect was that the sects would provide finished foundation establishment pills based on the value of the spiritual plants contributed by rogue cultivators. Typically, as long as a rogue cultivator managed to survive the blood-red secret realm, they could usually walk away with 2 or 3 foundation establishment pills. 2 or 3 foundation establishment pills are usually enough for most rogue cultivators to advance to the foundation establishment stage, after which they become foundation establishment cultivators, with status and strength incomparable to before. Without foundation establishment pills, one can only rely on time to grind through. With good luck, one might break through to foundation establishment, but as age increases, the chances of success grow slimmer. Thus, even though the mortality rate for rogue cultivators in the bloody secret realm often exceeds 50%, countless qi refinement 9th level cultivators still rush in wave after wave, willing to take the risk even if exploited by major sects. Naturally, I understand. Feng nodded. Good that you understand. Take this token, you might need it later. The Feishi sect disciple tossed Feng a wooden token. Feng took a look at it. It's just an ordinary token, without any spiritual energy fluctuations. Only the words Bloody Secret Realm were carved on it. Then just wait ahead. A flying ship will come later to take you to the Bloody Secret Realm. The Feishi sect disciple pointed to the front. Feng nodded and walked forward. It was an open square, already occupied by over 100 people. Some were sitting cross-legged in meditation, others stood with arms crossed, and some chatted animatedly. All of them were rogue cultivators. There were no sect disciples here, as they naturally set out from their respective sects. I wonder how many will die this time. Before Feng could get closer, he heard a wandering cultivator ask with deep concern. In most cases, the mortality rate among rogue cultivators doesn't fall below 50%, while even sect disciples generally suffer a casualty rate of 20%. A weathered-looking male cultivator spoke up. How could the casualties be so high? A female cultivator asked, her face filled with dread. Though she had mentally prepared herself before coming, hearing the numbers still made her heart race with fear. The main issue is still the conflicts among cultivators. As rogue cultivators fighting alone, we are rarely a match for sect disciples, especially since sect disciples have greater numbers and stronger cohesion. In disputes or when encountering spirit herbs, we usually end up at a disadvantage. If we are lucky, we might escape with our lives, but if not, we are simply killed outright. The weathered man's words were filled with sighs and helplessness. Can't we join forces then? Join forces? The cultivator gave a bitter laugh. Joining forces is just asking for death. Forget about whether we can even get past the sect disciples inside the secret realm. Even if we do, what happens after we leave? If you go too far and even kill a sect disciple, their elders will have every reason to kill you. Silence fell as these words were spoken, leaving everyone with a sense of desolation in their hearts. Fortunately, as long as we obtain spiritual plants, we have a chance to get foundation establishment pills and possibly advance to the foundation establishment stage. It seems the major sects are still giving us rogue cultivators a way out. If they didn't let us in and only allowed their own disciples to enter, we'd have no hope at all. The weathered man let out a bitter laugh and said, "Do you really think these major sects are so kind-hearted?" "Oh, Brother Huang, what do you mean by that?" Not only did he have this question, but most of the people present, including Feng, were also stirred by curiosity. Brother Huang gazed at the sky, fell silent for a moment, and then said leisurely, "It's a long story. The dangers in the bloody secret realm aren't just from cultivators, the demonic beasts are exceptionally perilous too." Everyone nodded in agreement, as this was common knowledge. But what you wouldn't expect is that there are even second-tier demonic beasts inside. What? Second-tier? Comparable to foundation establishment cultivators? Wouldn't encountering them mean almost certain death for us? This no wonder. This really startled everyone present. Now do you understand why the major sects let us in? The herbs required for foundation establishment pills only grow in large quantities within the secret realm, and it's also the most suitable environment for their growth. However, foundation establishment cultivators can't enter, only qi refining cultivators can. But sending qi refining cultivators in is risky, so they simply let rogue cultivators enter. Firstly, rogue cultivators can't defeat sect disciples, and even if they could, they wouldn't dare to kill them. Secondly, the sects can still collect spirit stones and 70% of the herbs. The crowd had buzzed with realization, so this was the reason. No wonder the major sects were willing to let rogue cultivators enter. Do you think that's all? Brother Huang curled his lips into a cruel smile. Our rogue cultivator bodies are also medicinal supplements. Rogue cultivators dying inside will increase the spiritual energy concentration of the blood-red secret realm, making the land even more fertile. For the major sects, whether rogue cultivators enter or not, whether they live or die, whether they gain anything or not, they never lose out. A shiver ran down everyone's spine at that moment. This, someone muttered in a daze. These major sects and I actually thought they had good intentions. Even if we die, they'll still find a way to use us. Someone said with deep resentment. Brother Huang spread his hands and said with a smile, "So, are you going or not?" Ha ha ha! No one said they wanted to quit, but everyone's expression was grim. Feng took it all in and sighed inwardly. These major sects truly have a firm grip on rogue cultivators. There's no escaping their grasp. Fortunately, I have the system. This wasn't the first time Feng felt grateful for the system. Without it, even if he cultivated to the 9th level of qi refining, he would still have to risk entering the bloody secret realm. He glanced at a cultivator in the distance wearing Qiang sect attire sent by Pu Wang to keep an eye on him. Sensing the items prepared in his storage space, all intended to deliver warmth to others in the bloody secret realm, he was thoroughly prepared. Friends of the Qiang sect, if you need warmth, come find me. Within the Qiang sect, Pu Wang had already received the news that Feng would be participating in the bloody secret realm. With a sinister grin, he muttered, "You bastard, don't let me run into you in the bloody secret realm." Time's up. A foundation establishment cultivator stepped forward into the air. The time has come. All cultivators participating in the blood secret realm, prepare to board the ship. As soon as the words were spoken, a massive flying vessel descended from the sky, slowly lowering itself. All wood structure, with an antique charm. It's over 70 feet long, which is enough to accommodate the current 200 or so rogue cultivators. Rogue cultivators had been arriving one after another, and even Sun Yun showed up. However, Feng didn't greet her after all. Who knew what kind of trouble he might stir up inside the secret realm? Exchanging a glance, Sun Yun noticed Feng had no intention of greeting her, so she didn't approach. Instead, she watched him from a distance with a peculiar expression. Feng felt it was somewhat strange, but couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. As everyone boarded the ship, that Foundation establishment cultivator stood with his hands behind his back, flying to the bow of the ship, his white robes fluttering gracefully in the wind. Damn it, he really knows how to show off. With a single step of his right foot, the flying ship slowly ascended and headed towards the howling scenery mountain range. The wind howled and roared. Fortunately, the spaceship raised a thin protective shield, blocking the strong wind. Seems like the treatment for these 10 spirit stones isn't bad otherwise. My hairstyle would have been ruined. Feng grumbled while admiring the scenery, especially the twin peaks, of which there were plenty on the spaceship. Truly worthy of being a cultivator. Female cultivators seem to be well nourished too. That's good. I was just afraid they'd get too thin from hunger. When the airship reached the howling scenery mountain range, another Foundation establishment cultivator flew aboard. As the spaceship ventured deeper, it encountered multiple attacks from flying demonic beasts. However, with the protection of 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, the journey was uneventful. Finally, they arrived at a valley. But Feng knew this place wasn't the deepest part. It could only be considered the very beginning of the inner layer. The flying ship slowly descended, and everyone disembarked. Sect disciples had already arrived here earlier, and Feng, stepping out of the spacecraft, was now exposed to everyone's gaze. He really came. One person looked at Feng, their tone filled with apprehension. What happened to junior brother Yun? A beautiful young girl asked. The young girl was beautiful, with a slender yet curvaceous figure, her fair skin supple and elastic. Her face now carried a trace of curiosity and concern for her fellow disciple. Nothing, senior sister Wang. Yun Li replied somewhat absent-mindedly. Wang Zi followed Yun Li's gaze but found nothing unusual. But in her heart, she found it strange junior brother Yun and the others seemed like completely different people after their return this time. Especially junior brother Wu, who would blush and walk away the moment he saw her. How? What a shy and honest junior brother. Seeing that Yun Li didn't want to elaborate, she felt it inappropriate to press further. We all need to be extra careful this time. Wang Zi looked at the dozen or so fellow disciples around her and reminded them. Understood, senior sister. Senior sister, don't worry. Even if we encounter a second-tier demon beast, our group of over 10 people might not necessarily lose. Hee, senior sister, won't we be able to break through to the Foundation establishment stage soon after this trip? Wang Zi listened to her fellow disciples' words and slightly frowned. Being too careless could lead to trouble. Everyone, stay alert. The bloody secret realm is extremely dangerous. Do not let your guard down. Yes, senior sister. Yes. Seeing that their senior sister was about to lose her temper, the fellow disciples immediately restrained themselves. Yun Li glanced at his fellow disciples and also spoke up. Inside, the threat from demonic beasts is significant, and other cultivators must also be cautious. Especially that despicable bastard. Yes, senior brother Yun. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. Hearing these words from his junior brothers and sisters, Yun Li knew they hadn't taken it to heart. Never mind, they'll know to cry when they meet Feng. That kid really came. Feng's appearance also caught Pu Wang's attention. He immediately grinned menacingly at Feng, and when the latter looked over, he made a throat-slitting gesture with his left hand. The fellow disciples nearby had already learned what happened. Their gazes toward Feng filled with killing intent and mockery. Feng responded with a disdainful smile, slowly raising both hands to flip the bird at Park Wang with his middle fingers. You bastard, you'll get what's coming to you inside. Park Wang gnashed his teeth, itching to strike now but ultimately restraining himself. A moment's impatience may ruin a grand scheme. His plan could hardly be considered grand. Senior Brother Park, once we get inside, we'll give him a proper welcome. That's right. How dare a mere rogue cultivator provoke our Crimson Sun sect? Who has a grudge against Tan Sifan? Yun Li, who had been keeping an eye on Tan Feng, also noticed the commotion over there. The original Pure One, that guy relied on his father being at the peak of Foundation establishment, often bullying others with his power. No wonder. Hee, two dogs biting each other, it must be quite entertaining to watch. He was already fantasizing in his mind about how Pure One might be tricked, or how Tan Sifan might die. Yun Li chuckled aloud as he continued to imagine the scene. What's wrong with junior brother Yun? Wang Zi asked again upon seeing this. What's been going on with this junior brother lately? Nothing. At the fishy sect, Lin Jing also spotted Tan Feng. A cultivator's eyesight is exceptionally sharp, and even a distant glance had imprinted the face in memory. He actually came. Wang Xiuhen heard Lin Jing's abrupt remark and was completely baffled. It wasn't until he followed Lin Jing's gaze that he understood what it meant. It's him. Who is it? Senior brother and sister, what are you talking about? Tan Feng couldn't hear the murmurs of others, nor did he care to respond. He looked around at this moment. There were already over 300 people now. Some were from the 5 major sects, some from minor sects, but most were rogue cultivators, essentially cannon fodder or laborers. Is the secret realm here? Tan Feng was somewhat puzzled in his heart, as he couldn't see any secret realm here. It was just a valley, lush and green, filled with old trees and vines. But there was neither a deep pool nor a pit below. So where is this secret realm? Before Tan Feng could think much, 5 cultivators arrived flying through the air. Their cultivation levels were undisguised clearly. They were Foundation establishment cultivators. The 5 were dressed in the attire of the 5 great sects, likely representing the envoys each sect had sent. The 5 appeared without uttering a word. They focused solely on forming hand seals, activating their techniques. Then, each unleashed a formidable ray of energy, striking the air above the valley. Though the sky appeared empty, it was as if an invisible barrier blocked the rays. As several beams of energy continued to be injected, mysterious and intricate patterns began to glow in the air. It is said that this secret realm was once an extremely small pocket world. Later, it was discovered by a major sect near the Shaojing mountain range to be highly suitable for cultivating herbs used in Foundation establishment pills, but it couldn't sustain Foundation establishment cultivators. So, the Golden Core ancestors from several major sects discussed and decided to set up an array, opening it every 3 years specifically to nurture younger disciples and the herbs for Foundation establishment pills. Listening to the discussions around him, Tan Feng finally gained a deeper understanding of this secret realm. At this very moment, it seemed as if the formation had been activated. The patterns grew increasingly numerous, accompanied by faint streaks of lightning, and a hazy, water-like barrier appeared before their eyes. As the surface of the water became more stable, eventually ceasing all ripples, the 5 peak Foundation establishment cultivators withdrew their hands cleanly and decisively. Without uttering a word, they turned and flew away with effortless grace, showing the demeanor of a superior being. Damn it, such a show-off! Tan Feng watched from below with a displeased expression. What is the ultimate level of showing off? That's me not bothering to pretend with you. You're not worthy of me showing off in front of you. Everyone, the bloody secret realm is now fully open, you may enter. Wishing you all bountiful harvests. At this moment, a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator flew out, channeling his spiritual energy as he maneuvered a flying boat to hover between the secret realm's entrance and the ground. Those who cannot yet fly may use this flying boat as a stepping stone to get up there. The entrance to the secret realm was a full 6 jump approximately 20 meters above the ground, making it impossible for some Qi refinement 9th level cultivators to jump directly up. The rogue cultivators exchanged glances. Many of them indeed couldn't make the leap unaided and would likely need to use the flying boat as a stepping stone. But that would be a bit embarrassing, so let's wait until the end. Even some sect disciples couldn't do it, so everyone wanted to see how others would go up first. The first one to use the flying boat as a stepping stone would probably draw special attention and be the most humiliating. Ha ha ha! Seeing this, Pu Wang laughed wildly and mocked, "A bunch of trash. You need external tools just to enter a secret realm." He turned his head and whispered to his fellow disciples, "Remember, if you encounter that kid, cripple him first, then wait for me. If it's absolutely necessary, just kill him outright." With that, he sprinted toward the base of the entrance, planning to leap straight up from below in one go to make a grand spectacle. Tan Feng's expression shifted as he seized the moment, activating his cloud stepping technique to follow closely behind. Before Pu Wang could even jump from below the entrance, Tan Feng, still far away, had already launched himself toward the entrance. What is he doing? What is he trying to do from so far away? At this moment, everyone was focused on the situation at the entrance, noticing Tan Feng's actions as soon as he moved. But how could he possibly jump across from such a distance? Is his position a straight line distance of perhaps 10 zong from the entrance? Others struggle to jump even 6 zong. How can he leap so far? No one knows what Tan Feng intends to do. But Lin Jing knows he might actually be able to jump in. Only Yunli knew that Pu Wang was about to make a fool of himself. Who knows if Tan Sifeng will pull down Pu Wang's pants while he's jumping or splash down in his face the moment he steps in. At this thought, Yunli couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Tan Feng leaped up from a distance. White clouds emerged beneath his feet as he soared into the air. With a late start but swift advance, he cleared a distance of several zhang. Just as Pu Wang jumped up and was about to reach the secret realm's entrance, Tan Feng had already appeared above his head. What impressive skills! This person's movements and footwork are exceptionally sharp, and his internal energy is remarkably refined. Who is this person? His face looks completely unfamiliar. Among Qi refining stage cultivators, perhaps no one can match his skills. The onlookers were all astonished by Tan Feng's display of skill, unable to hold back their exclamations of admiration. While others were still struggling with how to jump from a height of 6 zong, he did it effortlessly and even went farther. He moved with an ethereal grace, exceptionally relaxed, without a trace of awkwardness. His elegant movements were strikingly handsome, drawing fervent gazes from many female cultivators. But Part Wang was unhappy. Quite unhappy. Originally, he had planned to steal the spotlight, but not only did he fail to do so, someone else stole his thunder right under his nose. And this person was his sworn enemy. "You're asking for death." Still mid-air and ascending, he angrily hurled a fireball in fury. The blazing fireball rushed toward him. Tan Feng could have easily stepped into the secret realm with a single stride to evade the attack. But he didn't. If you want warmth so badly, then have it. Tan Feng wore a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, effortlessly sidestepping the fireball. As Pu Wang charged upward, Tan Feng was simultaneously descending. In the blink of an eye, under Pu Wang's shocked and furious gaze and the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tan Feng spread his arms and straightened his legs together, resembling a gymnast landing on the ground. He landed squarely on Pu Wang's head. Then, with a forceful step, he used Pu Wang as a springboard, propelling himself upward once again. After performing several elegant somersaults in mid-air, he dived into the entrance of the secret realm like a diver entering the water. Only a splash of black water remained, with the words 100 Feng echoing through the valley. No one knew what 100 Feng meant, but many sharp-eyed individuals had already recognized what that black splash was. Instantly, their eyes twitched, and the female cultivators, who had just felt a flicker of admiration for Feng, quickly dismissed the thought. Naturally, the entrance to the secret realm wouldn't produce splashes of water, let alone black ones. That was actually the warmth sent by Feng, a bucket of filth. There were still several vats of it in the storage space, which was why the recent uproar about the night soil thieves in the area had stirred public outrage, drawing condemnation from both humans and gods alike. Pale Wang, plummeting rapidly, failed to notice this object. At that moment, he was furious his attempt to show off had backfired spectacularly, leaving him humiliated instead. Ah! Even before landing, Pu Wang roared towards the sky, his mouth gaping wide as if waiting to be fed. Yun Li rubbed his forehead, thinking to himself, same old antics. The 10 brothers are truly shameless. The crowd of onlookers already knew what was about to happen. Unable to bear the sight, yet they were intensely curious. Idiot, get out of the way. Shut up already. Watch out above. The members of the Qiang sect hurriedly shouted warnings, and even the mid-stage foundation establishment deacon present spoke up to alert them. But the whip cannot reach so far. Soon, Park's furious roar was stifled. A black rain trapped him. There was still an unknown object in his mouth. A sudden wave of stench and nausea hit me from beside me, from my face, and most of all, from my mouth. Ugh, ugh. Gag. Gag. An indescribable sense of nausea rose from his mouth, making Park Wang wish he could turn his stomach inside out and wash it clean. He finally understood what was going on, but for now, he could only suppress his anger. Because he was still busy spitting. Are you okay? The foundation establishment mid-stage cultivator from the Crimson Sunset flew to the side, not daring to get close, his face full of pity. Don't worry, even if he manages to escape the bloody secret realm, he won't evade our blockade outside. The Crimson Sunset members were also furious. That despicable thief, he must die. This is utterly humiliating. They clearly have no regard for our Scarlet Sunset. Kill him without fail. Although everyone was roaring with rage, not a single person stepped forward to help Park Wang clean his body. The onlookers were utterly stunned by what they had witnessed. Having lived for so many years, this was the first time they had seen such a thing. Their entire worldview was shattered. This. Sun Yun looked dumbfounded. No wonder Brother Tan said his personality tends to offend people. Seems like he was still being conservative. This wasn't just about easily offending people. This was practically offending people to death. It seems Brother Tan doesn't have a clear understanding of his own actions. Ha ha ha! Yun Li burst into laughter, holding his stomach and gasping for breath. Truly worthy of the 10 brothers. He is now very grateful that he didn't seek further revenge. Indeed, someone who is strong, unscrupulous, and reckless is truly not to be provoked. Isn't this just asking for death? Never mind how he managed to evade the Qiang sect's pursuit within the Blood Mist secret realm. Once he comes out, a foundation establishment cultivator will be waiting to strike. Forget it, I don't care anymore. I just wonder if the Scarlet Sunset kills 10 Feng, will a 10 Wufeng appear? According to the 10 families' theory that the younger they are, the stronger their talent, Wufeng would probably be at the foundation establishment stage, right? As Yun Li's mind raced with countless thoughts, Wang Zi looked at him. Do you know that person from just now? She remembered that the place Yun Li had glanced at several times earlier was exactly where that person had been standing. Combined with Yun Li's current reaction, it was clear that Yun Li knew him. The 10 brothers? Is their surname Tan? Yun Li suppressed his smile and whispered, I don't know him, but I know his older brother. Let's not talk about it now. Once we're inside the secret realm, I'll find a chance to tell you. Wang Zi nodded and said no more. Part Wang, who was vomiting, listened to the surrounding whispers and mocking laughter, his face turning livid. He knew his reputation was ruined, though to be fair, he never had much of a reputation to begin with. He had to kill that person from earlier to wash away at least part of the humiliation. By the way, what was that person's name? It seems he left a remark before entering the secret realm. 100 points. Could his name actually be 100 points? Bastard, how dare you leave your name behind? Feeling the mocking gazes and whispers from the surrounding crowd, Park Wang had no desire to stay and be treated like a spectacle. Immediately, he exerted force with his legs and leaped straight upward, intending to enter the secret realm to escape the crowd's scrutiny and also to seek revenge. But he forgot one thing. That distance isn't something you can just casually jump up to. Even for him, it usually requires focused concentration to reach that height. At this moment, due to his anger, both his focus and physical condition had declined. And so, in full view of everyone, when he was still half a body's length away from the entrance, his upward momentum finally came to a halt. He began to plummet downward. With an expression of utter despair, he finally landed on the ground, feeling like crying but having no tears left. TSK, TSK. Ho 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 ho. Finally, someone couldn't hold back their laughter, recalling his earlier bold claims and how he had called others useless, only to end up failing himself. Park Wang turned his head and glared, only to find that people from several major sects were laughing. He immediately suppressed his anger and turned away with a sullen expression. He dared not gamble again. With no other choice, he expressionlessly leaped onto the flying boat mid-journey first, then used the boat's momentum to jump into the secret realm's entrance. The Foundation establishment cultivator, who had provided the flying boat, looked at the black stains on it with a pained expression, but couldn't bring himself to say anything. I knew it. Anyone who messes with the 10 brothers is asking for trouble. Yunli was one of those who had just laughed out loud. While others might fear Pu Wang, he certainly didn't. Wang Zi ignored Yunli and said, "Let's go." Taking the lead, she reached the spot below the entrance, pushed off with her feet, and jumped straight in. Yunli suppressed his smile and followed, also jumping straight in. After entering, each person's landing spot is random. Even holding hands won't help, so it doesn't matter if they go in separately. Then, the assembled crowd each used their own methods. Some leaped in directly, while others relied on flying boats to enter. Those who used flying boats no longer felt embarrassed. After all, Pure Wang of the Qiang sect had already set the bar for humiliation. By comparison, their own flying boat poses seemed downright dashing. Before long, the place was nearly deserted, leaving only a few Foundation establishment cultivators from various sects stationed there. This year's talents are quite numerous. One Foundation establishment cultivator remarked. Indeed, talents indeed, especially that first one. His movement technique was truly impressive. What's most remarkable isn't just his movement technique, his personality is genius level 2. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. It's truly a pity that such talent wasn't recruited into the sect. What? Does your sect want him? Never mind then. I'm afraid our sect would be ruined by him. Listening to the teasing from the various sects, Liu Fei's face turned ashen. He understood that all the sects were making veiled mockery of his Qiang sect. After all, Pu Wang's experience today is bound to become a topic of conversation in the surrounding area, and the Scarlet Sun sect will undoubtedly be affected as well. Humph, admitted into the sect. He'd have to be alive for that to happen. Liu Fei snorted coldly. He was none other than the Scarlet Sun sect's deacon, who had just reached mid-stage Foundation establishment. Even if he manages to evade our Scarlet Sun sect's pursuit within the bloody secret realm, the moment he steps out, he will still die. No one paid any attention to Lu Fei and instead continued chatting among themselves. That guy's moves just now were so cool. Absolutely. Whether it was the charge forward or the stomping motion, everything was so graceful. If you ask me, the most beautiful part was when he spun a few times before diving into the secret realm's entrance. Absolutely, absolutely. But I wonder why there's a pool of black water here. This entrance isn't an actual water surface. Truly bizarre. Ha ha ha. Phew. Lu Fei, seeing everyone feigning ignorance and making sarcastic remarks in roundabout ways, couldn't help but let out a cold snort. The sky was dim and gray. It feels like dust, yet neither the setting sun nor the full moon is visible. Feng leaped into the entrance of the secret realm and, after a moment of dizziness, arrived here. The spiritual energy here? After sensing for a while, he discovered that the spiritual energy here was even denser than in the Shaojing mountain range. The surroundings were overgrown with weeds and strange-looking trees. System, where's my reward? Reward, 300 B points. Xiao Tanzi, you're really too mean, utterly shameless. That guy was instantly socially ruined. He probably won't be able to hold his head up for the rest of his life unless he leaves the Qin Shao dynasty. Feng ignored the system. This system always shifts the blame onto him. Clearly it was a task assigned by the system, yet somehow I always ended up taking the blame. Check the balance. B number, 1650. Round coins, 900. Not bad, you've saved up quite a bit. After laying the foundation, you'll probably be able to take off. Feng walked through the secret realm. Here was a stretch of jungle, with a swamp to the right. The jungle is lush with dense foliage and intricate vines. While remaining vigilant, I searched for spiritual plants, surrounded by the sounds of insects and birds. Hiss! Suddenly, a snake as thick as a forearm, flicking its tongue, lunged at Feng from the tree. With a casual swing of his sword, he sliced it into several pieces. It was merely at the early first-tier level of strength, hardly worth Feng's attention. He casually stored the snake into his storage space. It was a delicacy, after all. Feng encountered quite a few demonic beasts along the way, but they were all low-tier creatures, easily dispatched with a casual strike. This is silverleaf grass? Feng immediately spotted 3 spiritual plants emitting faint silver light by the distant pond. Exactly the same silverleaf grass that Sun Yun had fought so desperately to obtain last time. There are actually 3 plants. Though Feng had no use for them, they could at least be sold for money. In just a few steps, he reached them. Suddenly, a 10-foot-long crocodile leaped out of the pond. With a ferocious expression, it bared its bloodthirsty maw and lunged to bite Feng. Vile beast, seeking death. Feng's face remained calm as he drew his long sword. A flash of cold light sliced through the crocodile's body, and in the next moment, Feng had already sheathed his blade. The crocodile's body was severed from its head, blood gushing out. A first-stage late-phase demonic beast couldn't withstand a single sword strike. Leisurely pocketing the crocodile and 3 silverleaf herbs, he set off on his journey once more. While Feng was slaying monsters and gathering herbs, the other cultivators in the secret realm had also begun their own treasure hunting journeys. Those affiliated with sects mostly gathered at the prearranged meeting points as planned. To think there are such peculiar cultivators, and all brothers at that. Wang Zi's lips twitched. After the members of the Qin Mountain sect regrouped, Wang Zi also heard from Yun Li about the deeds of the 10 brothers. She immediately felt her worldview was severely shaken. How could there be such shameless, utterly unscrupulous brothers in the world, and they were even cultivators at that? Aren't cultivators supposed to care deeply about their reputation? Especially for young cultivators, aren't they all supposed to be graceful and refined? Why do the 10 family members have such a peculiar fondness for throwing filth in people's faces? causing trouble at someone's ancestral graves, kicking an enemy's vital parts, and doing it twice at that. Yunli didn't tell her about his and Hong Ling's exploits, otherwise she would probably find it even harder to accept. Wang Zi also knew that Yunli had some things he hadn't told her, but she guessed it was probably the story of how junior brother Yun had been wronged. Though she was very curious, it wouldn't be good to reopen old wounds. This person is simply a disgrace to cultivators. Terrifying that such people exist in this world. What kind of demon is this? Hearing Yun Li's words, his fellow disciples nearby immediately felt uneasy, fearing this person might come after them next. Yun Li glanced at them and said, "How about you rid the people of this menace?" Their expression stiffened, and they awkwardly replied, "Let's just forget about it. Let's go, as long as we don't provoke him. He probably won't bother us either." It was Wang Zi who spoke up, pulling everyone's thoughts back to reality. "Hee, let's see who comes out on top between the Qiang sect and Tansifeng." Yun Li chuckled with a sly grin. The fellow disciples actually began to feel a hint of anticipation at this moment, as they had no friendship with the Qiang sect. In fact, there was even some enmity between them. "I have no connection with this guy named Tansifeng either. It's great to see them fighting like dogs. In that case, I'm actually looking forward to it. Hee. Our location is a bit remote. It'll take another incense stick's worth of time to reach the meeting point." Two disciples of the Scarlet Sunset chatted as they traveled. Entering the secret realm did not involve randomly scattering cultivators across the entire area. Instead, they were placed within a specific region, so the cultivators wouldn't be too far apart. "Damn it, that bastard actually dared to humiliate our Scarlet Sunset like that." The burly male cultivator at the front gnashed his teeth in anger. "Don't worry, he won't live much longer. Anyone who dares to insult our Scarlet Sunset won't even get the luxury of death." The other cultivator, with a horse-like face, also wore an expression of fury. The burly male cultivator nodded. None of them believed that person could survive. Within the blood-red secret realm, their Crimson Sunset had over a dozen Qi refining 9th level disciples, each fully capable of holding their own against rogue cultivators in single combat, let alone with more than 10 of them together. And outside the blood-red secret realm, a mid-stage foundation establishment sect elder was lying in wait. The moment anyone emerged, they would be captured. Death would be a mercy. But I wonder if that punk Pu Wang will still be so arrogant after this. The horse-faced man couldn't suppress the smirk spreading across his face. Ha, that guy actually did a good deed, but we still can't let him off." The burly man also wore a grin. In the Qiang sect, Pu Wang had often bullied his fellow disciples by relying on his father's influence, and many had long held a grudge against him. Exactly, he still deserves to die. The horse-faced man nodded. After all, publicly humiliating Pu Wang was tantamount to humiliating the Qiang sect. "Is that so?" A low murmur rang out, like the voice of death itself. As soon as the words were spoken, a sharp sword light sliced through the sky. The horse-faced man leaping between the trees was caught off guard, letting out only a single scream before being sliced in half at the waist, blood gushing out. "Who is it?" The burly man walking ahead was instantly terrified out of his wits upon hearing his fellow disciples scream. When he turned to look, his heart nearly stopped from sheer terror. Just moments ago, the junior brother, who had been chatting and laughing with him, was now severed in two. His wide eyes were filled with unwillingness and terror. Before the burly man could take another look, another flash of sword light lit up. Not daring to meet it head-on, he retreated while thrusting both palms forward, unleashing a torrent of blazing flames. "Who exactly are you?" "I'm a disciple of the Crimson Sunset. If you lay a hand on me, you're seeking death." His fierce exterior couldn't conceal the fear in his heart. "Aren't you all looking for me?" A whisper came from beside him. "What?" The burly man was shocked when had this person gotten so close to him. Before he could even think further, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, and then the entire world spun and tumbled before his eyes. The art of concealment is truly useful. This person was none other than Feng, who had just spent 300 purple coins to purchase the mid-grade Earth tier art of concealment. With the system's help, he had mastered it effortlessly. With his ethereal physique, even though the chi concealment technique was just at the beginner level, he managed to get close and kill one of them directly while they were not overly vigilant. Feng glanced at the 2 dead bodies and crouched down to search them. He obtained 2 more storage bags, along with several dozen spirit stones and some miscellaneous items. Most importantly, he acquired a map of the bloody secret realm. Damn, these major sects are definitely holding back. There were no maps for sale outside, only some scattered ones made by rogue cultivators who had entered the secret realm before. They weren't very useful, but better than nothing. Naturally, some rogue cultivators had obtained maps from deceased sect disciples, but those were only for personal use. Selling them would be suicidal. Feng studied the map, gaining a bit more understanding of the secret realm. Where are the others? Dead. Park Wang's face turned ashen. Already in a foul mood, his anger erupted as he roared after waiting endlessly for several fellow disciples who still hadn't arrived. Having entered first, he had casually washed up, but a lingering odor remained, especially in his mouth. He had been suppressing his nausea the entire time, yet couldn't afford to show any abnormality in front of the others. His irritation grew increasingly unbearable, and he seized the first opportunity to vent his frustration. A fellow disciple standing in front of him frowned deeply, barely holding back the urge to vomit. Senior brother Park, perhaps they were delayed by something. He managed to speak while holding his breath, not daring to inhale. The stench was unbearable. Park Wang's mouth reeked as if he had eaten feces, utterly foul. No, he actually did eat it. In fact, wasn't it just him who wanted to mock Park Wang? Half of the Qiang sect disciples present wanted to laugh, but alas, they could only keep it all to themselves. What do you mean? Park Wang noticed his expression and grew angrier the more he looked. Are you mocking me? Answer me, huh? Park Wang's eyes turned bloodshot, his face twisted in fury as he roared, startling everyone. No, nothing. Bam! Park Wang slapped him hard across the face, causing the latter to stagger a few steps, his cheek already swollen and red. Let's not wait for them anymore, let's go. With that, he walked away, leaving his fellow disciple standing there, eyes filled with resentment. Finally, gritting his teeth, he followed along. Let's search for the spirit herbs first. If we find any trace of that kid, we'll kill him immediately. No, it's better to capture him alive. Park Wang grew increasingly ferocious as he spoke, the stench on his body impossible to forget. And today's stain would undoubtedly haunt him for the rest of his life. But he hadn't forgotten the main task of entering the Blood Secret Realm to search for the relevant spiritual herbs. The Blood Secret Realm only remained open for 3 days. After that, everyone would be forcibly ejected by the formation. These 3 days determined the quantity of foundation establishment pills the sect would have over the next 3 years. If his personal actions caused issues with the herbs, even his father wouldn't be able to help him. The group split into 2 teams to search for the herbs, with one team led by Parkman. Feng leaped nimbly among the tree trunks, holding his breath and concentrating. He had also encountered cultivators fighting over spiritual herbs, but he chose not to intervene. Most were rogue cultivators with whom he had no grudges. He gathered spiritual herbs merely to sell for spirit stones, so there was no need to engage in life or death battles with others after all. Killing offered no system rewards. He encountered spiritual herbs and picked them along the way, achieving a considerable harvest in just a short half-day. Among them were 2 plants used for refining foundation establishment pills. As he ran, Feng heard the sounds of battle from afar once again. Faint voices of conversation could also be heard. I promise you, I'll just take 1 linseed root. I'm leaving. I don't want anything. Feng shook his head upon hearing this. Seems like another case of fighting over spiritual herbs. Having witnessed many such incidents along the way, Feng immediately decided to detour and avoid getting involved. You didn't want 1 per person when I suggested it earlier. Now you regret it. A woman's voice halted Feng's steps. Is it her? The familiar voice startled Feng, who then hurried toward the source of the sound. Just a moment ago. Here are 2 spirit rhizomes. How about we each take 1? Sun Yun looked at the burly man before her, her expression questioning. If possible, she really didn't want to resort to violence. After all, she had only recently broken through to the 9th level of qi refining and wasn't confident she could defeat him. The bearded man ignored Sun Yun, instead casting a greedy glance to the side. By the edge of the nearby pond, 2 spirit herbs were clearly growing, but the true treasure wasn't the herbs themselves, it was the roots beneath them. Enough talk. I'm taking both of these linseed roots. The bearded man looked down on Sun Yun with utter contempt, thinking that a mere woman who lowered her head in weakness couldn't possibly be much of a threat. Sun Yun found herself in a dilemma for a moment. After hesitating briefly, she gritted her teeth and said, Fine. I hope your luck holds out. With that, she turned and walked away. Watching Sun Yun's retreating figure, the burly man with the thick beard didn't mock her but instead silently watched as she disappeared into the jungle. As the sounds of movement in the jungle grew fainter, the burly man finally let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was also strong in appearance but weak in reality. Not only was he a mere rogue cultivator, but he had also just recently broken through to the 9th level of qi refining. Facing his opponent, he might not truly have the upper hand. But fortunately, he had managed to intimidate the other party. Heh, this little lass really is a coward. He turned his head to look at the 2 spiritual herbs by the pond, his eyes gleaming. At this moment, he couldn't care less whether Sun Yun had gone far or not, because he didn't have the time. Someone could arrive here at any moment. He remained vigilant, slowly pacing toward the pond while cautiously guarding against any potential demonic beasts lurking in the water. The surroundings were eerily quiet, a gentle breeze swept by, and in an instant, the water's surface rippled. Damn it, there really are demonic beasts. The burly man with a thick beard was startled and immediately retreated. Just then, he felt a surge of heat behind him as a wave of scorching air rushed toward his back. Damn it, we've been tricked. He didn't even have time to turn his head. At that moment, all he could do was slightly twist his body to avoid a fatal blow. Boom! Sparks of heat scattered everywhere, and the scent of roasted meat filled the air. One side of the burly man's body was charred black as he was sent flying backward. His face turned ashen as he stared at the reappearing Sun Yun. A clever scheme. The disturbance on the water earlier was your doing too, wasn't it? Sun Yun remained silent, raising her sword and striding forward in large steps. The burly man, already heavily injured, could only manage a feeble defense at this point. But as the fight progressed, he realized his opponent's strength was significantly greater than his own. Wait! He cried out in panic, but Sun Yun seemed not to hear him, her movements never pausing. I promise you, I'll just take 1 linseed root. Sun Yun still ignored him, wielding a sword in one hand and fire-based magic in the other, driving the burly man into a desperate and battered state. I'm leaving. I don't want anything. The burly man panicked, terrified of dying here. Just now I suggested 1 plant each, but you refused. Now you regret it. Sun Yun's movements didn't pause, each strike growing fiercer. Feng, had just arrived when he saw Chen Yun behead the burly man with a single sword strike. Chen Yun let out a long sigh of relief, but before she could fully relax, she suddenly turned sharply in Tan Feng's direction and shouted, "Who's there? Long time no see, fellow Taoist son." Tan Feng didn't hide, stepping out into the open with confidence. The previously tense-faced Chen Yun suddenly relaxed and laughed. "So it's Brother Tan. You gave me quite a scare. Fellow Taoist son, what impressive skills." Tan Feng marveled inwardly. This girl had previously claimed to have mixed spiritual roots, but judging by her combat prowess, that didn't quite seem to be the case. Chen Yun smiled and said, "Brother Tan must be laughing at me." With that, she went to the pond and picked the 2 spirit rhizomes, her face brimming with joy. With a flick of her hand, she tossed one of the spirit rhizomes toward Tan Feng. She laughed and said, "Brother Tan, those who see it get a share." Tan Feng gave her a surprised glance. Though she might have been worried he would snatch it, that was why she had offered the spirit herb. But it's also possible that the other party is grateful for the help I provided earlier or considers me a friend. Tan Feng lowered his head to glance at the linseed root in his hand. The linseed root indeed resembled a tree root about a foot long, earthy yellow in color, with a faint glow flowing across its surface. "No need, you keep it." He couldn't even be bothered with such trivial things, so he tossed them back dismissively. "Ha!" Chen Yun was stunned, her face filled with disbelief. Which cultivator entering the blood mist secret realm wasn't there for the Foundation establishment pills? Even those sect disciples were no exception. Otherwise, who in their right mind would come here risking their lives for no reason? The linseed root is related to the Foundation establishment pill. In her eyes, Tan Feng had also come for the Foundation establishment pill, but now he was actually refusing her linseed root. "Brother Tan, there's no need for this. I sincerely want to give it to you." Tan Feng still shook his head. "Don't worry, I already have a few in my possession." Not to mention the spiritual herbs in his hand, he didn't even need these medicinal herbs with the existence of the system. Upon hearing this, Chen Yun stopped hesitating and clasped her hands in salute. "Then I shall accept your kindness with gratitude." Just the value of this spirit rhizome alone, if taken out, even if she only got 30%, might be enough to obtain a Foundation establishment pill. Combined with her own plant, that might mean 2 Foundation establishment pills. After this, perhaps I can attempt Foundation establishment. Success would make me a Foundation establishment cultivator. Chen Yun couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation in her heart. Gazing at Tan Feng, Chen Yun suddenly recalled something and tentatively asked, "Brother Tan, I've already heard about what happened outside the market." At the time, she had been in the market and naturally caught wind of the rumors circulating about Tan Feng and He Fenghong. "What's the matter?" Tan Feng was taken aback, somewhat confused. It's about someone coveting your flying boat and then being killed by you." Chen Yang's expression was a bit uneasy. "Oh, you all know about it." Tan Feng suddenly realized, then reacted, "Wait, that can't be right. I killed everyone back then and buried them all. How did you find out?" Chen Yang's eyes dimmed. It seems the rumors were true. She had thought she'd finally found a friend with decent morals. Someone dug them up. Tan Feng's face darkened. What kind of heartless scum would do that? They were already laid to rest, and someone actually dug them up. Chen Yun listened to Tan Feng's complaints, feeling even more devastated inside. When it comes to being unscrupulous, who could possibly surpass you? Not even sparing the dead. Brother Tan, do you like someone like Hinyang? She truly couldn't understand what kind of charm did that Hinyang even possess. Have Brother Tan do that to Sister He first and then kill her, or kill her first and then do that? Sister He? Who? Tan Feng was stunned. Oh, that woman. Not my type, but she does have a nice figure. Chen Yun sighed softly. Ah. Tan Feng found it odd. Why did this woman's words seem loaded? And her tone felt off too. By the way, when we buried those people back then, that woman wasn't wearing any clothes. Damn it! To think that I, with my lifelong reputation of being handsome, charming, and upright, would end up carrying such a huge unjust blame. Well, that's a long story. Tan Feng sighed deeply, looking up at the sky with desolate eyes. So this is how it was. A moment later, Sun Yang's face regained its smile. After Tan Feng's explanation, he finally understood what had happened. It turned out that Feng Hong and the others had set up a scheme, staging an elaborate act to lure Brother Tan into their trap. But Brother Tan's sharp eyes saw through their tricks at a glance. Feng Hong had to go through with the act to gain Tan Feng's trust, which was why she ended up naked. Humph, that Wen Huobiu is truly a cuckold, and this Feng Hong is shameless. Thankfully, Brother Tan, you're quick-witted and kept your cool in the face of danger, not falling for feminine charms. Tan Feng naturally wouldn't tell her that Feng Hong had stripped under his subtle suggestion. Alas, I never imagined the cultivation world could be so treacherous, willing to let one's own dog companion sell their beauty. This Feng Hong is truly shameless. I was lucky to escape unscathed. Tan Feng wore a face full of emotion. At this moment, in Sun Yang's eyes, Tan Feng's moral character appeared so noble and pure. Even though Wen Huobiu and his men wanted to kill him, he still helped bury them. But why didn't Brother Tan dress Feng Hong before burying her? Naturally, it's because men and women should not touch each other. How could someone of Brother Tan's noble character do such a thing? I bet Brother Tan even closed his eyes while burying Feng Hong. Finally, Feng Hong and Wen Huobiu were buried together. Even as enemies, they were shown a final act of mercy in the end. Damn those rumor mongers. Not only did they dig up the people Brother Tan had painstakingly buried without reburying them, but they also slandered Brother Tan. How utterly detestable. Brother Tan, I truly feel this is unfair to you. Sun Yang's face was full of grief and indignation. There are still rumors about you in the market, all of them misunderstandings. Shall I go and explain on your behalf? Damn it! Those despicable scoundrels, how can they not feel guilty for slandering a contemporary saint like me? Have their consciences been eaten by dogs? With a long sigh, enough, enough. In my life, Tan Feng has never cared about others' opinions. I only hope to bring a touch of warmth to the cultivation world, and that is enough for me. When being misunderstood becomes the norm, one grows accustomed to everything. Listening to Tan Feng's words, Sun Yun felt increasingly unsettled in her heart. Why should someone as noble as Brother Tan be misunderstood by the world? At this moment, she had already forgotten what happened at the entrance of the secret realm. Even if she remembered, it was Tan Feng punishing Pio Wang of the Qiang sect. That Pio Wang was never a good person to begin with. She didn't think Brother Tan was wrong. In fact, this method of punishing others without killing them perfectly aligned with Brother Tan's noble character. Even if this method was disgusting, spreading such things would harm Brother Tan's reputation, yet this very act was a testament to his moral integrity. Even if my reputation is ruined, even if I'm misunderstood, I won't hesitate. Sun Yun looked at Tan Feng with eyes full of admiration and reverence. Suddenly, her expression changed dramatically. Brother Tan, you've offended the Qiang sect. They won't let you off easily. Whether inside the secret realm or outside, especially once we leave, their foundation establishment cultivators will surely make their move. She looked extremely nervous. After all, she was merely a rogue cultivator, and Brother Tan didn't seem to have any powerful backing either. Encountering the Crimson Sun sect would almost certainly mean certain death. Don't worry. Tan Feng waved his hand dismissively. In the bloody secret realm, they couldn't do anything to me. Even if they chased me outside the realm, I still have a chance to escape, even if they're at the Foundation establishment stage. I have to go now. You must never let anyone know you know me, or I'm afraid the Crimson Sunset might target you. Take care. Tan Feng clasped his hands in a salute, then turned and left. Brother Tan, take care. Sun Yun also clasped her hands in a salute, her eyes filled with worry as she watched Tan Feng's disappearing figure, yet she could do nothing. If she insisted on helping, she would likely only make things worse. Against the Scarlet Sunset, what use is my measly 9th level Qi refining cultivation with these puny arms and legs? Might as well hope Brother Tan can run faster on his own. Soon, a day had passed, leaving just over 1 day before the secret realm closed. Inside the secret realm, cultivators employed various methods and reaped considerable rewards. However, there were also many casualties, either killed by demonic beasts or by others. The further they went, the more intense the battles became, as those still alive at this point had already gathered significant gains. Now, every person killed meant acquiring a substantial amount of spiritual herbs. Those who still had no harvest by this point grew increasingly impatient, their hearts stirring with the urge to kill and plunder. Fortunately, the secret realm was vast. Even though over 300 people had entered, encounters were not so frequent. That should be the Black Wind Cave ahead. Let's go check it out. Tan Feng looked at the Qiangsec's map and decided on the next location, wondering if there was a chance to spread some warmth to the Qiangsec members. Lately, he had frequently visited various marked spots on the map, but unfortunately, he hadn't encountered any Qiangsec members, which was quite disappointing. This place is mine now, scram. Before even getting close, Park Wang's loud voice could already be heard. Ha? What? Trying to suffocate us? Well. All old acquaintances here. Tan Feng recognized that voice immediately. It was Yun Li, that kid. You're asking for death. Piu Wang, whose scar was exposed by Yun Li, instantly flew into a rage. Even now, he still felt a foul stench lingering in his mouth. Stay away from me, it stinks so bad. Tan Feng had just arrived and leaped onto a tree trunk when he noticed Piu Wang at the entrance of the cave, poised to strike Yun Li on the grassy patch. Yun Li seemed to be overwhelmed by the stench, retreating repeatedly. Wang Zi couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to block Piu Wang's path. She said coldly, since neither of you is willing to back down, let's settle this with real skills. Humph, do you think I'm afraid of your Qing Mountain sect? Piu Wang retorted, though he didn't immediately make a move. However, Yun Li's pupils constricted. He had spotted Tan Feng lurking in the shadows behind Piu Wang and his group. My heart was instantly filled with turbulent waves, thoughts swirling endlessly as countless ideas crossed my mind. Yet, my expression remained unchanged as I leaned close to Wang Zi's ear and whispered, Senior sister, let's just give it to them. What? Have you lost your mind? Wang Zi's eyes were full of astonishment, her voice involuntarily rising a few notches, wondering if Yun Li had gone mad. Tan Sifeng is here. He's probably targeting the people from the Scarlet Sunset. Yun Li said warily. Wang Zi frowned deeply and said solemnly, Is it really necessary to abandon the Black Wind Cave just for Tan Sifeng? You know there are quite a few resources inside. I know the Tan brothers somewhat, and that scoundrel is capable of anything. Besides, although there are plenty of resources inside, other places have resources too. There's no need to fight life and death with the Scarlet Sunset over the Black Wind Cave, while also worrying about Tan Sifeng's schemes. If you trust me, senior sister, and let me handle this, we might even get a few main herbs as compensation. Yun Li wore a sly expression, already having a plan in mind. Recalling the scene at the entrance of the secret realm, Wang Zi felt that if such a thing had happened to her, she probably wouldn't have the face to live on. What if Tan Sifeng takes revenge on the Qiang sect later and I get caught up in it while being present. All right, as you wish, junior brother. Thank you, senior sister. Yun-Li stepped forward and cupped his hands towards Pil Wang. Brother Pil, my senior sister and I have discussed it. Oh, what have you discussed? Pil Wang and the rest of the Qiang sect had no idea Feng had arrived, as he was perched on a tree trunk some distance behind them. The reason Yun-Li was able to discover Feng was mainly because the latter didn't deliberately avoid him. We've decided to abandon Black Wind Cave. Yun-Li's words were shocking. What? Is this true? Both Pu Wang and the members of the Crimson Sun sect wore expressions of disbelief, mixed with a hint of concealed delight. Even the members of the Qin Shang sect were full of confusion. Senior brother Yun, you mustn't do this. Senior brother Yun, you can't just give this up. After Yun-Li and Wang Zi calmed their fellow disciples, the former spoke up. Of course, we can't just hand it over for no reason. Not to mention whether my fellow disciples would agree, I'd face punishment when I return to the sect. Part 1 nodded, somewhat relieved of his concerns. If the other party made no demands at all, he would have been worried there was a trick. Name your terms. Very simple 10 main ingredients for foundation establishment pills, and you have only 1 hour. After that, we will enter the cave to gather the herbs. After a moment of silence, Pu Wang said, 10 main herbs are too many. In previous years, there were only a little over 10 main herbs inside. We have to put in the work and effort, and there are dangers involved. Why should you take the majority? Slowly raising a hand, he said, 5 at most. If that's not acceptable, let's settle it with our skills. Yun-Li cursed inwardly. Bullshit about a little over 10 in previous years. It was always over 20. But it didn't matter. He did just wait to see how Feng would screw them over. Feigning heartache, he gritted his teeth and said, fine, 5 stocks it is. Pil Wang felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. This round would net him at least a dozen main herbs. With a wave of his hand, he tossed over 5 spirit herbs, which Yun-Li casually caught. You have only 1 hour. If we make our move after that, don't blame us for breaking the agreement. Phew! Pil Wang let out a disdainful snort. 1 hour was more than enough. If you can't even finish it in an hour, you might as well go eat shit. Let's go. He then took the lead and walked into the cave. Senior brother Yun, we're at a loss here. Senior sister Wang, how could you also? Oh dear, what should we do now? The fellow disciples of Qin Shang sect couldn't comprehend the actions of their senior brothers and sisters, all voicing their complaints. In their eyes, if they had entered, those dozen or 20 main medicinal herbs would have been theirs. Where is the current 5 pearl tree? Don't overthink it. If we want to enter, we'll have to fight the Crimson Sun sect first, and even if we win, people will die. The beasts inside are also a threat. With this time and effort, we could easily explore elsewhere. The most important thing, you'll find out soon enough. Yun-Li did not reveal the news of Feng's arrival. In that case, senior brother's approach is indeed prudent. Ah, indeed it is. Then, senior brother, where should we go now? Yun-Li smiled mysteriously. We are not going anywhere. Let's find a spot nearby to rest for a while. If they haven't succeeded in an hour, we'll go in. With that, he led the group toward a slightly higher terrain in the distance. After all, a better vantage point would make it easier to watch the show later. Seeing that senior brother Yun wasn't heading elsewhere but simply waiting here, many fellow disciples were puzzled. Brother Yun, what are you doing? Could they possibly return empty-handed? Yun-Li smiled faintly without saying more. Senior brother Park, could the Qin Shang sect be up to something? How could they so easily give up the Black Wind Cave? Park fled ahead without turning his head. It shouldn't be a problem. If we enter first, we'll seize the advantage. As long as we guard against their sneak attacks from behind, there's nothing to worry about. Besides, the agreement was made in front of fellow disciples from both sides, and they've even handed over the main ingredient. If they break the contract, even their Qingzong sect elders won't let them off. It would disgrace their entire sect. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Moreover, what can they do even if they refuse to give up? Fight head on. They'd be better off taking the benefits and scramming quickly. Give it your all once we're inside. Once we finish Blackwind Cave, we'll have nearly completed our main herb collection mission. It's time to settle the score with that perfect 100 bastard. Pu Wang's face twisted with fury. The humiliation he suffered that day was something he would never forget. Shortly after Yun Li and the others left, Tan Feng arrived in front of the Blackwind Cave. Glancing at the leisurely Yun Li and his group in the distance, Tan Feng paid them no mind. If they dared to obstruct him from delivering worms, then he would deliver that worms to them instead. It's actually him. Tan Sifeng? Why is he here? Just as Tan Feng was observing the Qin Shang sect members, they also noticed him. Whether it was the rumors at the secret realm's entrance or the deeds of the 10 brothers as recounted by Yun Li, all of it had instilled a deep sense of fear toward this man in them. Look at Park's demise. If it were me, I probably wouldn't be able to hold my head up for the rest of my life. At this moment, they were actually somewhat worried that Tan Sifeng might turn on them, since the facts had proven that this guy had a few screws loose. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Yun Li's expression remained calm, but inside, he was panicking like crazy. After all, Tan Songfeng's death had some connection to me. So that's how it is. Did Senior Brother Yun plan this all along? Senior Brother Yun is truly brilliant and mighty. Ha ha, this is going to be entertaining. Now they finally realized why Senior Brother Yun had just given up the Blackwind Cave. And why he stayed after giving it up. So that's how it is. With Tan Sifeng's despicable character, how could he not seek revenge against the Qiang sect? Senior Brother Yun is truly a master strategist. Listening to the flattery from his fellow disciples, Yun Li felt exceptionally pleased. Tan Feng arrived at the entrance of the cave and looked around. The cave entrance was situated on relatively low ground. The bloody secret realm was already dimly lit, and this place was even darker. The entrance, about 2 meters wide and 2 meters tall, was overgrown with vines. Even with a map, it would be difficult to spot immediately. Stepping into the cave, it was pitch black inside. Only with the enhanced vision of a cultivator could one barely make out objects. The surroundings were all rocky walls, with only the ground being earthen. The cave entrance twisted and turned downward. Tan Feng found himself in a dilemma. How could he deliver worms? Blow up the cave entrance? No, this is too immoral. We can't do it. The main thing is, this cliff face isn't so easy to blast. Should we go in and fight them head on? No, that's not what a wise person would do. Tan Feng stood at the cave entrance, sensing the flow of air, and his eyes lit up. How? Why is the wind blowing inward? Though the wind wasn't strong, and he didn't know why it was blowing inward. But in an instant, Tan Feng already had a related idea, just needing a bit more refinement. He immediately walked out of the cave entrance and sat down, quietly lost in thought. Yun Li and the others watched clearly from a distance, unable to suppress their growing doubts. What's he doing? Wang Zi asked curiously. No need to wonder, that guy is definitely scheming something bad. Yun Li declared with absolute certainty. What else could the 10 brothers be pondering with their heads bowed except for some wicked schemes? One wonders what kind of family could raise such a bunch of despicable brats.